Welcome to Manhwa Peak.
This story starts by revealing that in just 10 years, the Eastern Federation Kingdom is going to fall apart because of the five big sins, ending in total wipeout with nothing left. To stop this disaster, our main guy steps up as their guardian, but he never expected it to turn into such a massive headache. At first, he was just a normal dude grinding 78-hour weeks in the modern world. But somehow he wakes up inside a noble in a fantasy land. Sounds awesome, right? But he soon finds out he's totally illiterate and has zero special powers. He thinks he should at least know the language, which shocks the butler when he catches him holding a book upside down. At dinner, the maids bring out a huge spread and he chows down, loving his new life. They even help him bathe, and he can't help thinking that being the young master of a count's family is the best. He gets spoiled rotten and does nothing, feeling like he's in heaven. But here's the problem. He has no idea where he is. Normally, when someone jumps into a character in a fantasy world, it's from a book or game they've played. One of the maids says his brothers, young Master Leo and Tanyo, are coming back tomorrow, so he should rest up. Our MC is confused by this, and the maid is a little shocked that he doesn't even remember his own family. As he starts putting the pieces together, those names ring a bell. All of a sudden, it hits him. He's in the world of Psychedelia. Psychedelia is a turn-based RPG that our MC used to play whenever he had a free minute. But here's the kicker. No matter what path you choose in the game, the moment the five great sins, wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession show up, you're basically fucked. The kingdom's nobility and the entire city, basically everything, starts to spiral into chaos. And the Palacio house where our MC finds himself is a notorious noble family that plays a part in the subquest before the main story kicks off. The eldest son, Leo Palacio, is essentially the king of prostitutes, while the second son, Tanyo, is the king of drugs. He drops to his knees as it dawns on him just how well he knows this place. It was the first subquest in the game. Looking around, he sees that the main house looks exactly like it did in the game. The Palacios are the first to be devastated by the five great sins, and he's the extra villain, the third son of the Palacio household, Alan Palacio. I love how expressionless his face is. He just found out he's going to die soon, and all he can think about is how much experience points he got from that subquest. As he lies down in bed, he's terrified to even sleep. He thinks about how he'd rather go back to being a wage slave working 78 hours a week, because this new luxurious life of his is set to end in exactly 10 years. To him, that's worse than 6 months of unpaid wages. He can't believe he's stuck in a fantasy world as a character with no powers. Pretty much the opposite of what most people get when they're reincarnated. But then an idea strikes him. Since he knows what's going to happen in the future, he could be like a prophet of sorts. He could prevent the world's downfall by reforming the five great sins, all for the sake of his peaceful, noble life. It shouldn't be impossible considering the five great sins are just kids right now, but with no powers of his own. How on earth is he going to pull this off? 2 months later, our main character had successfully rescued some orphans from the human testing center. When I say our MC managed to, I really mean his knight. Evan was the one who did the rescuing. Evan reports that he's left the management of the orphanage in the hands of a girl named Utia. Our MC nods in agreement, realizing he made the right choice in picking Evan for this job, as he's quite skilled at handling such tasks. However, since our MC struggles to show emotions on his face like a typical person, Evan is left puzzled, wondering if what he just heard was a compliment, as he can't quite read his expression. To clarify, our MC tries to force a smile, and Evan thinks he'll never get used to his young master's face. He recalls how Alan used to wear his emotions on his sleeve, whether he was gloomy or happy. But now, it just feels strange. Even our MC suspects that his possession of Alan's body might have only affected his face, as he can't seem to smile properly. Moving on, Evan decides to accept his young master's praise, and our MC explains that Evan is a rare gem in the world of psychedelia, because he has remained honest and loyal despite all the betrayals around him. That's why he hired him as soon as he found him. Back to the report, Evan mentions that the reason our MC sent him to rescue the children from the testing center was to save Utia, which our MC confirms. Evan adds that he can see why. Even with his experience as a mercenary, he can tell Utia is no ordinary child. She's strong enough that he can't understand why she just accepted being locked up. Evan questions why our MC didn't bring her to the estate, as keeping her at the orphanage doesn't seem beneficial. Our MC agrees, but internally he thinks that it might look like he's neglecting her instead of utilizing her potential. However, leaving her at the orphanage is part of his plan. Utia Blutia is a non-human who makes a pact with an otherworldly being to gain its powers. ultimately becoming the embodiment of the wrath of the five great sins and causing the deaths of countless people. However, thanks to our hero, that grim future is averted, and he wants her to grow up in peace. He believes he has finally dealt with one of the four remaining landmine disasters. But since he can't share this with Evan, he decides to come up with an excuse. Acting all mysterious, he tells Evan that the time isn't right yet. Evan, curious as always, wonders what he means. But as is often the case, side characters have their own narratives. He assures our hero that he understands. Our main character urges him to keep this under wraps and to support the orphanage with enough funds for them to live peacefully. He also hands Evan a handwritten letter, asking him to pass it to Utia. When Evan inquires about the letter's importance, our hero brushes it off, saying it's just a way to check in on her. He explains that he wants to reassure her since she's been through so much. Evan promises to deliver the letter and quickly sets off on his horse. Meanwhile, our main character reflects on whether the letter will truly comfort her, but he figures it's worth a shot. The real intention behind the letter is to include some quotes he's heard repeatedly in the game. During a pivotal moment when Uchiha was wreaking havoc on the kingdom, the Archbishop mentioned a specific line about how a certain spell could help befriend a non-human like Uchiha, who had already succumbed to the sin of wrath. The line was something like casting a spell of agony from the dark, with the brightness of belonging to the fall. Honestly, he doesn't quite grasp what it means, but it seemed to resonate with Uchiha for a brief moment. As the story unfolds, Uchiha ends up killing the Archbishop. It's not that the spell didn't work, it was just too late, and her attempts to calm down failed, resulting in the destruction of the entire kingdom. Now, our main character believes it should work this time, since it's not too late. He figures that since he's dealt with wrath, it's time to move on to his next target. Yet, he still finds it absurd to think about becoming friends with a monster just because of a quote. But who knows? Maybe it'll actually work. Especially since the Sins seem to worship some mysterious god or otherworldly being. He struggles to understand what those kids are thinking. They come off as fanatics. Meanwhile, we finally see Uchiha reading the letter our MC sent her, and she's not exactly thrilled. Just looking at her, Evan can't help but notice the sheer amount of mana radiating from her. It's unbelievable. According to Evan, this little girl is the strangest person he's ever met. It's as if she has no emotions at all. She asks Evan to confirm if our MC was the one who sent the letter, and he nods. In an instant, Uchiha unleashes her mana like a crazed yander who just caught her partner cheating. She's upset that our MC didn't invite her to the estate, and Evan is about to feel the full force of her rage. Manifesting mana in solid form like Uchiha is doing now is something only those who have reached the Master Realm can achieve. Evan recalls our MC saying it wasn't the right time for him to meet with her yet, and surprisingly, that excuse seems to work. Uchiha calms down, interpreting the quote our boy included in the letter as a promise only her master would understand. Meanwhile, Evan is left bewildered, wondering what on earth is happening in front of him. Uchiha, fully in her yander mode, insists that she understands what our boy meant. This girl, who honestly resembles Sheltir Bloodfallen from Overlord, embodies the sin of wrath as the daughter of monsters, the bloody queen Uchiha. Meanwhile, back to our main character. He thinks he's managed to stretch his luxurious lifespan a bit. And honestly, he's not wrong. As he drifts off to sleep, he even imagines the bright moon in the sky cheering him on. He promises himself to work hard on rescuing the next child. We get this adorable little bonus panel of him placing a primrose flower on his bed before he dozes off. He thinks all he really wants is to live a long, peaceful, luxurious life. Is that too much to ask? In the Asteria Kingdom, there's a tradition of placing primrose flowers on wounds or old scars for the deceased during funerals, which basically means our boy is in deep trouble. The next day, our MC finds himself in the library, where books are literally falling on his head, as if they're trying to kick his illiterate ass out. He's currently on the hunt for clues about the third sin. Let's call them landmines. But the whole process is giving him a headache. Evan reports that they've successfully rescued the second child, all thanks to our boy's intel on where to find her. Our MC asks if Evan made sure they treated the child extra kindly, to which Evan confirms, explaining that after saving her from the illegal slave market, they were very gentle with her. But before he can finish, someone kicks the library door open, sending them both flying. This brute turns out to be Tonio, the second son of the county paleo. He starts bullying our MC, asking how an illiterate guy like him is even holding a book. I love our MC's bratty eyes. He's completely unfazed. As Tonio ramps up the pressure demanding answers, our MC thinks this guy is such a nuisance. He even wonders how the original Alan would handle this kind of treatment. Realistically, he would love to fight back, but that just seems like too much hassle. So he decides to play it low-key. He tells Tonio that since it looks like he wants to use the library, he'll be taking his leave. Thinking he's completely dominated our MC, Tonio steps on his head with a mocking grin. But just then, a sharp knife whizzes by, embedding itself in the wall, as another brute enters, telling both Tonio and our MC that they're being too loud. This new arrival is Leo Palladio, the first son of the county. As these two idiots start squabbling, our MC seizes the opportunity to crawl away. He reflects that in the game, the Palladio County had quickly vanished after the first subquest, but he didn't realize their power and influence were much greater than he thought. Basically, what's really happening here is that these scummy brothers are fighting over who will become the family head. The first son is a major player in the underworld, known as the Prostitute King, while the second son runs a large-scale drug cartel, earning him the title of the Drug King. As these two buffoons bicker, our MC realizes he can't afford to get involved with either of them if he wants to maintain his sweet, luxurious life. I absolutely adore this MC. He literally crawled away while his two brothers were at each other's throats, and Evan just followed him like it was the most normal thing in the world. As Evan fixes his hair for him, our MC vows to live a happy life as a weak and incompetent bastard child. A little while later, Evan shares that the second child they rescued didn't seem quite like a typical kid either. As he gazes at the lazy master in front of him, Evan can't help but wonder how someone like this could possibly learn about the illegal slave market and the secret bio-experiments happening all over the kingdom. It's making Evan question his entire reality. Looking at this foolish master, he thinks about how hard it must be for him to keep it together around his brothers, while our main character just grumbles about being tired. Moving on, Evan wonders why he sent the second child to the orphanage again. Our MC, however, knows that this second child is anything but ordinary. In fact, he's on a whole different level. Within the United Kingdom, which is made up of several nations, the central one is the Kalian Kingdom, where the second child they saved from the illegal slave market hails from. This child, or more accurately, the second boss of psychedelia, is known as Deus Macaulian. After being sold into slavery and mistreated, he ended up embodying one of the 5 sins, the sin of sloth. He then went on to wreak havoc on the kingdom in the most horrific ways imaginable. This part of the story left many players shocked by psychedelia's cruelty. Despite his title as the Sin of Sloth, he was actually known for being incredibly hardworking, always repaying debts and wrongs multiple times over. That's why our MC stressed to Evan the importance of treating Deus with utmost kindness. The graphics of Deus's fights were so intense that our MC still trembles just thinking about them. Trying to keep an air of mystery, he answers Evan's question by saying that he sent the second child to the orphanage because the time isn't right yet. Evan just nods along, saying he expected as much. He then asks if the letter he sent to Yudia this time was about the second child, to which our MC confirms. But in reality, we get a glimpse at what's really in that letter. He's just venting to Yudia about how his older brothers are picking on him. Honestly, this guy cracks me up. I really love this MC. Anyway, he claims in the letter that he told Yudia to look after the second child, who's feeling a bit under the weather. And he's not wrong. Deus could definitely use some time to chill and heal. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Deus is trying to keep to himself, hiding his body covered in cuts. Yudia approaches him and asks if he's broken. She wonders if the Black Goat organization is responsible for his injuries, and just hearing that name gets a reaction out of Deus. In her Yandra mode, Yudia starts talking about how even though he's broken, he's still been chosen. She congratulates him for being selected by the Blue Moon, which is what they call our MC. It seems like Yudia is setting up an organization with our MC at the helm, and she promises Deus that if he stays loyal and follows their orders, he'll get his chance for revenge. Hearing this, something stirs within Deus, and his own magic, or maybe the authority of sloth, like in ReZero, starts to manifest. With that settled, Yudia decides to write her first reply to our letter, and for some reason, she's way too excited about it. Meanwhile, back at the estate, our main character was still deep in the library, searching for clues about how to track down the third child. Just then, Evan burst through the announcing that they were in big trouble. He reported that the second young master of the Palacio household was dead. Our MC, who had been expecting this news, was still taken aback by how quickly it all unfolded. The funeral was held almost immediately, but what really shocked everyone was the complete lack of mourning. Even their father showed up with 2 prostitutes by his side. Like, seriously? Our MC was a bit stunned. Bringing drugs and women to your own son's funeral is crossing a major line. He always knew this family was messed up, but this was next level. He mused that psychedelia really is a dark fantasy genre indeed. Anyway, moving on. Our MC thought that Tonio's accidental fall seemed a bit off compared to what he remembered. In the game, Leo had cried desperately after killing his brother, shouting about how he was now the sole heir of the Count Palacio. But now, here was Leo, literally smirking in front of the body. Like, come on, at least try to hide your emotions a little. Regardless, this wasn't really our MC's problem. His main focus was still on resolving the issue with the 5 deadly sins. Fast forward a year, and the successor problem was sorted out, with Leo taking over Tonio's drug business. The county became a lot more peaceful. In the meantime, Utea and our MC had become pen pals, exchanging letters more frequently. Our MC figured that keeping in touch with her would be beneficial down the line, while Utea filled him in on how the other kids were doing, which made him smirk since they were growing up nicely. She also sent over their monthly sponsorship list, which caught our MC's attention because it seemed to be growing quite a bit. He wondered what was going on, but Evan, who was busy stuffing his face, pointed out that while it was unusual, it was a good thing nonetheless. Evan then finally shared the news that our boy had been searching for. The information they needed had been found. They even got a call from the Information Guild about it, which was a huge relief for our main character, since it was all about the ancient book concerning the 3rd child. This meant he could finally uncover that little landmine, and it brought him so much joy. Everything seemed to be going perfectly, and our MC was enjoying a peaceful evening. Meanwhile, on the other side of the land, at a drug distribution site called Margot, some of Leo's henchmen were boasting about how generous the eldest member of the Palacio family was, always showering them with big rewards. Thanks to that, their drug organization had grown to a few hundred members. But little did they know, that number was about to take a nosedive. What they witnessed next was pure horror. Most of their members were literally turning on themselves, screaming that they couldn't control their bodies. It was as if they were being puppeteered, leading them to take their own lives. The culprits behind this chaos were none other than our MC's children, Utea and Deus. Using his thread magic, Deus wiped them out single-handedly. Turning to Utea, he asked if there was really any point in killing these fools. Utea, however, questioned whether Deus felt any pity for them. He clarified that he didn't, especially since these guys exploited human lives to produce drugs. He felt this had nothing to do with his quest for revenge. But Utea, unleashing her magic, explained that this was essential for their master's return. They were essentially clearing out the trash in the county, so that when our MC stepped up as the heir, things would be easier for him. With a majestic smile, she wondered how they could let the place look so shabby for his arrival. Deus responded that he understood, but honestly, what did he really understand? They were treating our MC like Ainz from Overlord and Sid from Eminence in Shadow. Using her magic, Utea etched a symbol into the ground, and as they soared away in style, she declared that everything would unfold according to his will. A massive surge of mana erupted, leaving a crescent moon shape behind, and Utea added that they were the blue moon, destined to become his sword. Now that's some serious Eminence in Shadow vibes. It's been 2 years since our main character and Utea became pen pals, and during that time, Evan has been working tirelessly to track down the other sins. Looking completely worn out, he finally collapses on the grass, where our boy's magic seems to revive him. Evan shares the good news that they've successfully found the 5th child and sent them to the orphanage, which really hits our MC in the feels. Even though he can't show it on his face, he explains that over the past 2 years, he's managed to save all 3 remaining children, meaning he's rescued all 5 sins. To celebrate Evan's hard work, he treats him to some delicious cake and goodies, while also mentioning that finding the sin of greed, the 3rd child, was a bit of a challenge. After making Evan put in some extra hours using his game knowledge, everything worked out in the end. He praises Evan for a job well done, and now that the mission is complete, he can finally take a breather. Evan asks if this means all the orphanage duties are wrapped up, and our MC confirms it. Evan breathes a sigh of relief, but then questions why our MC doesn't seem happier about their achievement. Our boy insists he's thrilled, but Evan points out that he doesn't look it at all. Our MC tries to defend himself, saying he's smiling right now, and we even get a close-up of his mouth, only to realize this guy isn't smiling at all. You wouldn't even call it a smirk. But Evan, used to this, just rolls with it. As they move on, our MC reflects on how he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After all, the bosses of psychedelia became the 5 great sins due to their terrible pasts. Even though they're in the past before becoming the sins, The odds of saving them all before they went through those awful experiences were pretty slim. He was also worried he'd be too late, and they'd be too broken to save. He asks Evan how things are going at the orphanage, and Evan hands him a letter, saying everything is running smoothly as usual. The kids, who once seemed like broken dolls, have really brightened up. Our main character points out that if that's true, they wouldn't need to hire a separate caretaker. That said, he didn't expect Utia to do such a great job with the orphanage. He wonders if her background has something to do with it. In the game, she was meant to feel a sentimental connection to the place. This leads him to remark on how nice Utia is in her own way, but Evan quickly urges him to read the letter for any important updates. In the letter, Utia gives our boy a rundown of how they are doing, mentioning that they're growing well and he doesn't need to worry about them, especially Deus, who was a bit of a special case. She reassures him that all the children are improving, which brings a rare warm smile to our main character's face. He expresses that he's just happy they're all growing up well. Deep down, he wonders if the environment is the key factor in an orphanage, since these kids are thriving. Anyway, Evan asks the big question: when does he plan to meet these kids? He always says the time will come, but our main character privately admits he has no intention of meeting them anytime soon. He thinks it would be nice to be close to them, but the kids don't exactly have personalities. He's eager to be around, and honestly, he's not wrong. Having witnessed their cruelty in the game, we can't blame him. Maybe it's because of how brutal their transformation into sins was. Regardless, he thinks it shouldn't be too bad now that he managed to rescue them before those events unfolded. Yet he still feels a twinge of fear just thinking about it, so he tells Evan that he's thinking about meeting the kids in maybe 5 years. Regardless, our main character realizes that what he really needs right now is the ability to protect himself in this grim, dark fantasy world. And the answer lies in magic. As he practices, he feels lucky that the body he's in has some magical talent. Then Evan asks if he's heard of an organization called the Blue Moon. Our MC admits he hasn't, and Evan explains that Blue Moon is a group that's recently started hunting down criminal organizations. Our MC thinks that if they're cleaning up the trash, that's a good thing, but deep down he wonders why he's never heard of them in the game. He's sure they won't last long. But Evan teasingly points out that our MC should be really scared, since Blue Moon's whole thing is taking out nobles, which sends a chill down his spine. I love the chibi panels of our MC, as he tells Evan that just in case he should sleep next to his room from now on. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, Utea is holding the Blue Moon weekly report meeting. The Sin of Pride, Solrung reports that she took care of all the slave traders by chopping off their heads. She does some acrobatics in the air, while saying that those idiots couldn't even figure out who she really was. She even claims she gave them a chance, saying she'd let them live if they could guess the color of her eyes. But those weaklings couldn't even get that right. Then we meet the Sin of Greed, Rinna, who, despite her name, is more calm and elegant. She reports that all the corpses were melted down, leaving no evidence behind. The Sin of Misophobia, Radon, reports that he also wrapped things up in the south, taking care of the illegal human testing grounds and turning those Avalon bastards who were causing trouble into minced meat. These kids are seriously scary, I tell you. Anyway, the scariest of them all, Utea, praises them for a job well done, talking about how everything will go according to his will. She emphasizes that they all exist for the sake of the Great Moon. This secret organization worships the Great Moon, the Blue Moon, who just so happens to be our main character. Suddenly, Deus reports a problem, which makes Utea question what could possibly be wrong. When everything seems perfect under his command, these fools are treating our MC like some kind of deity. Deus explains that the head of Avalon is the eldest son of the Palladio Count family, where their lord resides. He claims to have found a dangerous written order while cleaning up the south. It turns out that the eldest son, Leo, is targeting our MC. Naturally, Utea can't let this slide. She unleashes an intense, murderous aura that sends the other kids cowering in fear. The letter reveals that Leo's plan is to slowly poison our boy, after eliminating their father, which sends Utea into a furious rage. Fast forward 2 years, our MC's father, Count Palladio, has passed away. And just like before, his funeral is held almost immediately. Our MC explains that while the official cause of death is heart failure, it's clear he died from an overdose. Meanwhile, at the funeral, Leo gets news that the Blue Moon has struck one of his facilities. Seriously, couldn't they have waited until after the funeral? Leo keeps asking if everyone was wiped out again. Our main character, who's just casually eavesdropping, realizes that his brother is becoming increasingly cautious about the Blue Moon. As the Count's funeral wraps up without a single tear shed, our MC decides he doesn't want to get tangled up in all this drama and quietly slips away, just as his brother shoots him a planning glare. When Evan asks what our MC plans to do next since it looks like that jerk of a brother is on track to become the new count, our MC is already one step ahead. He's been packing his bags and tells Evan to do the same. The plan? To run away from this mess. Evan questions whether he really intends to flee, and our MC clarifies that it's not a complete getaway. They're just heading downtown to lay low for a bit. When Evan asks if he means the town of Rodnell, our guy confirms it. He's been eyeing Rodnell for a while now, and it's a small town in the south of Paleo, making it the perfect hideout. Plus, he's timed it well since Leo has been getting him some seriously unsettling looks. Once they arrive in Rodnell, our MC actually starts enjoying life, whipping up some delicious-looking toast while Evan just goes along with everything, like it's most normal thing ever. But 3 days later, their peaceful existence is shattered when our MC is forced to return home for his brother's funeral. He can't believe he's back so soon. According to the game, Leo wasn't supposed to die yet. The cause of the death is a stab through the heart, which leaves our MC wondering who could have done such a thing. He tries to ask one of the servants about the details, but they scream in horror as if they're about to meet their end. It's not just that. All the servants are acting strangely, overly apologetic, and treating him like he's some kind of mafia boss. He can't help but wonder what's going on with these people. As he's making his way out, Evan catches up to him, and he asks him if he found out why the servants are acting so weird. Evan claims he did, and playfully wonders if our NC was the one who made the Avalon drug organization disappear overnight. Turns out Leo was the head of that organization, and now that he's gone, it seems like the whole thing vanished without a trace. We then flash back to the day our main character set off for Rodmill. Inside the carriage, Evan was curious, asking why he's heading to a small town like Rodnell instead of a bustling city. Our MC explains that a city is simply not an option for him. Rodnell is his ultimate destination, the endgame in all his plans. He shares that his mission is straightforward: save the 5 great sins from their misfortunes, to prevent the world from crumbling. Plus, since Rodnell isn't part of the original story and has a villa, it's the ideal spot for him. A villa is a separate estate, making it the perfect hideaway for a laid-back noble like him, where he can relax and do absolutely nothing. Our MC gets serious when answering Evan's question, insisting that everything he does has a purpose. But after hearing the same old responses for a while, Evan calls him out, pointing out that he always uses those same lines when he wants to dodge a question. He tells our MC that he can't fool him anymore. Our MC is taken aback by how Evan has seen through his little lies. As their banter continues, Leo, who's been watching our MC drive away, contemplates whether he should kill him or not. According to Leo, it doesn't really matter if our MC lives or dies. He had already planned to poison him. But now that our MC has decided to leave for the border, Leo feels he has no reason to go through with it. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he still feels the urge to eliminate him. He instructs one of his henchmen, Allman, to follow the carriage. Allman, however, asks if that means he's supposed to kill the MC. This question leaves Leo baffled. Allman has never questioned him before, no matter what orders he received. He usually just follows them without a word, so for him to speak up like this feels a bit odd. Leo reminds Allman that his job is to obey him, but before he can finish, Allman lunges at him, stabbing him right through the heart. Leo, in shock, shouts out why Allman would betray him like this. But Allman simply replies that he enjoys playing war. We soon discover that Allman is actually part of the Blue Moon organization, and his real name is hidden. He explains that they've been taught a creed by Blue Moon. Since the Blue Moon is essentially RMC's sword, it makes sense for them to act according to his wishes. However, if anyone dares to threaten the Great Blue Moon, RMC, they're allowed to take matters into their own hands, meaning they can eliminate the threat. Hidden reveals he's been waiting for Leo to give the order to kill their lord, and he can't believe it took 2 years for that to happen. Leo tries to argue that his subordinates won't let Hidden live, but Hidden counters that, with Leo's death, the entire organization will be wiped off the continent forever. Looking at Leo's lifeless body, Hidden can't help but comment on how unfortunate this all is. If Leo hadn't tried to kill their great master, he might have lived a few more months or even years. Meanwhile, in the present, RMC is enjoying his dream life in the small town of Rodmill. He wakes up whenever he wants and shares delicious meals with Evan, living the life of a true noble. But as fate would have it, his peaceful existence is shattered when he receives a letter. The letter requested that he step up as the next head of the family. Just like that, his carefree life came to an end, a mere 4 days after it began, forcing him to return to the palatial state. However, things felt off. The maids and other staff were acting strangely around him. He couldn't help but wonder what was behind their odd behavior. Then Evan teasingly asked him when he had become the shadow leader. leaving him completely baffled. It dawned on him that all this fuss was due to the bizarre circumstances surrounding his brother's death, which had led to his current predicament. In his usual dramatic fashion, he started sobbing, pleading with Evan to help him understand why he was seen as the villain in this story. Evan pointed out that since he stood to gain the most from the situation, it was only natural for people to suspect he had a hand in his brother's murder. Right after he left the estate, Leo was killed, and our main character had the perfect alibi to step into the role of the next count. Realizing how his plan to avoid this mess had backfired, he felt a wave of frustration, but Evan tried to lift his spirits, explaining that with the drug organization, Avalon out of the picture, and his brother gone, he wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Evan jokingly added that in short, our main character was now the new shadow leader of the county, who had supposedly orchestrated the assassination of a swordmaster. Despite Leo's scummy reputation, he was still regarded as a swordmaster. Our main character began to ponder where to even begin, as he couldn't think of any organization capable of taking out a key figure in the underworld so swiftly. He asked Evan about the group he had heard hunted other organizations, to which Evan wondered if he meant the Blue Moon. Our main character speculated whether the Blue Moon could be behind his brother's death and the downfall of Avalon. However, Evan quickly clears things up, saying that according to the Information Guild, the Blue Moon isn't to blame. Instead of leaving behind bodies, the Blue Moon is known for marking the moon itself. That's just how it operates. But it's rumored that all the members of Avalon met their end with a sword through the heart. Evan can't help but tease our MC, joking that the road to hell has been opened. But putting jokes aside, our MC reflects on his gained knowledge, realizing there shouldn't be any organization called the Blue Moon, which means they can't be responsible for this mess. But if it's not them, then who could it be? As he tries to piece everything together, the scene shifts to the orphanage where Utia is holding a meeting with the other great sins. She asks if everything went smoothly, and Rina, the sin of greed, confirms that she left no traces behind. Sailrong, the sin of pride, adds that there was no one left alive on her end, just corpses. Deus chimes in, boasting that he took out all 486 soldiers of Avalon. His magic is quite something, like a beautiful butterfly tangled in spider webs. Then there's Radon, the sin of misophobia, who also confirms that he cut down all the bad guys in half. Utia praises them for their work, but she's a pretty intimidating child. There are whispers that she's actually over 1,000 years old in the novel, but who really knows? That's how Avalon, the most notorious drug organization in the world that brought doom to the Asteria Kingdom, was wiped out in just 5 days. But suddenly, Radon mentions that he doesn't think the cleanup was flawless. When Utea asks what he means, Radon explains that he stumbled upon some intriguing documents linked to the nobles associated with Avalon, particularly the Altea Doctum, which has some deep ties. Hearing this, Utea's magic starts to flare up, and she tells the others they already know what she's about to say. It's time to wipe them out. Radon promises to handle it quietly. Moving on, Udasai then asks if the Information Guild is clean and whether they have any ties to Avalon. Rina confirms this, explaining that the guild matter is being dealt with separately from the other issue concerning the Blue Moon. Deji Ants, on the other hand, claims that all the guilds behave similarly, referring to it as the Hell Sword crafted by the Swordmaster. Hearing this, Rina inquires if she should keep tabs on our MC's movements, to which Udasai agrees, emphasizing that this entire situation must not reach that person's ears. She insists she has mentioned this multiple times, and they should all be aware of it. When she refers to that person, she essentially means our MC. Dagius points out that since that person's family targeted them first, the order to eliminate them wasn't sanctioned by them. Upon hearing this, Udasai starts to panic. In her opinion, all their actions must be driven by a direct order from our MC. She claims they are essentially swords, and a sword should never think for itself. She declares to the other Sims that from this moment on, all members of the Blue Moon must only act on orders, and they should take this decree seriously. This leaves the other Sims feeling a bit uneasy, as Udia adds that they must never disappoint that person, no matter what. Inwardly, Degius thinks he can't quite grasp any of this. For someone as powerful as Udia to feel anxiety and restlessness simply because she's discovered by that person seems excessive, but nevertheless, he tells Udia that he understands. They conclude their meetings by chanting that everything is for the Great Moon, which is essentially a phrase how the Shadow Garden from Eminence in Shadow wraps up their meetings. Meanwhile, back to our MC, he finds himself buried in paperwork, as the new Count of Palatio. He explains that after his brother's funeral, he faced a full month of endless duties, and he feels overwhelmed by them. He starts shedding some tears, lamenting that he just wants to loaf around and do nothing. This fool even claims that's what it means to be a noble. Anyway, he couldn't help but think that even though he had made quite a few enemies, his brother Leo's death was supposed to happen 6 years from now. But with the strange circumstances surrounding all his brother's deaths, everything shifted, and now all the family responsibilities had landed on him as the sole heir. Just then, a few ministers from the county walked in, bringing even more paperwork for him to deal with. He closed his eyes and started to wonder why everyone in the county suddenly seemed to be working so hard. Back when his father was still the count, they would slack off and treat work like a rainy school day. He waved at them, signaling to drop the paperwork on his desk. But in the minister's eyes, he was radiating a deathly aura. They began to worry if they had somehow angered him, with some even vowing to work even harder to avoid any consequences. He was a secret mastermind who would eliminate anyone who displeased him. But having been a former workhorse himself, he wasn't handling all this pressure very well. He wondered if it would be possible to get the ministers to do all the work for him. Later that night, Evan was a bit shocked to find out that our boy had reached the 2nd tier in magic after just 2 years of self-study in poisoncraft, which meant he was quite talented and not shy about showing it. The little rascal was casting spells all over the house. Normally it takes about 4 to 5 years of instruction to reach the 2nd tier in magic, and it often requires a natural talent as well. Our protagonist agreed that his magical talent was pretty decent. Deep down, though, he knows he's been practicing hard for self-defense because something just doesn't feel right. To wield magic effectively for protection, one must have perfect control over their mana, just like he's managing to do at this moment. Still, he can't help but wonder what good his magic is if it's only half-baked. He insists he's tried every type of magic this fantasy world offers, and at first it was thrilling. He thought that mastering magic would mean he'd have nothing to fear, but now it feels more like he's scrambling to learn magic just to save his own skin. That's when the harsh reality hits him. His mana capacity is alarmingly small. Without enough mana, there's no magic, and that spells trouble, possibly even death. As he wallows in his predicament, we discover that innate mana capacity is akin to an athlete's natural weight class. While some are born with extraordinary talent, our main character is stuck with a minuscule mana pool, and no amount of training will change that. Yet he clings to a glimmer of hope. If all else fails, there's a way to fix it. Just then, Evan interrupts his thoughts, announcing that his invitation to the ball has finally arrived, leaving our present puzzled about what he's talking about. The scene shifts a few days later to the grand ball, where our main character makes his entrance in some truly majestic attire. The fit is impressive, but being the introverted guy he is, he claims to be already worn out, even though he just got there. This party, let's call it what it is your typical aristocratic gathering in the southern part of the Asteria Kingdom. It's basically a meet and greet for nobles, and since our MC is about to be sworn in as a count soon, he really has to show up. He gets into serious mode thinking this is his golden opportunity to network with the nobility, which is crucial for his ultimate goal of living a peaceful life. But soon enough he realizes that making those connections is going to be a lot tougher than he thought, as everyone seems to be fleeing from him in sheer terror. He even tries waving at them, but they literally just run away. Evan, his friend, tries to lift his spirits, telling him not to be down, but our guy insists he's not upset at all, even if his expression says otherwise. He tells Evan he expected this reaction, and vows to try harder as he heads out on his own. However, our protagonist seems a bit clueless about what's really happening. He thinks the other nobles are looking down on him for being a low-class noble without any backing, and he's not entirely wrong. The current Palacio household is indeed filled with troublemakers, like his 2 older brothers. Picking up a wine glass, he assists himself that he didn't come to the ball without a plan, and is determined to unlock the social skills he's been secretly honing. He starts talking aloud about the wine's unique aroma in an attempt to spark a conversation, but due to a mysterious condition that makes it hard for him to show emotions on his face, he ends up looking quite villainous, especially when he tries to smile. He'd tell the lady he'd love to have some bottles at home, all the while thinking his smile is perfect. But in her eyes, he resembles a demon king, and she bolts, saying she'll tell her father to prepare them right away. To the other nobles, it looks like our protagonist just extorted and blackmailed the poor lady into giving him a limited edition regional wine. What a mess. Evan tries to comfort him, while our protagonist insists that the lady must have just been shy. Later, we find him sulking in a corner while Evan is happily munching on food, teasing him about how his list of gifts has grown. It turns out the wine incident wasn't a one-off. Every time he tries to talk to someone, they think he's trying to blackmail them, handing him things like a Pensia citrus tea and more. He can't shake the thought that Palacio has become way more notorious than he ever imagined. With rumors swirling about him having killed his two brothers, he's basically turned into a figure of fear and dread. Feeling down, he tells Evan he needs some fresh air. As he steps outside, a certain red-haired beauty catches his eye. While he's out there, he can't help but wonder where it all went wrong. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out to him from behind, asking if he has a moment. He turns around, puzzled about where the voice came from since he doesn't see anyone. Looking down, he finally spots a cute young girl who introduces herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altea. Hearing the name Altea, our MC recognizes it from the game, and he explains that the Altea family was one of the 3 major shadow players in the psychedelia game, known as the Northern Troublemakers. This realization stung a bit, as he hoped someone normal had actually spoken to him. He also wondered why he couldn't recall this girl at all, had she not appeared in the game. Loria, however, was straightforward, asking him to lend her his strength for protection, as she will be facing an assassination attempt soon. Loria explains that she's in serious trouble and needs our protagonist's help, but when he looks at her, it's clear he's unsure. You see, Loria has been living under the protection of her father's mistress, but now that her father's health has taken a turn for the worse, she fears her older sisters might try to eliminate her. Our main character can't help but think this situation mirrors his own past with his brothers. As he gazes at her, it dawns on him that the reason he didn't recognize Loria from the game is that she must have already been dead and never made an appearance. Loria, looking as adorable as ever, pleads for his assistance, claiming that with his abilities, he could really make a difference. But our protagonist firmly turns her down. She insists she's not coming to him empty-handed. If he saves her, she promises to share half of the Altea family fortune. Still, he walks away, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. Deep down, he knows he can barely manage his own magic, so it's best not to give her any false hope. Despite wanting to help, he's not the all-powerful figure everyone thinks he is. As he heads into the party room, he can't shake the image of Loria's sad face, which makes him feel guilty. He wishes her luck before stepping inside. Meanwhile, Deus and Ren, who have been observing from a distance, start to wonder what their next move should be, since one of the Altea family members has approached their master. Deus ponders whether he should report this to the Red Moon, a code name for Utia, but Ren reassures him that everything's okay because according to their intel, Loria is the only member of Altea not tangled up with Avalon. This means she's pretty much safe since Radon, the one with the sin of mesophobia, has gone off to deal with the rest of her family. They've decided that the rest of the Altea household is going to be wiped out, all under the orders of the Red Moon. Ren adds that their main mission right now is to ensure their master doesn't catch wind of anything related to the Avalon situation. Meanwhile, our clueless main character is left wondering why everyone seems to be avoiding him. Does he have some sort of invisible barrier, keeping people at bay? Just then, the red-haired woman from earlier approaches him, and it genuinely brings a smile to his face. Well, more of an inward smile since he can't believe someone actually acknowledged him. He thinks maybe this time he'll actually manage to socialize. But as he turns around, he realizes she's not just any ordinary woman. She's another shadow player. Looking at her, he recalls seeing her face in the game, and it hits him that no normal person would approach him first, unless they were trouble. He greets her, calling her Lady Zenonia, which surprises her. How does he know her name? Our protagonist explains that she's quite famous in her own right. In the Asteria Kingdom, there are 3 prominent shadow player families: the Altea in the north, the Palladio in the east, and the Zenonia in the west. This stunning curvy lady is introduced as the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia, Kalaya. She asks him if she's really that well known, and he explains that while Kalaya Palladio runs a gang, the Zenonia family operates more like a clever criminal syndicate. Just thinking about it makes him shudder. He insists that what he really needs are some solid connections to help him maintain his peaceful, noble life. For the sake of that easy life he's always dreamed of, he believes he must steer clear of this curvy, stunning woman who seems like trouble. With a respectful bow, he compliments her beauty, almost as if he's trying to say goodbye, but she stops him, saying she wants to have a word with him about something. He replies that he'd love to, but there are too many eyes on them right now. Deep down, he wishes she would just leave him alone. With a smile, she tells him he's just as the rumors say, and adds that she looks forward to seeing him again, leaving him completely dumbfounded. As she walks away, he wonders what that could mean, sensing it's some kind of code, but he shakes it off. Meanwhile, Renee and Deus, who have been watching from a distance, are pleased that their mission to keep our protagonist in the dark is going smoothly. However, Deus points out a problem. Looking out the window where our protagonist is standing, they spot someone who has been tailing him for a while, and they quickly rush out to deal with the threat. The next day, our protagonist and Evan find themselves in a forest, with Evan asking if he's really sure this is the canyon he's been searching for. Evan notes that it's midday, the sun is shining, but the canyon is oddly dark. Our boy, however, isn't paying much attention. He's ecstatic that he's finally found his true objective. As they venture inside, he jokes that if this place turns out to be empty like the others, he might actually cry. But as he looks at the symbols on the walls, he realizes this is the real deal. He explains that in the game, finding this place was a breeze. Truthfully, he admits that the only reason he traveled all the way to the south under the guise of attending the ball was to discover this labyrinth right here. The labyrinth, it's called the Labyrinth of Whispers, and if you can crack all the riddles in its 8 rooms, you'll earn a powerful artifact as a reward. Exactly what he claims to have memorized all the routes and puzzles this labyrinth has to offer. Finally, he arrives at a massive door, and as he gazes at it, he confesses that seeing the labyrinth entrance in person is breathtaking. It feels so much more real than it did in the game. In the game, he tackled this labyrinth countless times. Evan, on the other hand, asks how our protagonist even knew a place like this existed. Our boy, without thinking, replies that he's been here often, leaving Evan puzzled about what this guy is talking about. Realizing he might have slipped up, our protagonist quickly backtracks, saying he was just kidding, and suggests they head inside. Once inside, they encounter some monsters and giant golem hands that could easily crush them like twigs. Evan wonders if these creatures are tied to the riddle, and if our boy gets the answer wrong, those giant hands will show no mercy. But our boy, unfazed, starts solving the riddle, leaving Evan to wonder how he can remain so calm in such a dire situation. Evan reflects that they've been together for 4 years now, yet he still doesn't understand him at all. Things like saving orphans, repaying random debts, helping free slaves, and even delivering seemingly pointless messages. Yeah, in Evan's eyes, our boy is a total weirdo. Still, watching him solve the riddles with ease makes Evan question how this is even possible. This guy has barely left the estate, yet he seems to know everything about this labyrinth. Regardless, Evan admits that the reason he keeps following this mysterious master of his is simple. Everything he does somehow leads to a good outcome. They finally make it inside, but our main character can't shake off the gruesome visuals of the game. He's feeling queasy, but as they step into a lavish room brimming with treasures and gold, his attention is immediately drawn to a hand statue adorned with multiple rings. He declares that their goal is the Black Ring, and insists they should grab it and get out fast. Meanwhile, Evan, who's busy stuffing his pockets with gold, questions why our protagonist is so fixated on the Black Ring, which looks like the least valuable of the bunch. Our hero explains that taking anything else could lead to trouble down the line. Deep down, he realizes he's finally got his hands on the ring that holds the Oath of Restraint. As they start to head back, our MC feels pretty pleased with himself, thinking that snagging the ring was a breeze thanks to his gaming knowledge. But Evan suddenly gets a bad vibe, and points out that the rock piles they passed while entering the canyon are actually golems, and they seem to be stirring. Evan quickly gets into battle mode, feeling anxious about their situation. To him, these golems are total unknowns, making this a nightmare scenario. He thinks that if he can just get his young master out safely, he wouldn't mind sacrificing himself. But our protagonist steps up, telling Evan to stand down because he'll take care of the golems. As the golems prepare to attack, Evan urges him to find an escape route first. With the golems closing in, Evan shouts a warning, saying his second-tier magic won't be enough to handle them. But our MC stands tall, confidently invoking the Oath of Restraint, which activates the Black Ring. Suddenly, time seems to slow, and he finds himself in a different dimension. A voice introduces itself as a fragment inheriting the great will of Nyasala, instructing our protagonist to state the 2 restrictions he wishes to impose on himself. Our main character finds himself in a pretty intense situation. In the game, this part showed up as a choice window, but now, hearing this mysterious voice and seeing a gigantic face looming in the dark cosmic expanse is a bit overwhelming. The Oath of Restraint is an absorption-type artifact, and as the name suggests, it lets the user impose limitations on themselves in exchange for power. However, the sheer force of the voice makes our MC tremble a bit. The voice urges him to declare his first restraint, and with a hand sign, he states that he will always perform the hand signs of Babylonia when casting magic. The voice then asks what he hopes to gain from this restriction, and our boy responds that he desires the ability to bend the laws of the world just a little more. The voice grants him this power. For his second restraint, our boy explains that he will strictly chant the words of Babylonia when using magic. When the voice inquires about his desire behind this restriction, he boldly claims he wants even greater power to defy the laws of the world, which momentarily surprises the mysterious entity. Our protagonist starts to worry that he might have messed something up, especially since the entity paused. He even mimicked the exact skill icon from the game just to be safe. By choosing both the hand signs and the word restrictions, he believes he can achieve the highest possible magic attack power. Thanks to all his repeated gameplay, he has memorized every combination used in the game, so this should work. Finally, the entity speaks again, confirming that his restraint has been granted. It expresses gratitude to the human who has remembered all the gestures and mysteries of the forgotten god. Our protagonist is puzzled by what the entity means, but he quickly notices that the ring is being absorbed, indicating that all the restrictions were successfully applied. The entity concludes by telling our MC that it will always be watching over him as the one who will inherit its will, whatever that means. Just then, time seems to start flowing again, and it's right as the golems launch their attack on our MC. Evan tries to reach him, but our hero, unfazed, begins to cast his magic. He can't help but chuckle at his own spell, thinking how in the game it looked so impressive and powerful. But now, thanks to his meager mana, it's just so small. He gathers it in his hand, reflecting that no matter how hard he pushes himself, this will always be his limit. But hey, it's time to test out his new restraints. I have to say, his magic looks majestic. Maybe it's the pose. Anyway, he starts chanting with the first word being refraction, which makes his magic begin to take shape. Then comes repulsion, causing it to swell in size, transforming into a stunning blue light of electric magic. The magic ball is massive. Using hand signs, he adds another chant for direction, and finally, he unleashes it. The way he does it is so grand, reminiscent of how Gojo releases his purple. The sheer power of our boy's magic leaves Evan in shock as the lightning obliterates all the golems, turning them to dust. In the aftermath, Evan can hardly believe his eyes, wondering what on earth just happened. He asks our protagonist if he's been hiding his power all this time, but our boy shakes his head. Evan explains that in all his 15 years as a mercenary, he's never seen anything like that. He questions if our MC is really sure that was second-tier magic, to which our boy confirms, though deep down he's just as confused about what transpired. He admits that this wasn't at all like it was in the game. In the game's turn-based battle system of psychedelia, magic could be enhanced each turn through hand signs or incantations. This time he boosted the chain lightning magic with all 4 incantations and hand signs for a total of 5 turns. In other words, he simply used magic settings for a large-scale lightning spell. However, because of his restraint oath, he had to use the hand signs and incantations for all his magic, meaning his spells were enhanced time and again. Even so, our protagonist felt that the second-tier magic he used was a bit over the top, and the results exceeded his expectations, which caught him off guard. Meanwhile, Evan was just relieved they made it out, and as he sat down, he remarked that watching the battle was way more exhausting than actually fighting. He asked our protagonist who had created such an unpleasant canyon. After a moment of thought, our hero realized that the Maze of Whispers had a different name in the game. The map layout and strategy guide were posted on the game's community website, and it was called the Maze of Paladon. He told Evan that a guy named Paladon was the one behind it, but Evan was too worn out to even process that information. I really love this duo. Our protagonist grabbed Evan, saying they needed to head back home because he had something in mind to do once they got there. This made Evan question why his usually lazy master was suddenly so motivated today. Our main character explained that every time he picked a hand sign that matched the spell's attribute he was casting, the power increased. If he chose the right incantation, the magic properties would get enhanced, which is how the game mechanics were designed to work. The only difference was that, unlike in the game where the visuals remained the same, and only the numbers went up. In this world, the spell actually changed shape with each incantation. But he suddenly wonders if this only applies to him, especially since he's particularly skilled at controlling mana. He decides he'll need to test it out once his mana has recovered, but for now he's just relieved that everything turned out okay. As they prepare to leave on their horses, we see Ren, who has been quietly following our main character, watching the whole scene unfold. She quickly makes her way to the canyon, and upon arriving she spots the runes on the wall, and realizes she can actually read them. She explains that these are the glyphs of the Alanef Empire, which essentially tell the story of the era of the forgotten outer gods. Rena's eyes catch another glyph hidden in a corner, which she translates as, "For my friend who shall be left alone, from the coward Palon." As she examines the glyphs more closely, a smile spreads across her face. She shares that the one who halted the invasion of the dark creatures, standing victorious against the Al-Alkalaka that devoured the hearts of the citizens, was none other than the brilliant emperor known as Palon the Great. The reason she knows all this is that she inherited all this knowledge at birth, thanks to the ancient library she received. She briefly recalls our main character mentioning that Palon was the one who built the canyon. But as usual, she misinterprets the situation. She thinks that she knew our MC was special, since someone like the bloody Queen Eudia follows him, which is a pretty big deal. Having someone like Eudia as a subordinate is something you'd only read about in history books. However, she continues to believe that our MC is actually a friend of Palon, completely misreading the glyphs he saw. Moreover, she claims that the phrase our boy used while casting magic doesn't exist anywhere in the ancient library, which only strengthens her belief that our MC is truly remarkable. Blushing, she admits that Eudia was right all along, feeling a bit embarrassed about having followed orders without question all this time. And just like that, our boy ends up with another yonder in his harem. Kind of a strange thing to say since they're basically just kids, but I digress. Anyway, Rena spots Deus arriving and immediately asks if he got any info from the fool who was tailing their great master. Deus responds that the idiot is dead, and he didn't even do it. It's more like the guy's head just twisted in midair. Rena insists they need to report this back to Eudia for processing, and Deus agrees, so they head out. Meanwhile, in Zenonia County, Lady Kalia is sipping her tea, pondering how our main character is just as the rumors say. She notes his chilling, emotionless expression and those abyss-like eyes. It bothers her that he called her famous. Count Zenonia is indeed strong and well-known, but for our protagonist to label her as famous despite not being involved in social activities is quite intriguing. What's really going on here is that Kalia is the true mastermind, using black magic to control her father, the Count, making her the real head of the family. The fact that our boy called her famous makes her think he might know something about her secret, which terrifies her since no one is aware that she's turned her father into a puppet. She recalls how our protagonist mentioned there are too many eyes on them, which she misinterprets as him having discovered the person she had following him. Now that's a classic case of misunderstanding, like something out of an Eminence in Shadow scenario. Suddenly, Kalia gets a call from one of her servants, who says there's a problem. Well, she asks what's going on, and the servant insists that it's better for her to see it for herself. When she heads to her room, she discovers that the person she had following our main character is dead. The servant explains that since the seal on the body didn't activate, it means he didn't spill any secrets. But Kalia quickly points out that the person who killed her man must have intentionally brought him to her room. Frustrated, she starts questioning how our main character figured out she was the one who sent this guy to tail him. And just like that, our poor MC gets misunderstood once again. Later that night at the Altea Dachel estate, Loria was feeling pretty low. She couldn't shake the feeling that our main character was exactly what she expected someone not to be taken lightly. To her, he had those cold eyes reminiscent of her father's, and it made sense why he was known as the distinguished one of the underworld. It kind of reminds me of the honored one from JJK, but I digress. Loria realized she could never afford to make an enemy out of him, yet he was also her last hope. However, since he turned down her request for help, she misread his refusal, thinking it was clear he wouldn't take a deal that would leave him with nothing, especially since she had lost all her assets and power to her siblings. Speaking of siblings, there's the eldest son, Timalian, the eldest daughter, Marian, the second daughter, Piran, and the second son, Keeg. Being the youngest and the weakest, Loria felt completely powerless. As she walked into the estate, she reflected on how she had managed to survive this long, thanks to her father's love and mercy. But now that he was fading from the picture, she felt lost. Suddenly, She was jolted from her thoughts when the servants rushed in, breathlessly reporting that her siblings had all taken their own lives. She was left in utter disbelief. She knew they would never do something like that. Those fools would rather stab each other in the back. Literally, the idea of them ending their own lives was just insane. She quickly demanded to know what had happened to Tamalian and Marion, only to hear that they had met the same fate. In a shocking twist, we see them actually stabbing each other, and it felt like the work of Deus pulling the strings. But it wasn't. As Loria stands there in shock, trying to wrap her head around what just happened, we catch a glimpse of Radun, the sin of Mysophobia, striding out of the Altea castle, boldly announcing that the mission is complete. As Radun fades into the night, Loria is still reeling from the events. She recalls our MC reassuring her that she shouldn't worry because good things are on the horizon. Like everyone else, she's convinced that our MC is the true mastermind behind it all. In her mind, he's been playing it cool, hiding his claws until the perfect moment to seize control. Essentially, Loria believes that our MC turned down her request at the party, but secretly took out her siblings. Honestly, I can see why she'd think that. Just like our protagonist, she suddenly became the sole heir of the Duckle family overnight, which is pretty terrifying. Loria starts to panic, questioning what kind of monstrous devil she's made a pact with. It's actually kind of hilarious. These folks are treating our MC like some all-powerful overlord. But if they only knew he's just a laid-back guy who prefers to chill all day. Anyway, Loria is in full-on panic mode because there's no turning back now, and she can't shake the thought of what happens to those who betray our MC, especially with so many examples already out there. She steels herself to follow the path she's chosen. 2 months later, back at the Palladio estate, our main character receives a few gifts from the Duke of Altea. When he sees one of the gifts, Evan is taken aback. It's a bottle of Cernan's wine, which is worth a small fortune, costing a few thousand gold coins per bottle. He can't believe he's actually holding one in his hands. As he reads the note inside, he's even more surprised to find it simply says, "With respect from Loria Altea." This leaves him puzzled because Loria is the one who sent him this gift, not her father. It dawns on him that this isn't just some noble trying to make a connection, and he can't quite wrap his head around it. Deep down, he feels a twinge of guilt for not being able to help her back then. He quickly asks the delivery guy if he's sure this gift is really meant for him, and the guy nods, explaining that the Duke herself prepared it, and insisted he deliver it personally. That's when it hits him. Loria has officially become the Duke of the Altea Dukedom, which completely surprises him. By the way, doesn't Loria seem a bit older than she should? It's only been a 2-month time skip, but who's counting? Loria, on her end, reflects on how quickly those 2 months have flown by. She shares that after her father's funeral, she took on the role of Duke following the succession ceremony. Looking around her office, she remembers how she couldn't even step foot in this room back then. The loss of her siblings happened so suddenly, but she was never suspected because she had a solid alibi. She was at the ball. She recalls that during that time, her siblings had taken down her secret organization, and when she returned to the mansion, she felt utterly powerless. But now she realizes that it was a surprising turn of events. Essentially, Loria thinks our main character picked the perfect moment to take out her siblings, and even managed to give her an alibi, which makes her think he must have an incredibly high IQ to come up with such a plan. To Loria, it seems like our MC pretended not to care about helping her, all to keep up appearances at the party that night, while he was actually busy cleaning up the mess behind the scenes. It's like some overlord-level scheming. These folks are really elevating our MC to legendary status. She even wonders just how far ahead he can see. She mentions that she didn't even bring up her father's funeral to him because she didn't want to add to his burdens. In any case, Loria wraps up her thoughts by concluding that our MC must have helped her, because he needs the Altea Dukedom for some part of his grand plan. She acknowledges that while she managed to unite all the subordinate organizations of the Altea Dukedom, it still wouldn't be enough to match the hidden power our MC possesses, which can only mean one thing. He's after something from her. She points out that our MC is the Count of Palazzo, a major player in the underworld, who has built his power and influence solely through his business savvy. Loria wonders if there's even anything she could offer him that he doesn't already have. She also speculates whether our MC needs the Altea name to continue manipulating the political landscape from the shadows. But for now, she decides to focus on her own tasks, knowing that the Distinguished One will reach out to her soon. And just like that, our boy adds another problem child to the orphanage. And honestly, The nickname The Distinguished One is just too cool. I'm loving this series. Blushing, Loria hopes that our MC appreciated her gift and the gratitude she sent his way. Yeah, things are definitely getting a bit out of control. Back to our MC. The delivery guy takes off, leaving him still bewildered about everything that's happening. He reflects on how Loria was threatened with death, and now she's the Duke. Even Evan is scratching his head wondering what's going on with our boy. But our MC senses that something feels off. Fast forward a few months. 5 years before the original story kicks off, and our boy has matured quite a bit. As Evan approaches him, he asks if he should start calling him Count from now on, but our boy reassures him that he can call him whatever he likes, since the succession ceremony hasn't happened yet. However, since a year has passed while he's been acting as the Count, the ceremony doesn't really hold much weight anymore. Deep down, our boy starts to feel a bit downcast, realizing that he never intended to become the Count in the first place. His original plan was pretty straightforward. This little rascal even jotted down some rules for himself on how to enjoy life in psychedelia. First, avoid the succession war. Second, settle down in Rodmill. And lastly, embark on a gourmet adventure. But he lifts his spirits, thinking that since he's gotten used to this new role, he can really make the most of being a noble. Which is true because the balance between work and relaxation is way better than he ever imagined. Anyway, Evan hands him a letter saying it's from Utya. As they head inside, our MC asks Evan if he's found out anything about the assassins who took his brother Leo's life. But Evan admits he hasn't got any leads yet. Still, he encourages our MC to give the Information Guild some time, since they're still on the case. This actually sheds light on why Utya was so jumpy, and asks the other sins to ensure our boy didn't find out they were behind Leo's death. Anyway, Evan then asks what our boy plans to do with that information, sure that it's not about revenge, but our boy thinks to himself that the slight changes from the original game are probably butterfly effects caused by his actions, so he tells Evan he just wants to be ready for any surprises. Evan teasingly remarks that he sounds like a real Count when he says that, but our boy just lets out a sigh. As he opens the letter from Utya, he can't help but wonder what he has to share this time. In her letter, Utya fills him in on life at the orphanage, mentioning how everyone is diving into their own hobbies. She highlights Deus, who she claims has become quite the expert in puppet manipulation. Almost professional, she says. Then there's Sailrang, who loves gaming with her friends, and Rena, who still has her nose buried in books, but has also taken to building sand castles. And Radon. He's found joy in nurturing his garden. Hearing all this brings a smile to his face. This monthly ritual of exchanging letters has become a comforting routine, and each message warms his heart a little more. Even though he's never seen these kids in person, knowing they're thriving fills him with joy. He realizes, though, that he doesn't actually know how old they are. Curious, he asks Evan, who points out that they're now at an age where they can step out into the world. Evan mentions that the 5 great sins are just about ready to leave the orphanage, which surprises him. He hadn't expected them to grow up so quickly. He even pictures them as adults, coming back to thank him for everything he's done. It dawns on him that it might be time to let them go. When Evan questions this, reminding him that he brought them to the orphanage because they were hurting, he reassures him that they've grown enough to stand on their own now. It's time for them to forge their own paths. Deep down, he knows he cared for them just enough to prevent them from becoming the deadly sins, so they should be all right. Evan nods in agreement, acknowledging that since they're all healthy, it makes sense to set them free. Our boy recalls that in the psychedelia game, each boss battle came with a vivid description of its setting through narration. Utea had the gift of faith, Deus wielded the sword, Renee excelled in studying, Shulrang was a natural fighter, and Radan had the calling of an apostle. Essentially, our main character believes that if these kids harness their talents in the right ways and in the right areas, they'll be just fine when they step out into the world. So he's decided to write each of them a personal letter, and in a moment of self-praise, he thinks his plan is absolutely brilliant. While he's at it, he figures he should also prepare a special gift for each one of them. He can't help but imagine how thrilled the kids will be. After spending the entire day crafting the letters, he finally finishes up. Evan, who was meant to keep him company, has dozed off, and as soon as he wakes, he rushes off to deliver the letters before RMC can catch him. I really adore the bond between these two. RMC wonders if he might get something back from these little landmines of his. Once they make a name for themselves in the world, he wraps up his thoughts by encouraging them all to read his letter and venture out into the world, which is genuinely heartwarming. However, contrary to his intentions, the kids take his letters with utmost seriousness as if they've received a direct command from Ains from Overlord. With a serious demeanor, Yudia informs the others that their orders have arrived, adding that their lord has prepared something special for each of them. And I have to say, even though it's only been about a year since the time skip, these kids have really grown up. Just look at Deus, he's so tall now. I kind of miss how small they used to be, but it's all good. As they each check out their letters, their reactions vary. Deus stays cool and collected as usual. Solrong can't contain his excitement and starts jumping for joy. Ren is still simping for our main character, and Yudia looks a bit confused by it all. Yudia reminds the other sins that before they dive into anything else, they should all take a moment to read the previous letters she's been getting from our character. Yudia insists that understanding our boy's orders requires a bit more insight. Hearing this, Solrong lights up, asking if they can really all read them now, since before only Yudia had that privilege. Yudia reassures them that since their lord and master has decided to give each of them individual orders, it's clearly time for everyone to be in the loop. However, as they read the letters, they're left speechless, because the content is just casual small talk. Yudia quickly comforts them, explaining that our MC has always liked to disguise his orders as ordinary conversation. She even shows them the very first letter he sent her, which is just a friendly greeting and a complaint about how his brothers were picking on him. But Yudia interprets it differently, claiming that our MC was actually giving a target for elimination and asking them to report back once a month. This misunderstanding continues, and the other sins just roll with it as if it's the most normal thing in the world. Deus points out that our MC is doing this to prevent any leaks of information, and Yudia confirms this, explaining that that's why they all need to learn to decipher our boy's orders through the letters and carry them out. Deus then questions whether, if our MC is worried about leaks, wouldn't it be better for them to visit him in person, or use a magic communicator? Redden agrees, saying that Deus has a valid point, since letters are the riskiest when it comes to information leaks. But Yudia, with a cold gaze, reminds them that they must never question the will of their great master. All they need to do is follow his orders. Even Deus feels a bit intimidated, and reassures Yudia that he hasn't forgotten. Meanwhile, Saorang, on the other hand, is just thrilled to have received a letter. She encourages the others to read theirs too, and as each of them opens their respective letters, they interpret the messages in their own unique ways. Deus announces that his orders are to head to Caliburn, the nation of knights, while Saorang mentions she's supposed to go to the colony, which is smack in the middle of a desert. Redden says he's off to Raxus, the entertainment city, and Ren is set for Larthania, the maze city. Then there's Yudia, who in her full yandere mode insists she's heading to the Rosario Kingdom. And honestly, what's up with that artist? Why did they draw our girl like that? Not that I'm complaining, though. Yudia then asks if everyone knows what they should do once they arrive, and they all nod in agreement. Deus admits he's not entirely sure why, but his orders are to become a knight. Saorang reassures everyone that they've also been told not to worry, as the patronage will continue. Rena chimes in, saying their master has also revealed the gifts, and Redden adds that whatever those gifts are, they'll find out when they get there. Yudia praises them all, and reminds them to keep one crucial thing in mind. Unless their great master says it first, they should never mention the name of the Blue Moon. This basically means they can't reveal our boy's real name under any circumstances. And just like that, all the sins left the orphanage, ready to embark on their respective missions. 3 months later, back at our protagonist's desk, he was diving into some research on magic. As he sifted through the information, he realized it was just as he feared. There was nothing new about the changes in magic and its phases. This meant he'd have to figure things out on his own. Glancing over at Evan, who was nearby, he asked how the search for the person who killed his brother Leo was progressing. Evan replied that the Information Guild still hadn't uncovered anything, leaving our protagonist deep in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that the butterfly effect had spiraled out of control. After all, he had saved the 5 deadly sins, and even Loria, who should have died long ago, was not only alive, but had also become a duke. That was pretty unsettling. She was amassing power and influence in the underworld at a frightening pace. Dude, he really doesn't get that all this influence is being set up for him. He then instructed Evan to halt the investigation into his brother's assassin. When Evan asked if he was sure about that, our protagonist reflected that sometimes ignorance is bliss. In the game world, it seemed like nothing could escape the Information Guild's network. And since this situation was doing just that, it felt like a recipe for trouble. He worried that these kinds of things could lead to unforeseen and pointless deaths. Ultimately, he reasoned that as long as he didn't interfere with the organization that killed his brother, they wouldn't pose a threat to him. There was no reason for them to attack unless he approached them first, and he had no plans to do that. So he told Evan that there was no point in continuing the search, and Evan nodded in agreement, saying he would inform the Information Guild to stop the investigation. Switching gears, Evan shares some news. It seems Deus has just been named a knight in Caliburn. Our boy, fully aware this was coming, simply brushes it off with a casual, "good for him." 3 months later, and Evan has more updates. Deus has apparently formed an entire knight order, but again our boy shrugs it off, only remarking on Deus's talent. He then asks if this means Deus has reached at least the sword expert level, or maybe even higher. The sword skills are divided into 3 tiers: sword user, sword expert, and sword master. Our boy figures it hasn't been long since Deus was knighted, but Evan points out that people are buzzing about it, claiming the world will see the 5th Master Knight in under 10 years. Curious, our boy asks if Evan is referring to the rank of Sword Caliburn when he mentions Master Knight, and Evan confirms it, hearing that our boy can't help but feel a swell of pride. 6 months later, a whole year has passed since the 5 deadly sins left the orphanage, and by now our boy is settling into his responsibilities as a count. Suddenly, Evan calls out to him with some fresh news. Deus has become a Sword Caliburn, officially making him the 5th Master Knight in the kingdom. Our boy is taken aback and reminds Evan that only sword masters can achieve the title of Master Knight. The Sword Master of Psychedelia is a superhuman who has surpassed the Aura Blade and unlocked a unique ability called Derivation. He presses Evan again, asking if he's sure Deus has really become a sword master. Evan clarifies that, to be precise, Deus is on the verge of becoming one, he just hasn't developed his derivation yet. Still, the kingdom has already bestowed upon him the title of Master Knight, and on top of that he has triumphed in a duel against the 4th sword. Evan adds that the 4th sword also fell to the northern barbarians, which our boy confirms, noting that according to the game's lore, they should have been at war for over a decade. Evan goes on to explain that mastering mana and learning to manipulate it within a person's body takes about 15 years, and creating a derivation can take several decades. The first sword, Reinhardt, was just 32 when he became the youngest Master Knight in history. And this all happens during the main story's Act 3. Reinhardt was incredibly strong. Even with his natural talent, it took him over 20 years to reach that level. Now here's Deus, a child with no sword knowledge, who's already a Master Knight. Our boy thinks that if Deus is just waiting for his derivation, it basically means he's surpassed Reinhardt while still being a sword master. He wonders if he can latch onto him sooner than he thought. And Evan, as usual, just nods as if it's the most normal thing in the world. But our boy quickly dismisses that idea, saying he can't do that. Just like that, Evan shifts his tone again. Anyway, our protagonist feels like Utea is the only one who truly cares about him. It's been a whole year, and the only letters he's received have been from her. Even while navigating through the Holy Kingdom, Utea kept sending him updates about the deadly sins, which shows they've been in touch. Yet he can't help but feel a bit down that these kids, despite never having seen his face, should have at least thanked him for the gifts he prepared for them back then. He feels a pang of guilt, but slaps himself across the face to refocus. He tells himself he's grateful they haven't destroyed the kingdom after awakening to their deadly sin powers. He reassures himself that as long as they're doing okay, he's happy with that. But I don't think Evan is buying it, though. In the heart of Caliburn, right in the bustling central area of Kirtham, stands the Grand Mansion, where the esteemed Solar Eclipse Knights make their home. As the knights went about their usual training routines, our boy Deus watched from above. Known as the captain of the Solar Eclipse Knights and the youngest Master Knight in the kingdom, he had a lot on his mind. For the first time, we also catch a glimpse of his adorable little sister. From Deus' perspective, it's hard to believe that a whole year has passed since he left the orphanage. Reflecting on that time still makes him feel a bit embarrassed. You see, when Deus lost everything to the Black Organization, he was separated from his sister, whom he thought he had lost forever. That experience filled him with uncontrollable rage and hatred. It was during this dark time that our boy saved him. Deus explains that just being saved wasn't enough for him to pledge his loyalty right away. But when Utea promised him a chance for revenge, he decided to follow orders under the Blue Moon, which led him through countless dangerous missions and intense training. Looking back, Deus admits he didn't care much about the missions or his own well-being. For years, he carried out tasks that would lay the groundwork for fighting against the dark forces. Eventually, he received his very first personal order, but honestly, he felt a bit skeptical about it, especially with our boy letter involved. In the letter, our boy instructed him to head to a small hotel in southern Caliburn, mentioning that he had left a gift for him there. At that moment, Deus wasn't particularly excited about the gift. However, when he stepped into that hotel, he was completely taken aback. Inside that unexpected letter from our main character was something truly precious. The gift was his long-lost family, his little sister. As he embraced her tightly, Deus realized this was a gift more valuable than life itself. Our MC embraced his sister tightly. His voice trembled as he tried to speak through the tears. He said that the sister he had believed to be dead was still alive. Overwhelmed by pain and relief, he looked at her and asked what had happened after he lost her. Stella also cried while holding her brother's arm, offering a faint smile of comfort. A little later, they sat together with cups of tea. When she had calmed, she began to explain. After those people dragged her away, she had been trapped in darkness for a long time. The memories returned vividly as she spoke. She described being locked inside a pitch-black cage, waiting for the moment she would be taken out to be killed. When her turn finally came, someone terrifyingly strong appeared. That person grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the light, allowing her to escape and survive. Years later, when she was nearly sold to a slave merchant, another powerful figure protected her again. A blade cut through the attackers, saving her a second time. That person was Alan's knight, Yuan, who rescued Styla, Dana's sister. Returning to the present, Styla explained that after those events, he had received precious medicine from a sponsor. She confidently repeated his words while holding Alan's letter. She explained that the letter had been handed to him directly and that Alan continued to send medicine and support without fail. The name written on the letter was Alan Palestunio, and the message stated that Alan had sent everything specifically for Styla, and she added that Alan had instructed him to deliver it personally. By that moment, our MC understood that the Great Moon had been acting for her sake as well. He already knew how precious she was to him, and she cheerfully said that the great sponsor had helped her more than she could ever express. She felt deeply grateful for everything he had done. Alan had supported them through his knight Yuan because he wished to keep his true identity hidden. Our MC, however, was stunned. Shock spread across his face as he whispered that the Great Moon had been protecting her under his own name. He could not understand how the Great Moon even knew about their situation. He stated that he had never spoken about his family to anyone. Only Yusha had noticed the black lamp that once targeted him. He grew serious, gripping his own shoulders as he asked himself how the Great Moon knew everything. Everyone recognized the Great Moon as the unparalleled prodigy behind countless stories, someone who seemed aware of every hidden truth. At the same time, memories flickered inside our MC's mind. Moments connected to Yusha. Confusion and disbelief pulled at him like threads snapping together into a single picture. Everything suddenly aligned. He struggled to understand the anxiety Yusha had shown whenever she spoke about the Great Moon, the nervousness in her voice, and her repeated reminder that a sword could never act on its own without its master. Darkness washed through his thoughts as he realized that the foolish one had been himself. Yet a glimmer of hope remained. He remembered the words he had once heard. The Great Moon already knew everything, and had been leaving hints for the child who would be forced to survive alone. His body trembled, his voice shaking as this truth finally struck him. Styla pulled him out of that spiraling realization and asked why he looked so stunned. Inside, our Missy understood that his own sword had dared to act alone, yet the Great Moon had chosen to be merciful. The narrator's view widened, revealing how the Great Moon, Alan, had been guiding our MC's life like a carefully arranged strategy, almost as if controlling him like a puppet. Our MC whispered that he had spent all those years consumed by hatred and revenge against the black sheep, never realizing the truth behind everything. Our MC looked at his sister. Her cheerful expression carried the brightness of someone who had emerged from a long, terrifying darkness. She had survived, saved the Great Moon, and protected their family. To him, that survival felt like a gift beyond measure. His thoughts twisted again as Yusha's words echoed in his mind. She had always told him that one day he would understand why she followed the man who was truly terrifying, the Great Moon. Our MC realized she had never been a fanatic, nor someone who clung to blind trust. She had earned Caliban and become a knight through her own will, and yet she prayed to Alan as if he were a god. Now our mech finally understood why. Determination tightened his expression. He declared that his mission was to reach the pinnacle of Caliban, to stand as a master knight, and to create a personal knight order composed of the finest swordsmen devoted to the great moon. He also understood why Yusha always said that Alan was her god and lifesaver. She felt nothing but unwavering loyalty toward him. Fueled by his decision, our Emak embraced the path of sword mastery in the creation of his knight order. The story of their rise began to take shape. Sometime later, Banu stood on the balcony. A tall knight approached and informed him that the time had come. Banus walked forward and looked down at the assembled knight order. He announced that this expedition would become the first stepping stone for the solar skeletons. Hardship meant nothing to him. He gripped his mesmerizing yet terrifying sword and declared that he awaited the day he could offer his gratitude to the great moon, along with a repayment that would satisfy him. His eyes glowed with dark determination, his loyalty toward the prodigy of their age unwavering. He vowed to prove himself under the moon. The solar skeleton knights then departed for an expedition against the barbarians. Our MC sat outside quietly, thinking that the place felt peaceful, perhaps because all his subordinates had grown into capable warriors. Meanwhile, Alan examined his book and muttered that everyone had flown away from him, and he no longer wanted more information for now. His life felt increasingly chaotic, yet he reminded himself to focus. He joked about needing to stop writing in cursive and promised himself he would write more clearly. After returning from the labyrinth, he shifted his attention to researching the phrases he had encountered. Alan let out a quiet chuckle, satisfied that his reports were finally complete. As he leaned back, he reviewed the concepts he had been analyzing: reinforcement of magical imprintation and the behavior of refraction within spells. He noted that refraction strengthened the imperfections inside a completed spell, allowing its rage to expand outward, while repulsion distorted the structure and influenced the transition of a fired projectile. The phenomenon still amazed him. With the universe law in his hands, his ability to manipulate the very rules that govern reality, he could alter magic beyond its original limits. According to his observations, blue light reinforced parallel magic, such as electrical attacks. He developed a theory that lines of diffraction allowed penetration, which created a critical effect upon impact. When he struck the golem earlier, the massive creature had been obliterated instantly. Despite its size and strength, it had been completely vaporized. For him, the rule always mattered, and not a single phrase within a spell could afford a mismatch. However, with his current mana, he could only use one magic of that scale per day. Fatigue pressed heavily on him. It had taken a long time to understand even this much. He grew serious as he remembered the world's limitations. The hand signs and phrases of baby Rowena had been lost long ago, leaving no record of them. Nothing existed in the written history of this world, so he was forced to research alone and build the missing pieces from scratch. Even so, he found himself oddly enjoying the challenge despite having learned magic only for self-protection. He placed his fingers together, preparing the spell he had been refining for 2 months. A crackling purple light formed in front of him. Alan described the result aloud, noting that eliminating the focal point of the mana phrase would force the imbalance required to create lightning. A small sphere of purple lightning appeared. Alan called it a weak and limited form, merely a flexion spell. Yet the moment he finished the chant, a wave of thunder rippled from it, completing the structure. He continued, chanting again. Compression. The condensed magic cannon tightened as the phrases broke down and reshaped themselves. At the final instant, he completed the last hand sign, triggering the purpose built into the spell. A violent thunder cannon erupted upward, blasting into the sky. Massive energy flooded the area, shaking the ground as bright blue lightning washed across the field like a roaring tide. Alan stood frozen, unable to believe the force that had been released. The order of the spell phrases had mattered more than anything. When he had attempted to use breakdown first, the spell failed instantly. But now, a voice echoed behind him. Impossible. Alan turned sharply. Shock stiffened his expression when he saw the figure standing there. Kalia, the red-haired woman villain of her kingdom, murderer of her father, and the one who had always wanted to turn Alan into her puppet, stood with her butler. Her eyes were fixed on the remnants of lightning still flickering in the air. The butler's eyes widened. Origin magic. Using origin magic means he stands at the caliber of a seventh circle mage. Alan stiffened again, stunned by the term. Origin circle. He had never heard his abilities described like that. Yet the truth was clear. Someone had just named what he had become. Alan's expression twisted with disbelief as he watched the two of them stare at him with those ridiculous, exaggerated faces. He wondered how they could look so foolish at such a moment. Their reactions reminded him of his days at the academy, and his thoughts drifted back to a memory of his professor. During his time in Clyburn, the nation of knights, he had once received advice from that professor. The man had explained that one could establish an order only after gaining recognition from the king, and Alan had originally intended to become a mage simply to defend himself. He wanted strength only for protection, both for himself and for those he cared about. Yet his professor had never taken him seriously. Instead, the man had treated him like a pet, constantly praising him and patting his head with the flat of his sword. He would call Alan talented, claiming him as his own student, begging him not to leave the country because he considered him precious. The narrator had even shown how fondly the professor looked at him. Alan, however, had always been annoyed by those assumptions. His magic ability had not come from the professor. None of it had been inspired or created by that man. Every spell, every theory, every refinement, he had achieved them through his own research. The story then shifted toward the coming tension. The next chapter would reveal another twist as Alan prepared more dangerous spells and tested more destructive magic. Meanwhile, Kalia, the red-haired woman who had killed her father and aimed to claim the kingdom, had reappeared with her butler. Alan had never helped her, yet she continued devising schemes to devour him for her own ambition. She always planned in the shadows, but Alan had a superior mind. The moment he recognized her intention, he quietly prepared to use Kalia as a pawn in a far greater strategy of his own. Inside Allen Castle, the red-haired Lady Kalia sat quietly in the reception room of the Platino family. Her butler stood beside her, and she tried to steady her thoughts. But tension kept rising the moment she remembered how she felt when she first saw Alan. She had come here for two clear reasons. First, Alan possessed a card capable of delivering a devastating blow to Genonia. Second, she needed to confirm Count Loria Platino's intentions, and since through magic, the power Alan had absorbed from Platino. As she organized her thoughts, she spoke about Alan's brilliance. To her, Alan was a prodigy, the great moon, immense and unmatched in potential. She could easily picture him wielding enough power to hold the entire Palestinian territory in his grasp. With the support of the Blue Moon organization protecting him, his future was even more terrifying. Her butler suddenly trembled, unable to hide his fear at the mere mention of Alan's strength. Kalia glanced at him, surprised that someone like him would react this way. To think that a man as arrogant as him would tremble because of Alan. Her butler, Benjel, was a fifth-rank mage who had been expelled from the mage tower for conducting inhuman experiments. His strength was undeniable, a man capable of wiping out an entire battalion with a single spell. Despite years of her support, he had never bowed his pride to anyone, yet Alan made even him shudder. Kalia studied her butler carefully. The terror on Benjel's face was deeper than anything she had ever witnessed from him. A chill ran through her as she realized she could feel that fear rising from within him, something she had never imagined possible. A disturbing thought crossed her mind. Could my own mage truly be unable to stand against our prodigy, Alan? And could Brad really be someone who reached the level of an origin mage? The possibility tightened her nerves even further. Before she could steady herself, Alan opened the door without hesitation. His expression was unreadable, cold and unshaken. He looked straight at Callie and Benjil, his voice carrying no warmth. "What business brings you to the Count's estate?" Kalia answered as calmly as she could. "I apologize for coming without notice. This is the Count's territory. I lost my way while trying to find you, Count." Alan examined her closely and replied, "I will not hold it against you, Lady Genonia. Now tell me, what is the purpose of your visit to my castle?" His gaze remained hard, his tone sharp, and there was nothing gentle in the way he spoke. He sat on the sofa with steady confidence before continuing. "Let me make one thing absolutely clear. What I used earlier was not the magic of an origin mage. If you feel the need to assign it a rank, it would be closer to the second rank." Then he shifted his eyes to Benjil, making sure both of them understood. I'm sure you sensed it, mage. That magic has no real function. It serves neither defense nor offense. He paused, his voice dropping into a cold warning. In other words, it would be best if you keep what you saw to yourselves. Kalia and Benjil stiffened in terror. She felt her breath shake and immediately responded, trembling. Yes, Count. I must have misunderstood. I won't speak of it to anyone. Shock flickered across her face as she added softly, Benjil is using something horrifying. Alan exhaled slowly and replied with calm relief. Good. That's reassuring. Alan, the great moon, the prodigy she feared and admired, continued speaking with his calm, unshaken tone. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, what is the real reason for your visit? Kalia gathered herself and responded politely. We were nearby on other business and wished to pay our respects. So there is no particular matter? Alan asked. She denied it immediately. There is not. Alan rose slightly, his voice steady. Regrettably, I have work to attend to, so I cannot spare much time for conversation. Understanding the clear dismissal, Kalia stood and bowed. I understand. Thank you for granting me even a brief audience. I will take my leave. But Alan spoke again before she turned away. If what you seek is someone to talk to, Kalia froze at his unexpected words. He finished coldly. It may be best to visit Duke Altai. I have a feeling the two of you would get along well. She blinked, unsure of what Alan was implying or what scheme he intended. Still, she bowed again with proper courtesy. Hearing your words, I will keep that in mind. I shall visit Duke Altai's castle. Moments later, she and Benjil stepped out of the mansion and left the estate. Outside, Alan stood with his knight Yuan. Yuan watched the retreating pair and asked, If that was Genonia, why would a ruined Western family come looking for us? Alan answered with a casual tone, I have no idea. Nothing comes to mind. Inside, however, a quiet thought surfaced. Good grief, this is troublesome. Outside the mansion, Alan's mind tightened with a single thought. If rumors spread that I'm using origin mage magic, people desperate for power will come hunting. And this world is nothing but a dark fantasy. An intruder could appear at any moment, trying to kill me and steal my abilities. The possibility alone felt suffocating. Returning to reality, Alan muttered softly, You understand what I mean, don't you? There is no reason for Genonia to approach Altai. Those two families are rivals in the underworld. A cold tension settled in him. In any case, don't come to me alone again. Inside the carriage, Kalia's POV. As the carriage moved, Kalia broke the silence. Count Palestinian's magic? Was it truly origin magic? Benjil trembled. No, it was not. Then your reaction earlier. What was that? Benjil took a slow breath, fear tightening his voice. Origin magic is created by drawing new laws onto the canvas of absolute immutable principles. That privilege belongs only to a supreme archmage. But his expression shifted as he recalled what he had witnessed. The Count was completely different. His eyes widened in terror. When I activated my observation eye and looked at his magic, the canvas itself was being torn apart. He saw again the overwhelming presence of the great moon. Alan, a force that felt omniscient and overpowering. Benjil continued, his voice shaking. He twisted the absolute principles by himself, fixing lightning in place, reshaping and collapsing laws, yet still manifesting a spell. A miracle so absurd it defies reason. Kalia stared at him, stunned. Benjil pressed on, his gaze sharp with conviction. Behind that power I saw something dark, something demonic, an eye capable of manipulating any law. His voice dropped into a whisper. It was unmistakably the work of a forgotten great god. He clutched his head tightly, shouting, I need to stop. Thinking any further is dangerous. After a difficult breath, he continued, I once earned praise for studying forbidden knowledge magic from the Forgotten Era. That is why I'm certain. His voice turned cold as ice. Do not oppose Count Palestinian, and never make him your enemy. Kalia let out a brief stiff chuckle, gritting her teeth as she tried to settle her thoughts. So there's no point in trying to uncover his intention? She muttered inwardly. Perhaps Alan truly meant it. Perhaps it really is best to visit Duke Altai, just as the great moon himself had advised. 2 years had passed since the children had been sent off on their individual paths. Inside his office, Alan asked calmly, Any new information? Preferably news about that kid. Ivan shook his head. Nothing about the children, Count. But there is something else. Alan glanced up, uninterested at first. Ivan continued, giving news that struck like lightning. Genonia County and the Altai Duchy have formed an alliance. Alan froze. What the hell did you just say? The two pillars of the underworld have united, even confirmed. On the surface, it appears harmless, but in the underworld, the alliance is confirmed. Alan dragged a hand down his face in pure frustration. I went through all that effort raising those little sinners, and now the world gives me a shadow alliance instead. Is the Astria kingdom going to collapse next? Exhaustion washed over him. A creeping fear followed. No way, she didn't. Kalia didn't actually take my words seriously that day, right? He remembered his cold suggestion. Visit Duke Altai. He certainly hadn't meant form an alliance with him. He slapped his forehead again. Come on, it has to be temporary. With Kalia's personality, cold, arrogant, hostile, it's impossible. But I should prepare. He picked up his pen to write a letter. Kalia, if I came off blunt, if I sounded cold, I was not intending to insult you. He stared at the line. This doesn't sound like an excuse at all. Still, he folded the letter and handed it to Yuan. Yuan, I'm leaving this to you. Yuan nodded. I'll deliver the message to Lady Genonia through the Machinery Guild. I'll continue searching for the children as well. Alan sank back, scanning several reports. I wonder what Randan and Sealrang are doing now. Even Yisha. His eyes landed on a blood-stained letter the two had sent after reaching their destination. Sairang wouldn't have died, right? The thought was dark, but it slipped out. He continued reading. If they followed the instructions and found the gift, they should have gained their warrior symbol. Maybe even escaped Baba Yaga by accident. Alan reviewed the note describing the ability of the gold-mounted beast's hand glove, the treasure he had given Sairang. That girl received something valuable. She wasn't born with the sin of pride. She could have become a strong warrior instead of a fallen sinner. He sighed. It was right there in the item description. If I had told her about the treasure's hidden value, she could have sold it or used it for funding. With her talent, she could have made a living anywhere. His gaze drifted toward the balcony and the stretching horizon beyond. After all, he murmured, this land is a place where anyone can seize the world through strength. Night draped the desert colony in a quiet, shimmering glow. Deep inside a hidden cave, Sairang stretched her arms with a tired yawn and waved her hand as she walked forward. At last, the ordeal is finally over, she murmured cheerfully. She lifted the golden hand glove, the treasure Alan, Great Moon, had given her. Oh, Great Moon, thank you, she whispered, eyes sparkling. This gift is incredible. Clutching the glove with affection, she thought of the pale gold kitten-like spirit that had appeared earlier. I always believed the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was just some random charm, she said. But what I heard as a child wasn't some fairy tale at all. Memories surfaced, her mother's gentle voice, the warmth of their old home, her tribe's forgotten pride. Our Lenjin are descendants of the Golden Mane tribe, her mother had once told her, kings of all beastkin. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe is a high relic passed down for hundreds of years. It grants us power and divine authority. Returning to the present, Sairang held her breath. And I found that very essence inside this desert cave. The moment she had put on the golden glove, pain had surged through her entire body. So real, so overwhelming. She had faced trial after trial inside her own consciousness, each challenge tearing at her mind. But she endured. Looking at her hand, she whispered, one day I nearly died as a test subject. Yet the Great Moon saved my life. The memory stung her heart. Abandoned, orphan, treated as nothing. But Alan had changed her fate. The power to take revenge on the Black Dragon. The monster who killed my parents, she said, voice trembling with emotion. She tightened her fist. Golden aura burst from her palm, flaring across the cave like sunlight tearing through darkness. I must repay the Great Moon's grace. Energy surged violently from her body, the golden essence blooming outward with force strong enough to shake dust from the walls. She stared at her glowing hand, amazed. This gift was never meant to make me an ordinary gladiator, she muttered. Not at all. Testing the glove's strength, she felt the awakened lineage roaring behind her blood. All I have to do is become the strongest gladiator alive, gather the scattered Golden Mane relics, and restore our tribe's glory. Golden light erupted again, brighter, fiercer, unstoppable. Raising her hand high, she declared with absolute resolve, I will slay the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, a few moments later, Sairang stepped out of the cave and looked up at the beautiful moon. With confidence, she said, all of this is for my savior. Let us begin. Excited, she continued. The Golden Man, who commands the greatest of all beastkind, The kings among their race shall rise again under the blue moon after 500 years. The scene now shifts to our protagonist. He's having his usual chat with Evan while flipping through some documents. Evan mentions that the Information Guild has managed to dig up some details about the children. Evan reveals that he was supposed to share this news a while ago, but it slipped his mind. Trying to keep it casual, our protagonist asks what the info is, and Evan reveals that Shulrong has been doing exceptionally well in the colony, even earning the nickname the Golden Flash. Evan feels like he's heard the name Golden Flash before, but it's just not coming to him. Regardless, he's just happy to hear that Shulrang is doing well. Evan points out that in that land, anyone can become anything, as long as they're strong. Kind of like the lawless city in Eminence in the Shadow. Curious, Evan asks if Evan has any updates on Radon, since he hasn't heard from him since arriving in the entertainment city of Raxus. Evan mentions that there's some info about Radon, but the Information Guild is still checking its accuracy. Upon hearing this, our MC calls Evan out, asking why he's just lounging around when he should be busy. Evan is puzzled, thinking he's done everything he was supposed to do, but Alan reminds him that he was supposed to start getting ready for their journey to the Magic Tower, something that's going to take at least a month. Hearing this, Evan is taken aback, exclaiming that he had no idea they were heading to the Magic Tower. Our boy wonders if he really forgot to mention it, but Evan, who's pretty used to these surprises, just lets out a sigh. He insists that a month seems excessive. Getting to the Green Magic Tower should only take about a week or so, but Alan clarifies that they're actually going to the Blue Magic Tower, asking if he's talking about the one near the Labyrinth City, which is quite a trek. Still, he reassures Alan that he'll get started on preparations right away. Left to his own thoughts, Alan starts to grumble about his own laziness. He can't believe he's going to be stuck in a carriage for an entire month. Just the thought of it is already wearing him out. Alan then reminds himself that he doesn't have a choice, especially since the item that can help with his tiny precious mana hole is waiting for him there. As he reminisces, he recalls the Labyrinth City and the fond memories it brings back from his gaming days. He used to spend countless hours grinding there. The labyrinth at the heart of the city is the iconic level grinding spot in Psychedelia. Players could snag better items by leveling up and delving deeper into the labyrinth. Yet despite the countless of players, no one ever made it to the end. It drove them crazy. Nobody could figure out why the developers kept adding floors when no one could reach that far. Some even resorted to cheat codes to hit floor 150, but the labyrinth just kept on going. Alan explains that just like in the game, relics and artifacts are always popping up in these labyrinths. Because of this, the role of official magic appraiser has skyrocketed in popularity, practically guaranteeing wealth for those lucky enough to land the job. And one such fortunate soul is none other than Rinna, the embodiment of greed. Our boy assumes that with her skills, she must have breezed through the appraiser exams. But as he reflects on it, he starts to wonder if the gift he picked out for her was a bit underwhelming compared to what the other kids got. After all, his gift is just an item that appraises other items. He even thinks about whether he should send her some extra support if his gift didn't quite cut it. But that's a dilemma for another day. In the maze-like city of Larthania, where the layout is as twisted as a real labyrinth, especially the houses, there's no one in charge. It's essentially a haven for explorers and mercenaries. If you wander past the countless shops in the southern part of town, you might stumble upon a hidden appraisal shop called Merde. This little gem has quietly made a name for itself, mainly serving nobles and a rank explorers. Among its regulars is the Lord of Larthania, who is a customer there. The one running the shop is Rin. While she works, Rinna wears a mask to conceal her face. At the moment, she's just wrapped up appraising a magical item that ignites flames using mana for the Lord of Larthania. Rinna explains that the item can be imprinted, and when the Lord inquires about what she means by imprinted ability, she clarifies that with just a bit of mana, the flames will burn for an hour. This news delights the Lord as the item's efficiency has significantly improved. Imprinting essentially upgrades an item to the next level, and the specific imprinted ability varies based on the item. Once the customers leave, Rinna takes off her mask and spots a special item nearby. She picks it up, claiming it can be imprinted as well. She goes on to explain that the real reason her shop has gained such fame, even though it's tucked away in a corner, is because of this imprinting ability. According to her, it's a gift from their great moon. This is actually the item our boy gifted her, but Alan doesn't understand how it works well. He believes this special item can only appraise other items. But little does he know, it also has a hidden function that can upgrade items too. With a smile, Rinna recalls how when Alan first suggested she become an appraiser, she was completely baffled. Reflecting on her earlier misunderstanding, when she thought Alan was only a friend of Palin from the era of the Forgotten Outer Gods, she realizes that everything he's been doing was aimed at getting rid of the dark forces, those mysterious beings that took Deus's sister. But when she received the orders to go to the Labyrinth City and become a magic appraiser, she couldn't see how that would help in battling the dark forces. She was genuinely confused about why he sent her to a place like this, until she laid eyes on the gift he had given her. The item is called the Eye of the Stalker. It quickly identifies items that fall below a certain mana threshold. Essentially, it's like a handy assistant for appraising. But that was just the beginning. Its true potential was yet to be revealed. Rana, who was born with the ancient library, instantly recognized that this item was nowhere to be found in any records. When she broke its seal, its true imprint ability kicked in, allowing her to handle up to 500 items. As usual, Rina misinterpreted the situation, thinking our main character must have known everything, and gifted her the item to help her gain the strength needed to combat the dark entities. To fully awaken the item, she needs to offer 500 unique items as sacrifices. Right now, she's managed to sacrifice 248. With a mischievous grin, she thinks that only 252 more are needed before she can unleash the full power of this divine gift. However, the item only responds to specific high-tier relics. If she tries to sacrifice a low-tier relic, all her progress vanishes. That's why Rena has to appraise each relic before making a sacrifice. Then she starts acting a bit strange, hugging the item and declaring that their great master must have known she was the only one fit for this task, given her connection to the ancient library. It appears that Rina is also a Yandere, just like Utia. Rina insists that everything she does is for his grand will, and that it will all unfold according to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, our main character finally makes it to the Blue Magic Tower. Inside, he encounters the Vice Tower Master, a six-circle mage named Fenya Crescini. She's a petite woman with cat ears, who bluntly tells him to either state his business or get lost, leaving him a bit shocked by her rudeness. As he looks at her, he realizes she seems familiar. She was a key character in the Psychedelia game. At this point, she's still the Vice Master, since the main story hasn't kicked off yet. In the game, she was a prodigy who reached the legendary 8th Circle by the age of 20 and became the Master of the Blue Tower. He explains that magic towers aren't just powerful. They also control the production of vital goods, giving them a status comparable to that of nobles. Even though the Vice Tower Master has surpassed human limits, he can't shake off the feeling that her tone is way too disrespectful. He introduces himself as the Count of Palladio and mentions he's there to discuss the Time Gate, but Fenya completely brushes him off. He tells her that he's here to deal with the Time Gate. This Time Gate is a rift, leading to a mysterious subspace that pops up in areas with heavy magic use, causing all sorts of chaos and damage. Fenya, using her observation magic on him, can't help but mock him, asking what someone with such little talent thinks they can do about a time gate. She waves him away, telling him to scram. Our guy's left in total disbelief. Evan, who's supposed to have his back, is just standing there watching. When Alan presses for an answer, Fenya snaps back in irritation, saying that plenty of people have come before him, promising to close the time gate, but they all end up failing. He confidently insists he's being truthful, and all she needs to do is point him in the direction of the time gate. Inside, he's wondering why she has to be such a pain. He even feels a bit wronged by the whole situation. Fenya then mentions that she gets he needs something significant to sway public opinion, especially since people are starting to realize he became a count purely by chance after all his siblings passed away. With a surge of mana, she warns him that he can't just stroll into a magic tower acting all tough. This leaves our guy stunned as he wonders who's been spreading these rumors about him. It's been a few years since he did anything outrageous, and now people think he's gone soft, which, to be fair, is somewhat true but doesn't really matter. He also notices that even though Fenya seems like a total workaholic, she's surprisingly well informed about what's happening outside, and that's a bit intimidating. Panicking, our MC admits he was annoyed with her earlier. But after witnessing her magic, all that irritation just vanished. Evan leans in and whispers that if they try to take her on, they'll end up folded in half, so he should tread carefully. But desperate to prove himself, our boy strides over to Fenya and declares that if he can't eliminate the time gate as promised, he'll hand over all his property to the magic tower. Fenya thinks he's joking, but he insists he'll even swear an oath. This takes her by surprise and she agrees to guide him. When they arrive, she reminds him that, as promised, all his wealth will be hers if he fails. He confidently replies that there's no way that will happen. Fenya thinks this is the perfect opportunity to see what he's really made of, especially since everyone hails him as the leader of the underworld. Looking at his monohole, she figures he's just been lucky. While she admits he has an otherworldly presence, the reality is he has a tiny monohole and only slightly above average energy sensing, barely at the second circle. She can't help but wonder what he plans to do with such underwhelming skills. Meanwhile, Alan inwardly says that, honestly, there's no need to worry about closing the time gate. In just 3 months, it'll vanish on its own after releasing the relic he's after. That's where the research wraps up, and it seems no mage skilled enough to close the gate will show up. Yet the time gate at the Blue Magic Tower keeps causing chaos for over 2 years. As Alan starts using a Babylonia hand sign, Fenya can't help but tease him again, questioning why he's opting for hand gestures instead of a staff. She inwardly says that even ancient magic comes classified as a primal method. It's a method considered almost like a fairy tale. She then starts mocking him, telling him to stop imitating the signs and leave already. But Alan begins to cast, and suddenly everything goes eerily quiet. Fenya finds herself frozen. She can't move. Using her observation magic, she scans him and is taken aback to see him defying the laws of the world as a gigantic eye materializes in the sky. When it opens, Fenya feels a shiver run down her as she witnesses it. She tries to understand what's happening, but then she gulps as she realizes that she shouldn't try to understand what's going on, as it will be dangerous to try. The ominous eye stares at her and reaches its hand towards her. Fenya also reaches out to it hesitantly. Then she hears the words, "absolute demand," and she starts sweating bullets. With fear, she mutters that she understands the demand. The eye stares at her one last time, and then closes. Time starts to gradually return to normal as the ominous entity disappears away due to Alan successfully closing the time gate using his mysterious power. He casually turns to her and states that the gate is closed. She flinches by this. Alan holds the relic thinking that it was easy. All he had needed are special items and methods. He tells Fenya that he'll be taking the relic that this time gate coughed up. He inwardly says that he needs to use it a few more times, so he used a convincing spell on her. Fenya remains in a thoughtful position, and Alan wonders whether she fell for it. Then we get to see her distraught face as she stutters that she understood and won't tell anyone. Alan misunderstands that her face shows that his bluff failed. He then approaches her, saying that he appreciates it. But then his words are cut off as he sees her stumbling backwards. Fenya quickly mutters that she understood, and that she'll keep absolute silent about what she saw and won't tell anyone. She further adds that she can keep a secret well, and to trust her. Seeing this, our boy wonders what has gotten into her to act like this suddenly, because just a moment ago she was all bitchy. Alan then walks out towards Evan and instructs him to prepare to head out. But right at that moment, Fenya tells him to wait. She, all sweaty, shows a case filled with valuable recovery potions that she made. She pleads him to take it. Alan inspects it and inwardly notes that these potions made by the Vice Tower Lord is top grade 1. Fenya nervously asks if he likes it, but he stays lost in thought, thinking, 2 bottles cost the price of several lower ranks. I looked it up and almost choked when I saw the price. Is she that thankful for me closing the gate? But Fenya trembled, saying that she will absolutely keep silent, as he requested. She also states that she'll make a mana oath for it. Alan and Evan watch in confusion, wondering why a mere thing like this requires an oath. But then Alan realizes that she seems to have misunderstood what he said. But it was too late. She performed the mana oath, sealing her promise of not revealing what she saw. Fenya proudly states that now he can believe that she keeps her promises well. Alan awkwardly says that he sees, and inwardly thinks that she shows no sign of clearing up the misunderstanding. And so, at the Blue Magic Tower, Alan acquired the relic he wanted, along with 5 bottles of potion and an oath. As their carriage departed, Evan observes the relic on Alan's wrist and asks, "Is that the treasure that came out of the gate? It was difficult to get, but it looks more primitive than I expected. Is the performance good?" Alan holds the relic and states that it's something he absolutely needed. He stares at it, thinking, seal of the unholy one. I'm glad I got it safely. The gem embedded in the bracelet can absorb and store mana from the atmosphere. It's working well. The storage capacity isn't huge, but it's more than enough for my mana hole. Then he looks out the carriage with a displeased look, thinking that his body has less mana than a support item. But then he shrugs it off because his goal is magical research and self-preservation, not fighting. So this is enough for him. Meanwhile, Evan just stares at our boy, who is nodding to himself. Alan then wonders, what did Fenya misunderstand? Because she was suddenly polite. We get a flashback of Fenya bowing a lot to Alan and waiting for him to depart. Alan then says to her, just to be clear, I am a second circle mage. Fenya anxiously gives a thumbs up, saying, I know, you look exactly like second circle mage. Alan misinterprets it and wonders if she's mocking him. Now at the present, he recalls that it was a similar reaction to Kalia last time. She had also reacted the same way as Fenya. This makes him feel uneasy. Anyway, he shrugs it off, thinking that this doesn't matter, since he won't be seeing them again anyway. So it's all fine for him. He then tells Evan that the weather is great, and he affirms that it's peaceful. The scene now shifts to Duke Altea's mansion. She holds a cup of tea and calmly says, it's been a while. I hope you'll have a comfortable stay, young lady Zenonia. Kalia smiles, saying, of course, Altea. You haven't changed either. I'm honestly just happy to see you. Altea remarks that it's convenient, that they don't need to discuss class or authority among themselves. Kalia agrees that Count Palladio's foresight is astonishing once again. She recalls what he had said to her that fateful day. She inwardly says upon following his advice, I quickly understand his true intention. While chatting, they both realize they were both inferior to Palladio. Regardless of the reason, it was an alliance built on Count Palladio's command. Since a power struggle is meaningless beneath the absolute number one, Zenonia and Altea became more comfortable allies. Altea curiously asks why she visited today, since the conference is next month. Kalia hands her a letter saying, the Count sent a letter during the day I visited as an excuse. Loria opens it, wondering what it could be. The letter reads, young lady Zenonia, I hope you are well. Regarding your visit the other day, a few nobles have grumbled to me about it as well. Therefore, there are not many nobles that suit me. So please understand. Altea is confused, wondering that this is just about the conversation of noble families. Kalia remarks that it seems like a normal apology letter, but Altea then adds in that there must be some kind of scheme hidden within. Kalia smiles and affirms, stating that they need to discuss it together. They both read the sentence again. There are not many nobles that suit me. They both check the noble's background, saying, Baron Cania belongs to the noble faction, and Marquis Maranchino is one of the key figures in the royal faction. Viscount Belanda belongs to the royal faction. Duke Faldian is a key figure in the noble faction. Among the nobles he was speaking to at the ball, they both finally come to a conclusion. In short, Alan doesn't like either the noble faction or the royal faction, so they should kill them all. Altea then states that they should draw a conclusion based on common sense, and Kalia agrees to it. Then they both mutter that he wants to push out the existing nobles and create a new regime. Loria then looks up, thinking that this is the reason Alan made her the Duke of Altea, so he could use that fame to influence. She mutters that if the hegemon of the West is with him, then certainly victory is near, and no force can stand in his path. Kalia remarks that it seems that way. Then they both decide what move they should make. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Blue Magic Tower. The Tower Lord in surprise asks if she's saying that Count Palacio resembles the gate. Trinia slumps onto the table and affirms. The Tower Lord then asks for a detailed explanation. Fenya lets out a sigh, and so the puzzle pieces were randomly being created, running wild and sitting into place. Then the scene shifts, and we see Alan nearly choking. Evan asks if he's all right, to which he says that he's suddenly choked because of the sweet potato, though he remarks that it's still delicious. Evan offers him water, and Alan thanks him. He drinks the water and mutters that he wants to go home quickly. He also wonders that it's about time Utea's letter arrived. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Holy Kingdom, Rosario. We see a woman standing in front of the statue of Rosario. She smiles, and it is revealed that it's none other than Utea, who is wearing a saint uniform and is looking stunning. After shifting into the Mage Tower area, an elderly man appeared quietly. "Oh, my disciple, I am back. He looked around trying to sense a familiar presence. His brow slowly furrowed. I can no longer feel the time gate. What is going on here? This man was the tower master of the Blue Magic Tower, an eighth circle mage. Salim Microdot. A faint sense of unease rose within him. Did something go wrong while I was away? Inside the tower, the wise tower master was in terrible condition. Extreme exhaustion weighed down her body, and her face looked pale and lifeless, almost like a corpse. She stood silently, staring at the deck beneath her feet. When she noticed his presence, her eyes widened slightly. "Master, you're really back," she said weakly. "I've completed the task you entrusted to me." Salim was startled. "What?" He stepped forward. "What happened to you?" Before he could react further, her legs gave out, and she collapsed into his arms. His expression stiffened. "Did something serious happen? She isn't arguing with me like she usually does." He carefully supported her, his gaze turning cautious. Lena became the wise tower master at a very young age due to her exceptional talent. Her arrogance and sharp tongue were notorious. Some even said she had reduced rookie mages to tears more than once. She was undeniably gifted, but difficult to deal with. I never tried to correct her personality, Celine thought. A genius mage realizes the limits of their achievements upon reaching the seventh circle. Humility comes naturally after that. But this situation is strange. He snapped his head up and spoke again. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? My trip to the north lasted far longer than expected. Were you overwhelmed managing everything alone?" At his words, Lena suddenly lifted her head. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him. Then she let out a long, shaky sigh. She explained everything. The situation surrounding the magic gate and the man named Alan. "The gate couldn't be closed," she said quietly. "That man was involved." Salim's gaze sharpened. "You can't explain the exact reason, can you? You made an oath?" His voice hardened. "Why would you swear an oath to a mere count?" "There was no need." Lena trembled slightly. "There isn't much I can say in detail," she replied softly. "That's all I'm allowed to explain." Salim exhaled slowly, then lightly patted her shoulder. "So that's what finally made you modest," he said calmly. "An incomprehensible mage. Or perhaps," his eyes widened faintly, "an origin mage." Lena nodded weakly. "The man named Alan possesses the power of an origin mage." Salim raised his hand and lightly tapped his disciple on the head. She was so shocked that she did not even try to brush his hand away. Salim then lifted his gaze toward the distance and spoke calmly. "The Count Palatine of the Astria Kingdom." Quite interesting. 1 month later, after returning from the Blue Magic Tower, Alan continued immersing himself in magical experiments. While organizing his research, Silas spoke in a thoughtful tone. "After obtaining the mark of corruption, I began researching phrases seriously. Since I can now use more mana per day, my progress has increased." Alan carefully wrote down his theories. "The key lies in the rules governing phrases," he said quietly. "If the conditions are not met, the magic collapses. Phrases that do not match the spell should never be used." He added another note. "Identical effects cannot be repeated. Only 4 components can be used at once. Similar phrases overlap, creating interference." After a brief pause, he continued writing. "Some phrases require proper arrangement, almost like guidance. I believe I've discovered a new rule related to phrase usage." He glanced at the page and spoke casually. "It might be connected to how magic aligns with the laws of nature, or perhaps where I place those laws. I'm not entirely sure yet." At that moment, Yuan arrived. "My lord, what's going on here?" Yuan asked, scanning the surroundings. "Your magic grows stronger every time I witness it." "Count," Alan exhaled lightly. "I suppose so." Wen frowned in disbelief. "This doesn't feel like second circle magic anymore. It's on a completely different level compared to a few months ago." Alan gestured toward the massive crater carved into the ground. "An ordinary gravity spell wouldn't create something like this." Yen stared at the deep pit. "Did you really do this with gravity magic?" Alan nodded. "Even at maximum output, a second circle mage shouldn't be able to crush something to this extent." Wen looked at him with wide eyes. "Master, that's insane." Alan smiled faintly. "I thought I was getting stronger, but perhaps it isn't just an illusion." Wen let out a slow sigh. "Your magic truly is fascinating, Count. Why don't you believe in yourself more?" Alan shook his head. "If the power increase were obvious, it wouldn't be due to proficiency or phrases alone," he explained calmly. "On the first day I worked with mud to shape basic constructs. On the second day, I refined my crafting techniques. On the third day, this result appeared. He looked at the crater again. Improved magical proficiency means greater precision and deeper understanding. I followed those 3 days as stages for developing gravity magic. Alan hesitated slightly before adding, phrases function more like trigger words. They activate attributes rather than define the spell itself. Lowering his voice, he continued, I spent months studying phrase arrays related to gravity. Recently, I've been using nearly identical phrases with slight alterations. Yuen listened in silence, his expression filled with awe, standing before the board like a true researcher. Alan continued his explanation. He pointed at the diagrams he had drawn. Phrase array research chart, he said calmly. I discovered that the power only increases gradually as I fine-tune the optimal arrangement. He then looked up at Yuen, his brows slightly furrowed. It has to be an illusion. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. There's no reason for a spell's firepower to increase so suddenly. Alan paused for a moment before adding, maybe I'm simply in better condition these days. Yuen blinked in surprise. Is that so? He then reached into his coat. I came to deliver this. A letter just arrived. Alan's eyes lit up. Thanks, Yuen. I'll go back to my room and read it properly. You're heading back already? Yuen asked. Alan nodded. Yeah. I've already used all 3 spell casts I'm allowed for today. Back in his room, Alan opened his notebook and carefully unfolded the letter. His gaze sharpened as he read, a reason for my magic suddenly becoming stronger. He muttered, could this be a reward tied to a curse? A faint heaviness settled over his expression. A curse, an Eastern ritual where the caster sacrifices themselves to inflict misfortune upon another, or even upon themselves. Once afflicted, the target suffers a loss but gains a compensatory benefit in return. Alan shook his head. There's no one from the East around me, he said quietly. So it can't be that. Returning to the present moment, he closed the notebook and stood up. Then maybe, he murmured while walking inside. It's the result of receiving faith. Alan suddenly stopped mid-thought. Account of a small kingdom, one the underworld barely acknowledges. He muttered. He let out a quiet sigh. That doesn't make sense at all. After a moment, he shook his head. Well, sometimes you just have to let things go and keep living, Alan said to himself. Nothing bad will come of it, right? Holy Kingdom of Rosrio. Capital city, Roenal. Roenal was a massive, radiant city bathed in the divine light. Pure white structures stretched endlessly, forming a sacred landscape where the people worshipped the goddess of the moon and peace, Shrionia. Inside the eastern prayer hall, Yucha stood firmly before the statue of the goddess, her posture dignified and calm. Footsteps echoed behind her. Greetings, sister. Yuta turned her head. The knight who had arrived could not help but pause. Her appearance was breathtaking, serene, refined, and quietly overwhelming. And to you, Sir Loki, Yuta replied gently. Have you been well? Loki narrowed his eyes slightly. She's merely a nun, he thought, lower in rank than a paladin, not even bearing the mark of holy grace. And yet, I must show her respect. He stepped forward and bowed deeply. Yes, he said solemnly. We managed to save 8 children and 25 villagers from a small settlement between the eastern and western regions. It was all thanks to you, sister. Yuta smiled softly. Not at all, she replied. You were the one who carried out those deeds, and you were the one who guided someone as ignorant as me. Loki clenched his fist. I will always be grateful, he said quietly. For 20 years I lived in despair. I couldn't feel divine power, not even the trace. I was on the verge of giving up. His vision blurred as memory surfaced. He remembered himself sitting alone on the cold floor, broken and hollow. Then Yuta appeared. If there's something you desire that deeply, she had said softly, why not try placing your faith in the moon? Her smile back then had been faint yet unsettling. A plan had already been forming in her mind. The moon, Loki had whispered. Yuta's crimson eyes gleamed as she looked at him, her voice cold and calm. You'll understand, she said, once you truly walk that path. Loki's gaze hardened as his thoughts drifted inward. I was so desperate that I was willing to do anything. As she instructed, he prayed to the moon for several days. Then the change came suddenly. His energy surged at an astonishing pace. Divine power flowed into his sword, and almost instinctively, he learned how to wield it. The sensation was overwhelming, pure, powerful, undeniable. He had been ecstatic, but that joy was short-lived. A moment of temptation followed and despair crept into his heart. I placed my faith in the moon, not in goddess Coronia, he muttered sharply. Fear tightened his chest. Have I stepped onto the path of heresy? Yet power borrowed from the gods was still divine power. Even the sacred artifacts engraved with the name of goddess Caronia responded to him. The charm in his possession and the bracelet around his wrist glowed faintly, filled with holy energy. Loki let out a bitter smile. That alone proved the legitimacy of the divine power he possessed. Returning to the present, he lifted his head and looked at Yuta. "Why did you tell me to believe in the moon?" he asked. Yuta smiled gently, her voice calm and reassuring. "Because faith is born from belief in what cannot be seen," she said, "and such belief takes time to manifest." Her smile deepened. "It is always easier to obtain what you seek from something that already exists." Then her tone sharpened. "The moon will always be with you. Everything you know, everything you perceive, originates from it." She spoke with certainty, hiding the true intentions forming quietly behind her eyes. The moon carried a meaning far deeper than Loki realized, one that felt unsettling in this moment. Yuta raised her hand, gesturing toward the sky above. Loki's eyes widened. "I see," he said softly. "The goddess herself is the moon. This allows even doubtful humans to believe with certainty." He lowered his head and bowed deeply. "Sister Yotio," he said with sincerity, "thank you. From the bottom of my heart." Yuta tilted her head slightly. "If you wish to express your gratitude?" A sharp, almost wicked smile curved her lips. "Shall we pray together?" Loki answered without hesitation. "I would gladly do so, as many times as needed." She nodded calmly. "You arrived just in time. Many have already gathered for prayer." Inside the prayer hall, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy with reverence. Yuta walked forward, her footsteps echoing softly as she ascended the elevated platform. The gathered believers lowered their heads at her presence. Standing at the highest point, she raised her hands. "Now then," she declared, "let us pray to the great moon." At that moment, she stood as Yotia Bludia, sister of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario.
Meanwhile, Alan sat in his office reading the letter that detailed the latest updates. There was nothing special about it. After finishing, he let out a deep sigh and lowered his head onto the desk. Fate meant that everyone was doing well. Of course, that was good news. Still, a quiet loneliness crept in. Other than Yusha, he had not received a single letter from anyone. A sense of despair surfaced as he reflected on it. From their perspective, it was understandable. They had never even seen his face. To them, he was merely a benefactor. No, perhaps just someone who had helped them once and then faded into the background. Alan lifted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the end, he had already achieved his goal. He had guided them onto the right path and ensured they would not become those who destroyed the world. There was no reason to feel hurt, yet deep inside his mind a silent truth remained. Nothing. No one. Alan let out a quiet sigh. Yusha must have been busy, yet she still made sure to send him a letter every month. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Even so, a tight ache formed in his chest. No other child had written to him. That realization hurt more than he expected. More than anything, he wanted to know how Yusha was doing now, what she was occupied with, and whether she was safe. Tears welled up before he could stop them. After raising 5 children, was it possible that the eldest was the only one who truly appreciated his efforts? Alan clenched his hand and forced himself to calm down. "I'm fine," he murmured to himself. Just then, "Count, are you busy?" Alan stiffened in shock and looked up. "You scared me." He coughed lightly, regaining his composure, then glanced toward the door. "You're still here?" Yuen stood straight and replied calmly. "Of course," he continued. "I received some information about the children from the Information Guild. I thought it would be best to report it to you immediately." Alan's eyes sharpened. "Oh, what is it about?" Yuen answered without hesitation. "It's about Raiden, the one you asked me to keep an eye on last time." Alan was momentarily confused, but he did not voice it. He had asked Yuen to gather information, so this was not unexpected. Still, the report caught him off guard. "What is it?" Alan asked, leaning forward. "Tell me everything, from start to finish." Yuen nodded and began his explanation. "First of all, Xiaoran and Deus are the ones causing the most commotion." He continued calmly, laying out the details. Xiaoran had already secured 32 consecutive victories out of the 100 required to challenge Baba Yanga. Alan froze. 32 wins in a row? He frowned. "Wait, the fighter with the highest streak isn't." "The Lion King," Yuan interrupted. 41 consecutive victories. Alan fell silent for a moment. Then realization struck him. The Lion King was that broken character who temporarily joined the player's party in the game. "So that place really is filled with monsters," Alan muttered under his breath. They rely on fighters for military strength. A nervous sigh escaped him. Shaoran was already nearing the peak of that hierarchy. The growth was unnatural, far too fast. What exactly is going on there? Alan murmured. Something must be driving this. Yuen let out a restrained sigh before continuing. As for Deus and the Night Order, reports confirm they eliminated one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. Alan's eyes sharpened. Karuta of the Snowfield, Yuen said. The battle was decisive. Deus personally took the barbarian's life and secured the victory. The image formed in Alan's mind was unsettling. Deus's growth was no longer subtle. It was terrifying. So you're saying they've become monsters, Alan said quietly. Superhumans forged through rituals. He let out a slow breath. I know them far too well. In the game, he had fought the barbarians countless times and even faced their god. Just recalling it made his temples ache. At least that nightmare only began after the 5 great sins descended. Dealing with that had been nothing but trouble. I suppose I don't need to worry about Deus anymore, Alan said at last. Yuan responded immediately. Because of this achievement, he's now being treated on the same level as the first sword, Reinhardt. Alan sighed. Should I have gone to see them in person? He murmured. If I had, things might have felt different. I was genuinely considering a visit. Yuan continued. As for Reinhardt, who has since become an appraiser, he's said to be able to apply black imprints that enhance the power of artifacts. He explained the process briefly, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. Isn't that interesting? Alan gave a faint smile. If things keep going well, I'd like to see it myself. Then his expression hardened. What about Raiden? He asked. Did he truly become a pirate? Yuan's gaze sharpened. That's the main issue, Alan frowned. You're serious? You've heard of the 7 April leaks in the Sea of Rak? Yuan said. The regions where the great pirates gather. He paused before delivering the report. Raiden has become the captain of the largest among them. The first April leak? What? Alan shouted. The strength left his body and he nearly collapsed back into his chair. Disbelief flooded his mind. Impossible. He had sponsored that child for an entire year. All he wanted was for him to grow up happily and live a normal life. And now, piracy. Was this some kind of joke? Even the so-called prince-maker scenarios were not this absurd. A ridiculous meme he once laughed at online had turned into his reality. Alan covered his face, his shoulders trembling. Then he snapped his head up. A pirate, he said hoarsely. That's not why I sent him to Rax in the first place, Yuan explained calmly. Raiden possessed exceptional sensory abilities, making him adept at detecting enemies. As a member of the sea god race, a rarity on the continent, the sea was his natural domain. There are countless rare artifacts hidden in the Sea of Rax, Yuan continued. You recommended the path of a treasure hunter. It was a promising career. You even gave him a specialized item to enhance his sensing ability. Alan clenched his jaw. And yet, he muttered, he still chose piracy. His voice dropped, heavy with frustration. What a mess. Yuan hesitated, then added, Still, my lord, if he truly became a great pirate and rose to the position of captain, then he's essentially the ruler of that sea. By all accounts, he's a major figure now. Alan did not look pleased, I suppose, he replied flatly. Inside his mind, doubt spiraled. How did Raiden even manage to take down the former captain of the first Apsar Leaguer? Those captains were all superhuman beings, monsters of the sea. The pirates of the 7th Apsar Leaguer were said to be invincible in naval combat. A sudden thought struck him. Did he obtain one of the most broken artifacts from the old era? Alan had spent an absurd amount of time grinding the treasure hunter minigame just to acquire top-tier equipment. Was Raiden's rise truly the result of overwhelming item power? He released a long sigh. I know the world never follows plans perfectly, Alan murmured. But this feels strangely bitter. For a moment, it felt as if his soul had left his body. Alan slumped back into his chair, staring blankly ahead. So this is how a father feels, he said quietly. After trying so hard for his child count, Yuan said at once, concern in his voice. Are you all right? What's wrong? Before Alan could respond, at the heart of the chiefdom of Korkia lay the great maritime city Rex. A breathtaking island stood proudly against the endless sea, its beauty unmatched. Beyond its shores rested the domain feared and revered by sailors alike, the 7 pirate paradises. Among them, the largest and most glorious was the first Apsar Leaguer. This was a land once ruled by a captain who had offered sacrifice and received the blessing of kingship. That era ended with the fall of the great pirate known as Red Slayer, El Sidra, who had dominated these waters for years. Now the banner of the first Apsar Leaguer flew under a new name, Raiden. He stood upright at the edge of the deck, gazing toward the horizon, his expression calm yet distant. "I still can't wrap my head around the great moon," Raiden muttered. "What exactly is it?" At first he had not cared. He never gave it much thought. To him, Alan had merely been a benefactor, a noble who gave him a chance at life. Without that intervention, he would have died as a slave, reduced to material for biological experiment. Raiden clenched his hand slightly. "Honestly, my time in the Blue Moon felt less like devotion," he admitted quietly, "and more like I was simply following Yusha." The sea breeze brushed past him as his thoughts drifted deeper, tangled between gratitude, confusion, and a future he had never planned to claim. Raiden frowned as a thought surfaced. So when will a direct order finally come from the Great Moon? If it was truly a command, then why did it feel so distant, so unclear? He recalled the letter he had read earlier. At that moment, a sense of doubt had crept in. Was there ever any meaning in becoming a treasure hunter? Instead of motivation, he felt a vague repulsion toward the idea. There were too many people he needed to take revenge on, immediately. His gaze darkened as memories resurfaced. On a nameless island, his tribe had lived quietly, peacefully. Then those black-clad figures arrived. Without reason or mercy, they slaughtered everyone. The screams, the blood, the suffering, it never left his mind. Later on the continent, he barely managed to escape too. The nightmare continued. Hunters tracked them down. In front of his eyes, his exhausted parents were killed without hesitation. Those bastards! After that, he was sold off as a slave. Raiden clenched his fist. Becoming a treasure hunter, receiving that so-called gift, none of it had anything to do with the revenge he had sworn. None of it brought his parents back. He lifted his head and looked toward his island. "For now, I'll pretend to follow orders." A sudden noise pulled him from his thoughts. What's all that commotion? He turned slightly. Pirates nearby were laughing loudly, enjoying their food and drink. One of them raised his head, lit his cigar, and spoke with excitement. "Only the chosen ones can receive the heavenly king's blessing through sacrifice. Every captain of the 7 Apsar Leaguer who survives becomes eternal." Raiden froze. His eyes sharpened as he slowly turned toward the speaker, killing intent flooding his gaze. "The ones who killed my parents. The 7 pirates." His expression grew terrifyingly dark. "So they actually managed to get their hands on a king?" he thought grimly. "And now they're nonsense. The so-called heavenly king's power was not some miracle. It was a blasphemy. That power could only be granted by the sea god Clyde. It required a scarred ritual, one that used the body of a member of the sea god race. That power was never meant for outsiders. It belonged to his tribe, to his family, and every single captain of the 7 Apsar Leaguer was using it." Raiden's breathing grew heavy as rage surged through him. Those hunters, he thought, teeth clenched. "They split my parents apart for this." His hand tightened, veins bulging. "I'll destroy them," Raiden vowed silently. Every last pirate. A chilling darkness surged through his body. Under the midnight moon, Raiden stood atop a high hill, overlooking the distant celebration of his enemies. His gaze was dark and heavy. "How did they know?" Raiden muttered under his breath. "I never told anyone my story." A cold realization settled in his heart. It felt as if the great moon itself had prepared this opportunity, an opening for revenge, arranged to fulfill a long-standing promise. His eyes remained locked on the ship below. There among his enemies, Raiden clenched his fists tightly, rage boiling beneath the surface. "I can't take revenge yet," he said in a low voice. "There are superhumans who wield the power of the sea god." His eyes narrowed. As his thoughts aligned, his gaze shifted to the pendant hanging against his chest. In the next moment, its glow flared sharply. "If all of this was truly intentional," Raiden murmured, "then there must be a reason the great moon gave me this gift as well." He lowered his head slightly, staring at the pendant with unmistakable reverence. Admiration filled his expression as he offered silent worship. "This will be the foundation of my revenge," he said firmly. The scene shifted to morning. Without hesitation, Raiden leapt from the peak of the cliff, plunging deep into the sea below. A sharp light flashed across his eyes as the pendant activated. "The great moon's gift, the Amrita goggles," Raiden said calmly. "They make it easy to locate artifacts hidden deep within the ocean." His gaze pierced through the dark waters. The artifacts I found were more than enough to compensate for my lack of strength. The moment Raiden discovered the treasury box, its surface gleaming faintly. He opened it. Inside was a golden bracelet. He took it out and fastened it around his ankle. "To think I only offered a simple thank you," Raiden said quietly. "How foolish of me." The seaside was breathtaking. Raiden lifted his gaze toward the moon, its light reflecting across the water. "The great moon kept its promise," he said. "Not only did you bring the target of my revenge directly before me, but you even granted me the power to carry it out, the power that truly belongs to my tribe." A trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. "I finally understand the command you sent in that letter." A faint smile formed on his lips. "Your true intention was never just revenge," Raiden continued. "It was to help me seize control of the 7 predators." He lifted his head slightly. Under the moonlight, his posture was composed and confident, his presence striking. "I was right," he said calmly. "I won't forget anything." His thoughts drifted to Yusha. "That woman is truly a genius," Raiden muttered. "And terrifying as well." He exhaled softly. "That day marked the beginning," he said. "What once felt like an unbearable sentence has slowly become a source of trust." He sighed, his voice low. "Everything has been engraved deep into my heart." Raiden's eyes sharpened as he silently spoke a vow to the great moon. He turned back, gazing at the vast sea beneath the moonlight, immersed in the breathtaking scenery. Raiden looked up. 3 months later, the oppressive heat had faded, and autumn had arrived. It was the most beautiful season in Benel, Estria, the time of the grand social gathering. Inside a moving carriage, Alan sat stiffly, his expression tense. "I was forced to tag along," he said with clear displeasure. "Once every 4 years, mandatory attendance. I truly hate this ridiculous event." His mood darkened at the thought of the banquet ahead. The carriage moved swiftly along the road. "Lord," Yuen reported, "the carriages from the Cartelad and Adran families have joined us as planned." "All right," Alan replied. Inside, he understood the reason. Traveling in a large group reduced the risk of bandit attacks. Even so, the frustration remained. What a strange and annoying culture. Alan let out a quiet sigh. Only then did he realize how tense he had been that evening. When he reached the gathering hall, 2 men were already speaking nearby. "Count, honestly, even a single guard is more than enough," one of them said. The other replied with a mocking tone. "Ever since you accidentally inherited the title, your treasury must be in trouble." The atmosphere made Alan feel suffocated and irritated. "For me, the problem isn't bandits," Alan thought coldly. "It's that bastard, Brad Nobles." The 2 men kept hovering close, their behavior oily and unpleasant, smiling excessively as if trying to curry favor. One of them even licked his lips in an exaggerated manner. Alan felt increasingly uncomfortable. He lowered his head toward his plate, hiding his expression, and muttered irritably, "These guys spread poison with their words, then immediately run off to gossip behind my back." It wasn't surprising. The Palatineo family had long been notorious, a scoundrel faction that once dominated the western and eastern underworlds. Their power had been built on enormous wealth, all scraped from the darkest depths. "But I'm satisfied with my current life," Alan thought calmly. "I've already washed my hands of the underworld." It wasn't as if he had any trouble living peacefully now. "Besides," he continued inwardly, "that world is far too dangerous. Yet some wolves never stop barking." Because of that, the eastern underworld had recently become a target for bottom feeders. Nobles and the so-called predators were always standing at the forefront, stirring chaos. "And then there's that rumor," Alan thought with mild irritation, "that I only became a count because of luck." As expected, it fueled jealousy among the nobles. He knew very well that the rumor about him being the mastermind behind the kingdom had long since faded, downgraded into nothing more than the tale of a lucky beneficiary. At that moment, one of the nobles exclaimed dramatically, "Oh dear, Count, how unfortunate that you're so short on funds." Another chimed in with a fake smile. "You know, I could help you anytime if you just ask." Alan's patience thinned. "Aren't you both a little too old to be acting this pitiful?" he said bluntly. "I didn't expect you to mock me right to my face." His gaze sharpened. "These jerks are really crossing the line," he thought. "I see," Alan continued inwardly. "It's time for the Palatineo Victim Association. The Cartelade and Adron families, once bullied endlessly by Palatineo, were now venting all the resentment they had bottled up for years." Alan looked at the 2 men coldly. "Now they're using me as an outlet," he thought, suppressing his irritation. Trying to regain control in their own twisted way, The image of their smug expressions made his stomach churn. "What a bunch of filthy dogs," Alan muttered inwardly. "It's not like I was the one who bullied them in the first place." Alan spoke with a faint mocking smile. "I feel like I'm dealing with some internet dog shit trolls." Yuan glanced at the two nobles in surprise, then nodded slightly. "Those jerks, you're right, my lord. I have to give you credit." Alan ignored the troublemakers entirely. "I won't respond," he said calmly. "Ignoring them completely is the best revenge." He then lifted his head and looked at Yuan. "Where have you been?" "They were handing this out in the kitchen." Yuan replied, holding up a plate. "You should try it. The roasted prawns are excellent." Alan glanced over and raised his brows slightly. "They look good," he said. "Very tempting." The two of them began eating together. "Root vegetables are always the best," Alan remarked, "especially on a chilly evening like this." Before Yuan could reply, the nobles spoke again. "I suppose all those underworld troops vanished because you couldn't manage them," one sneered. Another added mockingly, "It seems you can't even take proper care of your own carriage." Alan didn't even look at them. He continued eating his prawns without pause. "Listening to them," he said casually, "it's starting to sound like mosquitoes buzzing." The two nobles raised their voices. Clearly irritated, Alan simply took another bite. "Still tasty," he commented. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "It would be even better with butter, my lord. You should try it next time." Their quiet conversation continued as the background noise faded. The scene shifted smoothly. Far to the north lay an endless land of freezing cold, a desolate expanse swallowed by snow and wind. The air itself felt lifeless, though all warmth had been stripped away. Barbarians lay scattered across the pale ground, collapsed and motionless, their bodies resembling frozen corpses. One man still struggled weakly. His gaze was dark, filled with pain and rage as he whispered through clenched teeth, "Those damn Caliban brats. They know nothing of honor." He was one of the 8 great Kulkan, a barbarian chief who worshipped battle itself. He recalled Samu's earlier words. They had expected a fair clash, a glorious confrontation. Instead, what lay before him was nothing but slaughtered bodies. For a Kulkan, combat was sacred, honorable, and magnificent. But this defeat, it was the result of a cowardly surprise attack. "This war is unjustified," he whispered, honored. Blood spilled from his mouth as he remembered the betrayal. The moment someone struck from behind, luring him into a trap under the guise of a duel proposed by a Caliban knight. Kul Khan coughed violent, his body finally giving way as he collapsed onto the frozen ground. "What happened to Garuna of the snowfield?" he murmured painfully. His eyes shifted to the side, where a lifeless body lay motionless. A deep bitterness surfaced. "Garuna, I have met an end so shameful," the chief whispered, "one that won't even allow me to close my eyes in peace." Suddenly, the surrounding area darkened unnaturally, as if the light itself had been swallowed. A demonic voice echoed sharply through the frozen land. "Call my name!" Kul Khan nearby cried out, blood and tears spilling together. Yet the dark voice did not stop. "Call for me," it whispered again. "Call upon my great name, the name you all worship." At that moment, the barbarian chief's breath finally faded. With his last strength, he exhaled a single name. The god of this world, Altaz. In the next instant, his body twitched. The barbarian chief slammed his palm into the frozen ground, forcing himself upright through sheer will. "Great God, Altaz," he gasped. He raised his head with trembling resolve. "We dare to call upon your honorable name, my lord." The air distorted. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, mysterious and terrifying. White hair flowed down his back, and his body shimmered with a blue universe-like hue, resembling an otherworldly elf. His face carried a demonic sharpness, and his eyes glowed with insatiable hunger. The figure snapped his fingers sharply. "Yes," he said coldly. "Do that." His gaze pierced straight through the barbarian chief. "And I shall grant your heart's desire." Meanwhile, the scene unfolded from Alan's perspective as he moved through the banquet hall. His posture remained calm and dignified, carrying himself with the restraint expected of a noble. Even as he headed toward the social gathering, the uneasy coexistence around him continued. Other noble houses joined in the ridicule, their attitude unchanged. 2 parasitic nobles lingered nearby, openly mocking him. One sneered that Alan looked like someone greedily devouring prawns, then casually placed a beer bottle on top of his head, clicking his tongue in false pity. Alan did not react. He ignored them completely, maintaining the composure of a true noble. In his mind, however, Alan calmly assessed the situation. To him, they were nothing more than fish already caught in a net, unaware that the fishermen had long since tightened the line. Night gradually descended, and the nobles settled in to rest. Yuen enjoyed his meal without concern, while Alan continued to disregard the two men. The pair, on the other hand, twisted their expressions in frustration. Damn it! That brat from the Palatunio line is completely ignoring us. This is absurd, one of them thought bitterly. The other leaned closer and whispered, "So what about the additional squad?" "I already checked using an artifact," the man replied quietly. "It's only that brat and his lunatic knight. That's all." His voice grew colder. "How dare they associate with nobility? It's insulting. And those rumors about them being dead, if they're true, we can proceed immediately. We'll enter the underworld without delay." The two nobles exchanged glances, their expressions turning increasingly repulsive as they plotted. They spoke of being free from following the Palatunio family's shadow and fantasized about tasting the immense wealth and power circulating within the underworld. One of them let out a low, unsettling chuckle. "Once we control the back routes, shouldn't we give that brat a little gift as well?" "Yes," the other replied with a twisted smile. "He'll be grateful after we teach him how terrifying this world truly is." Neither of them realized that the great moon, whom they dismissed so casually, was far more terrifying than anything they could imagine. As their whispers continued, the ground suddenly trembled. A deep rumble echoed from behind the camp. In the darkness, monsters surged forward in massive numbers, revealing the arrival of an enormous monster army and throwing the entire night into chaos. At that moment, Knights was rooted in place, his gaze locked onto the goblin monsters behind them, their eyes glowing deep crimson as they surged forward in coordinated groups. A panicked noble fled past, and Knights seized the opening, stepping into position to intercept the attack. A mage raised his staff toward the sky, mana erupting as he charged straight at the monsters without hesitation. The goblins before them were abnormally large, their bodies far more powerful than expected. One knight muttered in disbelief that those creatures were truly goblins, while another scoffed arrogantly, dismissing them as weak monsters commonly found in forests. Their confidence wavered as the sheer number of goblins pressed in from all sides. The mage stared upward, unease creeping into his expression, and shouted for Alan to prepare for battle. One goblin stood out among the rest, towering over the others. Alan's eyes narrowed as he saw an injured knight collapse onto the ground. The massive goblin advanced relentlessly toward him. "That thing is charging straight for the knight," Alan said sharply. "Everyone on Outer Watch, be ready." A nearby knight shouted in confusion, demanding to know what was happening. Alan answered without hesitation, his voice tense but controlled. "I've never seen goblins like these. Their appearance is different. Their bodies are different. This isn't normal. It's a mutation, and they're infused with mana. If that's true, their physical strength is on a completely different level." The knights launched a counterattack, but the goblins pushed forward with terrifying force. The leading goblin slammed into the ground, releasing a brutal shockwave that cracked the earth beneath them. Debris scattered as the monster prepared to charge again. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The surrounding area shook as Alan completed his enchantment. Massive slabs of rock surged upward from the earth, as though summoned by an unseen force. One knight whispered in disbelief, comparing it to an earthquake. The enormous goblin was caught off guard as the rock formation crashed down, forcing the goblin horde to retreat instinctively. A dull, oppressive glow spread through the battlefield, and silence followed. A knight broke it with a stunned voice. Third-tier magic, rock wall, and a second-tier shield. Another mage stared around in shock. "There's another mage here? Who is it?" Alan did not answer. He calmly began a second enchantment, his mana compressing inward as he spoke a single word. Compression, mana converged, layer by layer. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, and a massive construct resembling a golden cannon took form. All the monsters were forcibly drawn toward the rock formation at its center. This point became the core of Alan's enchantment, the focal center of his overwhelming power. At that moment, every goblin trapped high within the magical barrier froze in place. Alan's gaze swept across them coldly. The surrounding men were completely stunned by the sight. Alan spoke again, his tone calm and refined. "Vacuumlation." A violent rumble followed. The energy within the barrier fluctuated wildly, distorting the air itself. Alan continued without hesitation. Return to the primordial. The gentleness in his voice only made it more terrifying. Mana burst outward as the crystal embedded in his bracelet shone brightly. The goblin monsters sealed within the barrier were engulfed by overwhelming pressure. One by one, despair overtook them as Alan's magic erased their existence entirely. The two despicable nobles stared in disbelief, their faces drained of color as they watched the scene unfold through the night. Alan stepped forward and spoke sharply, his presence commanding. "Don't just stand there. Stop spacing out. Prepare yourselves." His eyes shifted toward the remaining goblins, charging in from the darkness. The clash resumed immediately as monsters and knights collided. Alan also moved, mana surging through his body as he joined the battle. One monster fell after another, and the knights followed through, cutting down everything that remained. By the next day, the goblin army had been completely annihilated. The area was left in ruins, stained with the aftermath of the massacre. One of the nobles exclaimed excitedly that it was finally over. Several knights, exhausted yet smiling, spoke quietly among themselves, saying that the one feared by the world truly lived up to his reputation. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Alan suddenly grimaced, his expression twisting. "I almost got sent straight to the grave," he muttered. Only then did he realize the strain on his body. The number of spells he had cast far exceeded his usual limit. From the middle of the battle onward, he had been little more than an ordinary person, his already limited mana completely drained. Just then, Yuan hurried over. "Count, are you injured anywhere?" "I'm fine," Alan replied, though his body trembled slightly. "Even with you nearby, losing the ability to protect myself was frightening," Yuan frowned. "Are you truly all right, Master?" Alan did not answer immediately. In his thoughts, he recalled stepping away earlier because the surroundings had been too noisy. Staying close to the nobles had been the safer choice. Yet that was not the real issue troubling him. Why did divine descent occur? He recalled the phenomenon clearly. When forces from the outer world attempted to descend, monsters influenced by it became frenzied, their physical abilities drastically enhanced. He had no concrete conclusion yet, but unease tightened his chest. "How can this be happening?" Alan murmured quietly. "This shouldn't have occurred here." Alan explained the situation in a low, measured voice. Based on his analysis, these were fringe, outer gods' existences that should only appear after the awakening of the five great sins, the occurrence of descent, and the collapse of the law of the world. Their presence implied only one thing. Those beings were preparing to descend upon this land. The conclusion sent a chill through him. Alan's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "The children haven't even awakened as the five great sins yet. If that's the case, why has this problem appeared at all?" The next day arrived quietly. Alan stood beneath the open sky, his gaze fixed upward. "We need to gather information immediately," he said. His eyes shifted toward Yuan, and a heavy thought crossed his mind. If things continue like this, heads will start rolling soon. Nearby, the two despicable nobles stood frozen, still unable to process what they had witnessed. Alan spoke again, his voice faintly trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of the situation. Later that day, Alan arrived at the ducal house. "We're finally here," he said calmly. "After enduring hardship, even greater trouble awaits." He surveyed the surroundings, analyzing the flow of power within the estate, then added flatly, "The disturbances around the Grand Cathernal are increasing." We finally get a glimpse inside Duke Rochegray's stunning mansion. The interior is nothing short of extravagant, gleaming as if everything were crafted from gold. Even our main character, while taking in the surroundings, can't help but think this place is perfect for a lavish social event, especially since everything really is made of gold. Even the wine glasses sparkle with hints of gold. Evan leans in to examine the wine glasses more closely and can't help but chuckle, realizing that Duke Rochegray is clearly trying to flaunt his wealth. He even jokes that they should swipe a few, since someone this rich probably wouldn't even notice if a couple of wine glasses went missing. As he stands there, he notices nobles all around him chatting and networking. He considers that maybe he should try mingling with the other nobles too. Honestly, he'd prefer to keep his distance, but he figures he might as well put on a show for appearances. Out of nowhere, one of the nobles sneaks up on him from behind. When he turns around, he's instantly annoyed. It's Idiot 1 and Idiot 2, the same ones who were bothering him earlier. Now they're acting all humble and nervous, immediately trying to bribe him. Idiot 1 offers him the finest meat from his territory, while Idiot 2 presents a chest full of gold coins, asking if our protagonist would consider accepting some support from his land. Naturally, our protagonist is completely baffled. He frowns, wondering why these fools have suddenly switched their tune, but to them his frown looks downright terrifying, as if he's ready to tear them apart. They shrink back in fear. Classic resting villain face. The two fools finally admit they should never have messed with our main character in the first place, and we get a flashback that shows what went down after the battle with the goblins. Back then, when these two saw our MC's incredible magical power, they were completely taken aback. They had no idea he was a mage, so watching him effortlessly wipe out such a huge horde of goblins left them in shock. So like any normal person would do in their shoes, they pulled one of the mages from the escort knights aside to ask her about magic. This particular mage was a third circle mage hired by Baron Amun, who wanted to flaunt his wealth. The idiots asked her if she knew anything about the massive spell that looked like a black hole, which our MC used to take out the goblins. They were curious if it was just a second circle spell and nothing special in the magical realm. But the mage quickly burst their bubble when she explained that the magic our boy used was definitely not second circle magic. She added that a spell of that level easily surpassed her own skills, which is saying something since she's a third circle mage. Realizing this, the idiots finally understood just how deep in trouble they were. They figured that the magic our MC wielded had to be above third circle, maybe even fifth circle. That's when it really hit them. They had mocked our protagonist, calling him lucky for becoming a count after his brother's death. But now they saw that our MC was just hiding his true strength. That's why he didn't even bother bringing along escort knights. I mean, they're definitely misreading the situation, but they're not entirely off base. So these two guys who had already felt the sting of the Palacio family's cruelty, thanks to our MC's brothers treating them like their personal gophers back in the day, were absolutely shaking in their boots. To make matters worse, our MC was sporting his signature villain face, which was in full effect. He looked downright terrifying. In a desperate bid to save their skins, they hatched a plan to bribe our MC and win back his favor, which brings us to the present moment. Now even more frightened and realizing their bribes were falling flat, they figured their only shot was to beg for mercy. Both of them immediately bowed their heads, pleading with our MC to forgive their earlier arrogance and the jabs they threw his way. Of course, our protagonist, blissfully unaware, has no clue what these two are up to. He even thinks they're just poking fun at him. Even Evan, who usually has a good sense for these things, is left wondering if they're still mocking our MC. Anyway, our guy decides that if this keeps up, it's just going to lead to more trouble. Evan jokingly suggests he should just take them out altogether, but our MC counters that would only stir up more chaos. Deep down, our MC is completely misreading the situation. He thinks that even though he's generally a merciful guy who doesn't care much about what others say, these two have really crossed a line by making fun of him. Getting serious, he shoots them a death glare. Internally, he knows he doesn't really have the power to do anything drastic, but he figures he might as well give them a little scare. This guy can be pretty petty sometimes. The two fools, catching sight of our MC's death glare, instantly realize they're in deep trouble. A little while later, our MC acknowledges that now that he sent Evan off to the Information Guild, it's time to do some snooping for noble gossip. Grabbing a bite to eat, he scans the area for his first target and quickly spots two nobles engaged in a hushed conversation. This cheeky guy then uses a bit of magic to enhance his hearing so he can eavesdrop. He catches snippets of their chat about Duchess Altia and Count Zenonia, and they seem pretty shocked that these two heavyweights have teamed up. Hearing this, our guy figures he doesn't need to stress, since they're just discussing stuff that doesn't involve him. He thinks to himself that families like the Altia dukedom and the Zenonia clan have never really seen eye to eye, so their alliance probably won't stick. He shrugs it off and goes back to savoring his egg tart, which he insists is absolutely delicious. But then, out of nowhere, he hears the nobles mention something even more jaw-dropping, something that's supposed to be kept under wraps. They claim that the real kingpin of the underworld isn't Duchess Altia Loria or Count Zenonia, but rather the Count of Palladio. Our guy freezes mid-bite. The nobles double down, calling out his name and insisting he's the true leader of the underworld, completely taken aback. Our MC drops his food and starts to panic, wondering who's spreading such absurd rumors about him. He recalls that he's only met Altia once when she was younger, And as for Zenonia's notorious daughter, just twice. So how on earth did such rumors even start? He tries to reassure himself, telling himself that it's all just gossip and baseless chatter. But while he's lost in his thoughts, someone suddenly calls out to him from behind. Turning around, our boy can't help but wonder why so many people seem to be approaching him today, which makes him feel a bit uneasy. The newcomer introduces himself as Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelon from the Ashidalon Kingdom, a noble from a different land. Our MC, in his usual awkward fashion, gives a slight bow that almost comes off as sarcastic and introduces himself. Inside, he's kicking himself for forgetting that nobles from other kingdoms were also part of this grand social event. In an instant, Carmine flips the script and starts poking fun at our protagonist, claiming he heard that our MC only became a count by sheer luck. He adds with a smirk that he was so envious he just had to see him face to face. Naturally, our guy gets irritated right away, thinking that these days even twisted donuts can talk. A little dig at Carmine's donut-shaped hairstyle. Just then, two nearby nobles jump in to defend our protagonist. They stride right up to Carmine, questioning if he's really mocking a noble from the Asteria Kingdom. Realizing the high status of these nobles, Carmine's face drops as he comprehends the blunder he's made. Panic sets in as he wonders what just happened. He thought Count Palladio was the weakest and most ridiculed noble, so he figured it was safe to take a jab at him. Carmine introduces himself as Carmine Camelon, a self-proclaimed charming and romantic guy hailing from a distant land. His mission in the Asteria Kingdom: to win the heart of Duke Rotegri's youngest daughter and make her his wife. This guy is so full of himself, he genuinely believes that no woman could ever regret saying yes to him. At a fancy gathering, he was meant to unwind with his fiancée and enjoy getting to know her better. But honestly, this guy had no shame. Every time they walked past other women, he would stop to gawk, making comments about their weight and looks right in front of his fiancée. He even had the nerve to insult one woman by saying she had a big nose. Then he'd turn back to his girl and throw out compliments like, "You're beautiful just like your mother." Seriously, did he think that was romantic? Before he knew it, his fiancée dumped him, leaving him utterly shocked and confused about what just happened. He somehow managed to blow his chance with the daughter of Duke Rotgri. He admits he still can't figure out what he did wrong, but the marriage is off the table now. In a fit of frustration while he was venting, he spotted our main character, mistaking him for Count Palacio. He thought he'd found the perfect target to unleash his anger on. Rumor has it that Count Palacio is an immature noble with no connections, making him an easy mark. Fast forward to now, and Carmine realizes just how foolish that decision was. The three high-ranking nobles in front of him tower over him like giants. Meanwhile, our main character, observing the whole scene unfold, thinks this is just plain old bullying. He's not quite grasping the full picture. No matter how clueless Carmine might be about politics, he should at least recognize who these nobles are. Standing before him are some of the most significant figures in the Asteria Kingdom. The host, Duke Rotegri, the leading figure of the royalist faction, Marquis Mardanio, and the key player of the moderate faction, Count Palin. These nobles are the backbone of the Asteria Kingdom, and they have the power to easily put someone like Carmine in his place. Duke Rotegri kicks things off by asking Carmine if he's looking down on them, questioning whether that's why he insulted a noble of the Asteria Kingdom. Feeling the heat, Carmine quickly tries to clarify that he didn't mean it that way at all. But Count Palan jumps in, asking why Carmine would dare to call our main character by his name so casually. By doing so, he's shown a complete lack of respect, and since our main character's a noble, it suggests that Carmine is looking down on all of them. Carmine hastily apologizes, acknowledging that he messed up. However, Marquis Mardanio steps right up to him, pointing out that the real problem is that he disrespected Count Palladio, our main character. Something feels off here. These high-ranking nobles are being way too polite and protective of our main character. Why are they defending him so fiercely? Did someone have a word with them beforehand? Well, we'll find out. As our main character watches the scene unfold, he can't help but wonder just how unlikable Carmine must be for three high-ranking nobles, who hardly know him, to come to his defense like this. He also notes that the whole situation feels strangely familiar, and honestly, he's spot on. It's like a junior officer in the army getting bullied by the higher-ups. For some reason, this brings back some painful memories for our guy. And yes, since Korean men have to serve in the military, Our protagonist is definitely dealing with a bit of PTSD here. Anyway, Carmine takes off, running and crying like a kid, which is honestly pretty amusing. Shifting their focus back to our MC, the three nobles start asking if he's okay. Their faces filled with concern. This completely catches our MC off guard, leaving him to wonder what on earth is happening today and why everyone is suddenly being so nice to him. With his enhanced hearing thanks to some magic, our MC tunes into the conversations buzzing around the hall. It turns out the other nobles witnessed Duke Rodagray, Marquise Mardano, and Count Pallone rushing to defend him, and they've completely misread the situation. They now believe the rumors that our MC is actually the leader of the underworld. They even speculate that if powerhouses like Duchess Altea and the Zenonia Count were to enter politics, Count Palladio, who supposedly outranks both Altea and Zenonia, would have an overwhelming influence. Hearing all this, our protagonist realizes that everyone has totally misunderstood what's going on. He admits it's becoming quite annoying, and he thinks about just setting the record straight and telling them the truth. But before he can say anything, Duke Rodagray and Marquise Mardano start showering him with compliments. They acknowledge that he's a busy man, but they have something they'd like to present to him. Marquise Mardano kicks things off by mentioning that he's heard our boy has been diving into the world of magic lately. He goes on to say that he's recently gotten his hands on a top-notch magical artifact and wants to gift it to our MC. This artifact, he adds, has the ability to store mana. Before our MC can even get a word in, both Duke Rodagray and Count Pallone jump in, eager to share that they too have gifts they'd like to present. Our protagonist, hearing all this, is left utterly speechless. Tempted by the offers, he wisely decides to keep quiet, which turns out to be a clever move. By saying nothing, he ends up with 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana potions, all for free. At dawn in Duke Rodagray's annex, we finally come face to face with the mastermind behind all the chaos and mind games our MC has been caught up in. A stunning woman dressed in black asks Marquise Mardano how everything unfolded, to which he responds that our MC graciously accepted his gift. Typically, light gifts exchanged among nobles are just polite niceties. But when a noble presents another noble with something as precious as a magical artifact, it carries a deeper significance. In this scenario, the gifts from Marquise Mardano, Duke Rodagray, and Count Pallone are essentially a signal that they want to align themselves with our MC's faction. The woman in black finally reveals her identity. She is none other than Duchess Altea. She welcomes Marquise Mardano into our MC's camp and adds that from this point forward, they will serve the esteemed leader, Count Palatea, together. In essence, Altea and Calia Zenonia are quietly building a noble faction that will operate directly under our MC. Of course, our boy is completely oblivious to all of this, while everyone else assumes he's in the loop. Now let's take a moment to talk about Altea. Honestly, my first reaction upon seeing her was she is stunning. Elita formally greeted Marquis Mardano, acknowledging the unspoken consensus behind their exchange. In truth, all the elaborate courtesies meant the same thing. Everyone involved understood the arrangement perfectly. Elita expressed her satisfaction that their intentions aligned, then calmly inquired about the progress made with the others. Marquis Mardano replied that the outcome had been favorable. It had been a rare honor, and not a single participant had hesitated to accept. As he reflected, the significance of the situation became increasingly clear. Duke Alia, a man known for rarely involving himself directly, had personally stepped forward and given his approval, but only after carefully selecting the appropriate leverage. That alone spoke volumes. Following that, they had been required to pass an unspoken trial, one that involved a sincere offering, thinly veiled as etiquette. Though rumors were already spreading at alarming speed, this was simply how the current political currents moved. Recognizing the weight of the moment, Mark understood that failing to act now would mean losing the initiative entirely. Alita's expression grew serious. With everything now in place, she concluded that they could finally move forward in earnest, though only with a carefully chosen inner circle. Attention then shifted to Alan. He explained that by the 4th day of the banquet, rewards had begun appearing one after another, almost suspiciously. He assumed this special treatment stemmed from a fabricated rumor tying him to both Alia and Zenonia. For the time being, he decided to accept the spoils, fully prepared for the possibility that they might later be reclaimed. In his mind, he treated the situation as a clean hit and run. Just then, Coy appeared behind him and casually rested a hand on Alan's shoulder, announcing his return. Caught off guard, Alan reacted with an involuntary hiccup. Evan immediately noticed and asked why Alan looked so startled. Confirming that Koi had indeed returned, Alan quickly waved it off, claiming he had merely been lost in thought. The scene shifted to a quieter exchange between Alan and Evan. After listening to Evan's report, Alan was visibly shaken. An outer god had descended in the northern regions. Evan confirmed the news, adding that Caliban was already in chaos. According to ancient records, scholars believe the amethysts were deeply connected to the outer gods. Alan then asked about the additional information he had requested earlier. Evan revealed that the individual Alan was searching for had been located in a village north of Ashton. He then firmly stated that their ultimate destination would be Caliban. Evan was stunned by the sudden decision and asked why Caliban had been chosen. Sensing his confusion, Alan said he would explain everything on the road and instructed Evan to begin preparations for immediate departure. Evan acknowledged the order and left at once. Left alone, Alan exhaled slowly. His thoughts lingered on how things had unfolded. He had truly hoped it would never reach this point, but reality had left him no other choice. Disasters born from existence itself, entities such as the five great sins, and the outer gods were never bound by logic or foresight. No one could predict which outer god would descend, nor when a divine incarnation would take place. That very uncertainty was why he had spent so much effort gathering intelligence and acting ahead of time. Even so, he had never imagined events would accelerate this quickly. As fragments of information and shifting probabilities raced through his mind, memories from the game he once played resurfaced. He had witnessed countless branching outcomes there, and now the conclusion assembled itself with frightening clarity. The allied kingdoms would fracture and fall, destroying one another in pointless conflicts across lands tainted by forces beyond this world. In the end, his own life would be erased without warning. He steadied himself by recalling the countermeasure he had prepared. When an outer god descended, it entered a dormant stabilization phase that lasted several months. During that period, the being could not yet function as a fully awakened god, nor wield its power as a heroic spirit. That narrow window was the only time such an existence could be challenged. There were no guarantees, but hesitation would lead only to annihilation. This was the sole path forward. With his resolve set, a brief and unrelated thought crossed his mind. What kind of things that kid might like? Once that idea settled, Alan picked up his pen and began writing. 1 week later, the vice commander approached the commanding officer and presented Alan's letter. The moment the commander realized it carried official authority, his expression stiffened in shock. Without delay, he issued a firm directive. The vice commander acknowledged the order and was instructed to announce that the next northern operation would be postponed by 2 weeks. The scene shifted to Pakran, a quiet village north of the Ashtalan kingdom. As Alan spotted a figure ahead, he felt a faint sense of disbelief. He had never expected to find him so easily. The encounter felt almost unreal. Standing before them was a bright-eyed boy who greeted them warmly. His demeanor open and sincere. Alan observed him carefully. The child stood out immediately. There was no doubt about it. This was the protagonist. The playable main character from the Liban roguelike, turn-based APS psychedelia. Seeing him in person confirmed it. A protagonist truly was a protagonist. The boy looked exactly as he had in the illustrations. Youthful, striking, and almost unnaturally beautiful. Alan asked whether the boy knew who he was. The child shook his head, smiling, and said he was simply glad to meet someone new. He introduced himself as Oliban. No matter how much this world differed from the game, Alan reflected, the protagonist would always remain the protagonist. In time, Oliban would rise to fame and strength without fail. Outwardly, Alan remarked that the boy had a cheerful personality, while inwardly acknowledging how strange it felt to stand before someone he had once controlled with his own hands. Alan then handed Oliban a small pouch. He told him it was a gift. When the boy opened it, his eyes widened at the sight of numerous gold coins spilling. Alan then gestured to Evan, who stepped forward and opened a second container in front of Oliban. Inside was a neatly arranged supply of potions. Evan explained calmly that everything in the box now belonged to him. Oliban froze, then broke into delighted laughter. He looked genuinely overwhelmed, repeatedly asking if it was truly meant for him, and why such a gift was being given so suddenly. Alan replied simply that it was an investment. Internally, he affirmed that he had brought everything a protagonist needed for early growth. He explained that Oliban was destined for greatness. that one day he would stand at the center of the world. And silently, Alan added another thought. Grow faster, so you can face things like the outer gods in my place. As more invisible indicators aligned in his mind, Alan briefly wondered if he should have given even more. Still, it felt like he had secured Oliban's favor. Then he realized his mistake. He hadn't introduced himself. I am Count Palacio, Alan said. Oliban blinked, then nodded enthusiastically. He declared that this was the name he would remember and give thanks to when he succeeded. After correcting himself, he bowed politely and expressed sincere gratitude. Before leaving, Oliban cheerfully waved goodbye to Evan. Watching him go, Alan frowned slightly. He couldn't help but question whether the protagonist had always been this cheerful. For a world rooted in dark fantasy, such optimism felt out of place. As they turned to leave, Evan spoke up. He acknowledged Alan's intent, but pointed out that they hadn't even spoken properly. Alan replied that Oliban was perceptive. He would understand. In truth, Alan knew he didn't have the luxury of building bonds. His own survival was at stake. This was nothing more than setting the protagonist on an automated path. Pay to win, he decided, was the most efficient strategy. Evan remarked on the boy's abnormal talent. His mana was dense, constantly circulating, and despite wearing plain clothes, he felt as though he was equipped with hidden artifacts. Alan agreed. He could sense it too. In the original setting, Oliban had been ordinary at the start. This deviation was another unexpected butterfly effect. Still, Alan didn't dwell on it. As long as the plan held, nothing else mattered. The stronger Oliban became, the safer Alan's future would be. The investment would pay off. He reassured Evan that Oliban was one of the few genuinely kind individuals in that brutal world. A moment later, doubt surfaced. Kind-hearted, really? The thought felt less certain than before. Changing the subject, Alan mentioned Doze, saying Evan would meet him soon. Privately, Alan reflected that he had always avoided that place out of fear. He never imagined circumstances would force his hand like this. Evan, visibly anxious, asked whether he would at least be allowed to see them. Alan hesitated before answering that it would probably happen. The uncertainty carried the quiet grief of a young transmigrator facing a future he never wanted. Later, back in his room, Alan began inspecting his belongings. The space was cluttered with items of all kinds. Evan stared in disbelief, asking why he had purchased so many strange things. Alan replied calmly that they weren't random at all. They're offerings, he said. Bribes for my future lifeline. 10 days later, the capital city of the Caliban region, Kedum, appeared beneath a sky steeped in oppressive gloom. A grayish light hung low over the sprawling city, as though the heavens themselves were weighed down by an unseen burden. Along the main road leading to the northern gate, a long procession of armored knights escorted several noble carriages forward at a steady pace. The rhythmic clatter of hooves and the creaking of wheels echoed faintly through the cold air. Inside one of the carriages, Yuan sat with his back against the wall, his brows tightly knit in frustration. His normally calm demeanor was gone, replaced by clear exhaustion etched across his face. I'm exhausted, Yuan muttered, rubbing his temples with both hands. His voice carried genuine fatigue. We've almost reached the north gate of Kedum, but it feels like this road will never end. Across from him, Alan leaned lazily against the carriage seat, one arm resting at his side. His posture was relaxed, almost indifferent, as though the long journey had barely affected him. Long journeys are bound to be tiring, Alan replied calmly. At least we didn't encounter a maze at the end. Yen let out a weary breath and shook his head. As long as we don't suddenly run into some strange labyrinth, I can still endure this. His gaze shifted toward his master. Alan tilted his head slightly, irritation flashing briefly through his eyes before fading just as quickly. Well, Alan said flatly, it can't be helped. Lowering his gaze, Alan looked down at the locket chain resting in his palm. The necklace shimmered faintly, catching the dim light filtering through the carriage window. He stared at it in silence, his thoughts drifting far from the present. They had been wandering for days now, moving from place to place, preparing for what was inevitably coming. The battle against the heretic gods loomed ahead, unavoidable and merciless. This is definitely a gift for your wife, Alan said, her voice light and teasing as she leaned slightly closer. A faint smile curved her lips. I wonder if Dinas will like it. Alan did not respond. His fingers tightened subtly around the chain, his eyes still fixed on the locket as if it held answers he couldn't yet grasp. It's really good, Master, Yuan added sincerely. A father's heartfelt desire to give his child a gift. It suits you well, and it'll be our turn soon. Alan remained quiet, Moments later, the carriage jolted gently and came to a halt. Yuan straightened immediately and stepped down from the carriage, his expression composed once more. "The checkpoint captain will probably just verify our identity," he said calmly. "I'll be back shortly." "Go on," Alan replied with a sigh of relief. "At least the inspection here is quick. That's something to be thankful for." But only a short while later, Yuan's footsteps stopped abruptly. His expression changed. "Count," Yuan said carefully as he returned, lowering his voice. "There's a small problem." Alan's eyes widened. "A problem? What kind of problem?" "They suddenly told us to move aside," Yuan replied. "The inspection didn't go as expected." Alan frowned and stepped out of the carriage, his boots landing softly on the stone road. His eyes swept across the checkpoint with sharp focus. "The identity verification is complete," Yuan continued quietly. "But something feels off." Before Alan could respond, a loud and arrogant voice rang out. "That's Count Palatineo, isn't it?" A sturdy man stepped forward, his posture brimming with self-importance. He wore finely polished armor and carried himself as though the world existed solely to acknowledge him. "I am the fourth sword, Baron," the man announced proudly, lifting his chin. "A direct disciple of the great knight Faloya." His eyes were filled with open contempt as they locked onto Alan. Alan's gaze darkened instantly. Faloya? What nonsense! The man's arrogance and crude behavior irritated him at once. "Bringing knights along like this," Alan asked coldly. "What exactly is going on?" Baron sneered. "Coincidentally, some of my friends live in the Kingdom of Austrian. I just wanted to let you know." He paused deliberately. "I owe them a small favor." Alan's expression stiffened. "Kamina, that bastard noble." Baron chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. "Looks like you've made my friends hate you quite a bit." As he spoke, memories of the magical voice transmission he had received earlier resurfaced vividly in his mind. "That guy, Alan, humiliated Kamina at the banquet," the voice had mocked. "If you want to improve your strength, use more power cores. And if you disable him or kill him, I'll give you what you want." Back in the present, Baron laughed loudly. "I owe him money, so I'm just fulfilling his request." At his signal, the surrounding knights stepped forward, weapons half drawn, clearly ready to seize Alan. Alan let out a slow breath, his voice steady but cold. "That idiot started a fight and ran away. What exactly did I do wrong?" Baron smirked. "Hand over all the valuables in the carriage. If you do, I might spare your life." Alan's gaze sharpened dangerously. "What kind of ridiculous demand is that?" With a cruel laugh, Baron drew his sword and pointed it straight at Alan. "No loss either way. You're from the Kingdom of Austrian, virtually powerless in the Union. And you're a noble with no ties to Caliban. No one will care." His laughter echoed loudly. Alan's expression hardened completely. "They really suit each other," he said calmly. "I'll teach you a lesson." Energy surged around his hand, invisible but overwhelming. In the next instant, Baron's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even react, his attack stopped short. His neck was suddenly seized by an unseen force. His body lifted slightly off the ground. He screamed in pain, thrashing desperately. Who is it?" Alan froze. The energy around him dispersed instantly as shock washed over his face. Standing behind Baron was a knight he had not noticed before. The knight's voice rang out coldly, sharp with anger. "What kind of madness are you pulling here, brat?" Baron struggled violently. "How dare you hurt me?" Alan's pupils shrank. He could feel it clearly. That man was blessed by the sword. The knight tightened his grip around Baron's neck and spoke in an icy tone. "Turning your sword against your benefactor, how dare you?" Slowly the knight lifted his head. His face was revealed. It was Deus. Alan's mind reeled. Deus, one of the 5 deadly sins. The man who had once fought and emerged victorious from the Karuta snowfield duel. And more importantly, the one who followed the great moon. Before Baron could react again, Deus slammed him violently into the ground. A deafening impact echoed. Baron groans loudly in pain as Deus relentlessly kicks him again and again without mercy. Deus then grabs Varen's hair with an iron grip, holding him down with overwhelming force. Maintaining a cold, deathly glare, Deus shifts his attention toward the surrounding knights and issues a clear warning. He makes it known that if even a single one of them dares to move, the consequences will be beyond their imagination. Deus delivers a brutal kick straight into Varen's chest, so powerful that blood spills from Varen's mouth as he is sent flying and crashes far away. Alan watches in shock, a realization forming in his mind as he recognizes that night, understanding that this is the present-day Deus. Deus then makes it clear to Varun that he should be grateful to be in a situation where he cannot be killed. Varun struggles to even stand after the earlier attacks, barely able to move as he leans against a tree for support. In the very next moment, Deus steps in and slams his knee forcefully into Varun's chest, sending him crashing violently into the tree once again. Varun's cheeks swell badly from Deus's kick, and Deus continues to strike him mercilessly, landing punch after punch and kick after kick without pause. Nearby, Evan remarks to Alan that his strike was quite impressive. Hearing this, Alan's mind drifts back to the moment when Deus had declared his outrage at anyone daring to lay a hand on his benefactor. A realization settles in as Alan reflects that Deus did, in fact, call him his benefactor. He considers how Deus may have been grateful when he was young, yet now that he has grown, Alan assumed he would not welcome someone he barely knew. He remembers that Deus never even sent a single reply, and it makes him feel as though he has received every possible reward for raising a son. Alan acknowledges to himself that Deus has truly grown, calling him a troublesome rascal in his thoughts, yet admitting his genuine growth. The impression becomes clear, marked as 52% certain, that one can plainly see who sponsored Deus. As he has developed remarkably well, Alan recognizes that Deus has matured into an exceptionally upright young man. With this realization, Alan reflects on how this must be what it feels like to see a well-raised son, and he feels a deep sense of pride as a father. A heavy impact echoes through the scene. Evan then teasingly points out to Alan that he is aware his son is beating someone senseless. Alan responds by making it clear that he cannot hear him. Deep inside, Alan understands that Deus stepped forward like this because his father had been slighted in a foreign land. As this thought settles in, the scene shows Deus continuing to kick Varan mercilessly, showing no restraint at all. Another thought crosses Alan's mind as he wonders why his son is unbearably sweet like this. Soon after, Varan is shown taking an overwhelming beating, struck again and again, until he finally loses consciousness. Even then, Alan cannot help but think that this still feels a bit excessive. At that moment, another realization suddenly occurs to Alan, reminding him once more that Deus is one of the 5 great sins. As the situation shifts, Deus is seen turning and walking toward Alan. He then stops in front of him, bows respectfully, and wears a confident smile as he states that he will escort him. Hearing this, the remaining knights are left completely shocked by what they witness. The scene opens in a frozen, icy land where a brutal war has taken place. Dead bodies lie scattered across the battlefield, their frozen forms covering the ground. Some of the corpses are engulfed in flames as the opposing side burns them without mercy. In the midst of this aftermath stands Delman, the wielder of Caliburn's 3rd sword and the commander of the Crimson Flame. Overcome with triumph, he raises his sword high, celebrating the outcome of the battle. Delman shouted, one of the 8 chieftains, the Great Khan, along with his entire tribe, has been wiped out. The Red Flame Knights have emerged victorious on the kingdom's land. Hearing this declaration, all the Crimson Flame Knights erupt in joy. They cheer loudly, jumping and celebrating their hard-earned victory. After allowing the celebration to settle, Delman said, "Return to the outpost and begin preparations." The knights responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." As they begin to move, Delman's expression hardens. In his mind, he reflects on his achievements, believing that after accomplishing something so significant, he should no longer be pushed around by the newly appointed Master Knight. His anger deepens as he clenches his teeth. Delman thought, even if that man used underhanded methods unknown to others, I know the truth. Caliban and the barbarians had shared a long-standing conflict, a war governed by mutual honor and unspoken rules. But this time, everything was different. K.L. Khan had been tricked. He was lured out alone and eliminated by an undercover force. Delman remembered how the Great Khan's knights were slaughtered and how unfair the entire operation truly was. By exploiting the momentum of the battle, the tribe was completely annihilated. Delman muttered, "That bastard." He remembered how that same man sent him a victory report, claiming the defeat of the Kurga of the snowfield. It had all happened because Delman demanded a decisive result from the expedition. Khan's body had vanished during the chaos of the battle. Even if he had survived, The poison would have ensured his death. Eventually, Delman convinced himself there was nothing left to do except return to Caliban and report the mission's success. A smirk formed on his face as he stepped forward, but suddenly stopped. In the distance, he noticed a lone man standing still near the forward base. Confusion flashed across Delman's face. The man slowly turned toward him. The man said, Delman, filled with rage. Delman gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Flames burst from the blade as fire erupted into the air. A strange unease crawled up Delman's spine. Delman thought Clank should already be dead. As he looked closer, an overwhelming aura began to rise from Clank's body. Within Clank's shadow, Delman perceived the shape of a demon forming. Clank said, You defiled a sacred duel, a duel meant to be fought with honor. Terror radiated from his presence. Even superhumans capable of ending hundreds of lives could be devoured by this being. Cold sweat poured down Delman's face. Delman realized this is not Clank. Driven by desperation, Delman launched another attack. Flames exploded violently from his sword. The man dodged effortlessly. The man said, Answer me first. Refusing to hesitate, Delman attacked again, unleashing even greater flames. Once again, the man evaded him with ease. Delman thought bitterly. Believing in duels on a battlefield and was foolish. The flames scorched the land, melting the ice around them. The man stared at him with a deathly glare. The man said, You are strong. For a human, I will give you one last chance. Duel me. Sensing danger, Delman shouted, Prepare for battle. The knights surrounded the man from all sides. The man smirked. Demonic mana gathered in both his hands. The man said, A mortal without honor does not deserve an honorable death. There will be no duel between me and a barbarian like you. From his hands, poisonous mana erupted and spread into the fallen knights' bodies. The toxin infected every corpse. The knights began screaming in unbearable pain. Their eyes turned blood red as their bodies collapsed. Several knights cried, Kill us! Please, end it! As their screams faded, the man stepped forward. He slashed Delman's throat with his bare hand. Immediately after, he struck the ice, triggering a massive explosion. The remaining knights were blasted into the air and slammed violently into the ground. Blood spread across the sky like a grim mist. The man then delivered a devastating punch. His fist pierced straight through Delman's chest. Blood poured from Delman's mouth. Delman whispered weakly, What alternative remains? He collapsed to the ground, trembling in agony. Delman cried, It hurts. Kill me. Please, kill me. Moments later, Delman died. As his life faded, the man's eyes turned blood red. The man said, Savages, all of you, creatures formed from the dead, robbed of your rightful death. The fallen knights began to rise, surrounding the remaining Crimson Knights. Shock spread through their ranks. The man announced, The bloody Colosseum is now open. Suddenly, a terrifying presence descended. Althus appeared with a twisted smirk. Althus declared, I am the god of all barbarians, the father of duels. I will personally grant you honorable deaths. If you claim you are not barbarians, prove it in a duel. Blood began raining from the sky. The scene then shifts away from the battlefield. Daus lowered his head respectfully. Daus said, I will take you there, Count Alan. The surrounding knights froze in shock. The narration explained that in Caliban, the prestige of the swordless Duke Daus Massilian stood as high as the sky itself. He once defeated the second prince and never showed courtesy to anyone except the king. Alan observed him carefully. The knights thought, What kind of man is Count Palladius to receive such respect? The surrounding knights stared at Alan in disbelief. One knight whispered, Who is he? Daus summoned a luxurious carriage. Daus said, Please sit inside. Alan felt burdened by the excessive attention. Evan quietly said, Go ahead, Alan. I will follow behind. Soon Alan arrived at Daus's mansion. Stepping out of the carriage, he saw an enormous, brightly lit structure resembling a massive crab-like fortress. Inside, silence filled the mansion. Alan thought, coming here is technically a success. I obtained Kim Dong Dong, but something feels wrong. After thinking carefully, Alan decided to be honest. Alan said, I would like to speak with you for a moment. I came here with a purpose. I have a favor to ask. Daus looked shocked. Daus said, You came to ask something from me? Please explain. Alan nodded. Alan said, I will explain everything clearly. Daus responded immediately. Daus said, Helping you would be my honor. Inside, he realized this was not an order, but a request. Daus then said, Let us sit and speak properly. They sat at a tea table. Silence filled the room. Alan thought, isn't the owner supposed to sit at the head of the table? Despite the awkwardness, he felt strangely comfortable. After a long pause, Alan spoke again. Alan said, I have two requests. I know they may not be easy to accept. He continued, I must travel north, and I would like you to travel with me. Dowse smiled slightly. Dowse said, I would gladly accompany you. Alan felt uncertain. Then Dowse revealed something unexpected. Dowse said, I was already planning an expedition to the north. Relief appeared on Alan's face. But then Alan spoke again. Alan said, the second request involves the royal treasury of Caliban. The atmosphere grew heavy. Alan said, I want to borrow an artifact. He looked directly at Dowse. Alan said, the ring of the madman. Outside the estate, a knight stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He spoke firmly. Vice Captain, I have returned from the escort mission. The man standing before him replied calmly, well done. I was not concerned. The captain personally handled it. Inside his thoughts, he reflected on the truth. The escort had been led by Dowse himself, personally guiding Count Palatineo. Moments later, Styla, Dowse's younger sister, approached gracefully. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she asked carefully, if my brother handled the escort himself, the guest must be someone truly distinguished. Correct? The knight chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, Lady Styla. Before that, Dowse stood silently while reading a letter. His eyes moved across every word carefully. After finishing, he lowered the parchment and spoke toward the warrior waiting before him. Inform them the northern schedule will be delayed by 2 weeks. One subordinate stepped forward and asked respectfully, may I ask the reason, Vice Captain? A faint smile appeared across Dowse's face. Because my benefactor, the great Moon Count Palatineo, will be arriving soon. Nearby, a white-haired knight observed quietly, thinking to himself that he had never seen the vice captain display such an expression before. The arrival of the count from the Kingdom of Austria had stirred the entire estate, and even Styla struggled to hide her anticipation. The scene shifted. Alan stood before Dowse, his posture calm but heavy with tension. A thin layer of sweat formed along his face as he spoke carefully. Would it be possible for me to borrow the ring of the Maid One from the Caliban treasury? He understood the weight of the request. It was unreasonable, and it could place him in dangerous debt to the royal family. Yet the ring was essential to his plans. He looked directly into Dowse's eyes. Without hesitation, Dowse lowered his head slightly and replied, yes, of course. At that moment, Evan entered the room, bowing politely. My apologies for arriving late. Alan smiled slightly, thinking his timing was perfect. He said calmly, you came at the right time. You brought them, correct? Evan nodded confidently. I will bring them immediately. He soon returned, carrying several elegant boxes. Light shimmered across their polished surfaces as Alan personally presented them to Dowse. Dowse looked at them with mild curiosity. What are these? Alan opened one carefully. Gifts, prepared personally. I especially recommend this gemstone string tie. It is quite popular. Inside, Alan steadied his breathing. He had chosen it with great care. The refined design decorated with delicate gemstones gave it a noble appearance. He truly hoped Dowse would appreciate it. Dowse accepted the gift calmly. Thank you. But he did not open the box. Alan hesitated before asking, aren't you going to open it? Dowse turned his face slightly and answered politely, it would be discourteous to open it in front of you. I will do so when I am alone. Doubt flickered through Alan's mind. Had the gift failed? Was he simply a foreign noble offering something meaningless? Then he noticed the subtle brightness within Dowse's eyes and remembered their bond. Clearing his throat, Alan spoke again. If my request causes inconvenience, I will compensate properly. He paused, adding firmly, I will retrieve the ring of the Maid One immediately. Then he asked carefully, did you not hear what I said about its location? Dowse replied calmly, it is inside the royal treasury of Kelvin. Alan frowned slightly. Would retrieving it not be extremely difficult? Dowse answered quietly, under normal circumstances, it would take roughly 1 week. Silence followed as he fell into thought. Alan and Evan waited patiently. But when no answer came, Alan sighed and considered the political complications. He even wondered if deploying 50 elite disciples might be necessary. Suddenly, Dowse's expression hardened. He asked seriously, should I begin immediately? Alan quickly shook his head. You don't need to go that far. Dowse nodded slightly. Understood. Then I will retrieve it as quickly as possible. Gratitude surged within Alan. Dowse was clearly willing to fulfill the request by any means necessary. Their conversation ended, and they prepared to leave. Suddenly, Stella burst into the room excitedly. Brother! At the same time, Evan smiled warmly and greeted her. Lady Styla, it has been a long time. The two greeted each other like siblings reunited after years apart. Alan watched quietly, surprised by the genuine happiness on their faces. He remembered clearly. Styla was the girl he had ordered Evan to save. In the original timeline, she had died tragically. Seeing her alive made him realize how strongly she resembled Daos. But the warm moments shattered instantly. Daos stepped forward, his face darkening as he pulled Styla slightly behind him. Narrowing his eyes, Evan spoke coldly. Address me properly. I am not your brother. I am Mr. Daos. Shock froze both Alan and Evan, stammered awkwardly. You're not wrong, but Alan observed silently. He knew Daos carried deep emotional scars regarding family, but he had never realized how fiercely he protected Styla. The atmosphere grew tense. Daos's eyes glowed faintly with dark purple light as his aura deepened ominously. He spoke in a chilling voice. Silence. Do not speak to my sister so casually. Evan raised his hands defensively. I was only trying to greet her. Tension escalated dangerously. Alan suddenly realized something crucial. Daos treated him kindly because Alan had saved Styla. He wondered silently if Daos's loyalty would remain unconditional or if he had pushed his luck too far. Before the tension could worsen, Styla stepped forward gently. She turned toward Alan and asked politely, Excuse me, you must be Count Palatino. Alan nodded. That is correct. She bowed sincerely. I heard you ordered Sir Evan to save me. Alan replied modestly. I simply did what was necessary. Inside, he admitted the truth. If she had died, her brother would have become a merciless killing machine. Styla gently held Daos's hand and whispered warmly, Truly, thank you. Her gratitude caught Alan completely off guard. He had acted out of calculation, never expecting genuine appreciation. Yet her sincerity filled him with unexpected warmth, and he smiled faintly. Later that evening, Alan remained at the mansion for dinner. During the meal, Daos returned calmly and said, I have brought it. Alan looked up in disbelief. Only one day had passed, yet Daos had already retrieved the treasured ring. Alan opened the box and gasped softly upon seeing the ring of the Made One. How did you retrieve this in a single day? Before Daos could answer, Evan burst into the room. Count, I have discovered something extremely strange. Alan raised an eyebrow. Explain. Evan hesitated before speaking carefully. Daos caused a disturbance inside the royal treasury, demanding the ring. Alan stiffened. What? Daewon lowered his voice. The second prince attempted to delay him, so Daos slapped him repeatedly while demanding the ring. Alan stood speechless. After that incident, preparations continued for 3 days. Soon after, Alan departed north alongside the solar eclipse nights. 2 weeks later, at the southern border outpost, terrifying news arrived. Northern forces were collapsing. Entire units had been slaughtered. Demonic monsters had begun appearing across battlefields. Inside the war tent, chaos erupted. One officer shouted, Retreat immediately. Another slammed his fist against the table. Are you suggesting we abandon the barbarians after witnessing this devastation? A third officer argued. The soldiers are barely standing. They cannot continue fighting. Another voice snapped. The first sword has already fallen. Victory is impossible at this rate. Suddenly a sharp clap echoed across the tent. Silence swallowed the room. All eyes turned toward Daos. Standing beside him was Folia, the fourth sword of Caliban. Daos spoke calmly. Every opinion here holds merit. We will decide after calming ourselves. Later outside the camp, Folia explained grimly, the outer god is sweeping through our bases using undead armies. He continued heavily. The third sword, Dalaman, has fallen. The second sword, Chiron, is critically wounded. Daos gazed toward the distant horizon. I can already sense it. Folia nodded grimly. The mana is overwhelming, distorted, and filled with a strange red aura. Only warriors who reach the realm of 3 open eyes could perceive such terrifying corruption. Folia frowned. That aura keeps drawing my attention. Perhaps retreat truly is our best option. Suddenly, Daos narrowed his eyes. Smoke! What is that? Across the camp, Alan sat calmly roasting a sweet potato over a small flame. Daos stared in disbelief. That is a sweet potato. Alan looked oddly relaxed, as if war meant nothing. Voices suddenly erupted behind them. A young woman shouted sharply at 2 soldiers. I told you the treatment is complete. I am here to investigate the barbarian ritual, one soldier pleaded. Saving lives should come first. She cut him off coldly. All you can do now is watch over him. Daos looked up suddenly and whispered, "The wise master of the blue magic tower. She has arrived." The woman snapped irritably, but suddenly froze. Her eyes locked onto Alan. Alan returned her gaze calmly, his presence heavy and unsettling. Her expression stiffened as she whispered in shock, "Why is he here?" Meanwhile, the Vice Tower Master looked up at Alan in complete disbelief, and her expression stiffened the moment their eyes met. Alan casually waved a hand and addressed her as Vice Commander, stating that he had heard she was present and that the rumors appeared to be true. The Vice Tower Master trembled while still holding a meat skewer in her hand, clearly caught off guard by his sudden arrival and calm demeanor before her. She quickly explained that the medicine he had mentioned was currently out of stock, and that preparing it would require time and effort. She added that she was rather exhausted at the though she tried to maintain composure. Her voice wavered despite her attempt to appear calm. Alan studied her reaction with a faintly puzzled look, quietly observing every subtle tremor in her posture and the nervous tension visible in her hands. Alan responded evenly that he had sincerely hoped she could assist him, yet he understood that perhaps he was asking for too much under the circumstances. Hearing this, she immediately raised her voice in panic and clarified that she could absolutely prepare it without hesitation. Alan gave a slight nod and mentioned that his finances were tight, so the payment might be delayed. She insisted that 1 gold coin would be more than enough for her service. Although she spoke calmly, her fingers still shook as she forced a nervous laugh. Alan's gaze sharpened as he stated that he could not refuse such generosity. Behind them, several knights exchanged stunned looks, whispering among themselves in disbelief. One knight questioned what was happening. The Vice Tower Master quickly composed herself and reassured them that there was no need to worry, respectfully addressing Alan as Count. The knights were speechless that the Vice Tower Master of the Magic Tower was smiling in such a manner. 2 mages from the tower stared in disbelief and recalled that she once extracted 100 gold coins without blinking, wondering whether she had lost her mind. Without delay, she hurried off and announced that she would prepare the concoction immediately and serve it at once with utmost care and speed. Alan and Yuan stood frozen briefly, observing her retreating figure. The nearby knights looked at Alan with shining admiration, commenting that she was showing him remarkable respect and that it was impressive to witness such deference from someone of her standing. The atmosphere carried a mix of awe and confusion as everyone processed the unexpected turn of events unfolding before their eyes. Not long after, inside the camp, Deus suddenly stiffened as a disturbing sensation spread through the air. One of his knights asked whether he had felt the immense energy approaching from afar. Deus tightened his grip on his sword and glared at the faint red mist forming in the distance. He declared that they were under attack, his voice firm and resolute. Outside the camp, zombie-like corpses staggered forward, slowly but relentlessly closing in on their position. A knight shouted for everyone to charge, and the soldiers rushed ahead without hesitation. Swords pierced through rotting flesh and twisted bodies convulsed grotesquely as they fell. Yet more corpses continued advancing, creating an overwhelming wave of decay and hostility pressing toward the camp. Suddenly, a freezing wave burst across the battlefield, scattering pale light like countless shards. The Vice Tower Master raised her staff and activated her detection spell, her movements swift and controlled. In an instant, the advancing corpses were sealed in thick layers of ice, frozen like stone statues. She began another chant without hesitation, reinforcing the battlefield with calculated precision. Behind her, Deus stepped forward with purple energy flaring around his blade. With a decisive and powerful strike, he cleaved through the frozen monsters, shattering them into fragments. He then lifted his gaze toward the sky and alerted the others to look above. The Vice Tower Master followed his line of sight, her expression darkening at the ominous sight unfolding overhead. The heavens had turned crimson as thunder roared within swirling clouds. An oppressive force pressed down upon the battlefield, radiating despair born from overwhelming power. A massive sphere of condensed magic descended like a cannon shot, slamming into the ground and tearing the earth apart. The impact sent shockwaves across the field, shaking both soldiers and terrain alike with destructive intensity. From the smoke emerged a towering demonic figure. A massive clawed foot stepped forward, marking the arrival of a being far beyond ordinary comprehension. The demon laughed mockingly and warned the soldiers not to belittle the sins of those who had lost their honor. His laughter echoed through the burning air, carrying a cruel and disdainful tone that chilled the hearts of those who heard it. Without hesitation, one of Deos's subordinates lunged forward and struck his sword directly at the demon. The knight gritted his teeth and swung with full force, determined to land a decisive blow. However, the blade failed to pierce the creature's body, proving ineffective against the overwhelming demonic presence standing before him on the shattered battlefield. In the next instant, the demon retaliated with terrifying speed. A flash of red light cut through the air, and the knight's head was severed cleanly. It fell to the ground before his body collapsed lifelessly. The battlefield fell silent for a brief moment as the brutality of the scene weighed heavily on everyone present, intensifying the murderous atmosphere surrounding the confrontation. The demon lord coldly declared that those who had abandoned the nobility of their souls would not be granted an honorable death. One of the soldiers shouted in panic that Pelvo was going to die at that rate. Before chaos could spread further, Alan stepped forward with unwavering composure. His gaze lifted toward the demonic figure looming above the battlefield. He addressed great god Alpi Deleuze and invoked the oath of Kaigun, presenting himself as Alan Palatuni to honor the sacred promise. He formally requested a duel of Babylon and activated his chanting skill with an unwavering tone. His voice carried clearly across the battlefield, cutting through fear and confusion with decisive authority and controlled resolve. The demon burst into laughter, and the sound seemed to split the sky itself. With each echo, violent energy rippled outward from his body. He expressed amusement that someone still remembered the oath of his era and described the situation as unexpected yet pleasing. Red energy erupted from his body as surrounding corpses dissolved into mist, which formed a massive barrier around them. The demon welcomed Alan to his bloody coliseum and sealed them inside the crimson mist. He announced that no one could interfere with the duel. In accordance with the Grand Pact of Altai, he accepted the sacred duel of Babylon. The barrier thickened, isolating them from the outside world and trapping them within a domain ruled solely by the laws of the duel. Alan felt the crushing pressure radiating from the being before him. He realized that the demon was far more terrifying than he had anticipated and admitted inwardly that he had been mistaken. The entity was already close to full manifestation. The demon laughed again in manic delight, covering his face as his power swelled within the crimson domain. Alan calculated that the closer an outer god came to interacting with the world, the more strength it acquired, and he recognized that this being was nearing the revelation of the 5 mortal sins. He steadied his breathing and reflected that, if he had not consumed the potion of excellence earlier, he would have collapsed by now. He understood this was his final chance. He raised his head and declared that the duel would begin. The grand duel of Babylon proceeded turn by turn as a solemn voice echoed within the crimson Colosseum. Rule 1 granted initiative to the challenge party. The demon lord moved first and hurled a punch toward Alan, crimson energy condensing around his fist as he expressed his intent to play the Song of Ruin. Outside the barrier, soldiers shouted for everyone to take cover. Alan did not move and stood firm with his gaze locked on the approaching strike. A soldier questioned why he remained still after witnessing such power. Rule 2 declared that the defender could not act outside their turn and could not move as struck by the initial assault. The demon lord's energy surged violently, pressing down like a collapsing sky. He commented darkly on the dreadful nature of manifestation. Rule 3 declared that each turn consisted of 1 attack and 1 defense, and that positions would reverse at the end of each turn. Alan brushed his fingers against the potion at his side, acknowledging that it was now the defender's turn. He understood that a basic defense would be useless against such force. He began chanting imposition, condensation, reinforcement, and dispersion as magic circles layered behind him in rapid succession. He resolved to exhaust every enchantment to block a single strike. The crimson force descended and collided with his barriers, halting mid-air before erupting in a deafening explosion. Red light clashed against shimmering enchantments as the earth shattered beneath them, splitting apart under immense pressure. Outside the barrier, Yuan and the others froze in place. The Vice Tower Master anxiously wondered whether the Count had survived. When the light faded, Alan remained standing, though battered and bleeding, with a cracked magic circle glowing behind him. He steadied himself and held the potion prepared by the Vice Tower Master, recalling that it was described as a redemption potion capable of soothing unbearable pain. He observed that when used at the precise moment, It worked flawlessly and allowed him to remain standing. He poured the golden liquid over himself as warm light enveloped his body and restored his strength gradually. He assessed that it would not restore him completely, but would allow him to move. His gaze turned cold as he declared that he had fulfilled the conditions to enter the state of stillness. He raised his hand as a ring appeared upon his finger. Golden radiance burst forth from it, illuminating the crimson mist as he activated Binding Summon and announced that the long-awaited hour had arrived. He began to explain the situation almost like a lecturer presenting a lesson. To confront Ultralis, one first had to understand the rules of the duel itself. That was why he had willingly accepted the challenge and demanded a sacred duel of Babylon. Only within those strict boundaries could the movements of an outer god be limited. The reincarnation pendant had ensured that he would not truly die, and the potion had kept him barely alive. The Ring of Radiance required one critical condition. He had to stand at death's edge. Now that requirement had been met, the constraint activated. Alan stepped forward toward Ultralis and stated that in a sacred duel, defense and counterattacks were forbidden. In the game's mechanics, he had simply endured the first strike because enhancement effects there had been limited by turns. Here, however, they were governed by reality itself. There was no turn limit. He began channeling magic. He declared the first constraint, explaining that when magic was used upon snowy terrain, he could slightly distort the laws of this world. Above his head, a red eye opened. Then a blue eye opened as well. He invoked diffraction. Energy gathered before his palm and crackled with unstable force. He declared the second constraint, stating that when magic was invoked at death's threshold, he could bend the laws of this world further. He invoked Primal Point. Lightning condensed into the shape of a spear in his grasp. Its form sharpened and compressed into lethal density. Dark energy seeped into it as he layered extinction over the spell, staining it with a shadowed aura. He declared the third constraint, explaining that when battling a god, he could twist the world's laws even more. He invoked Silent Front. The power surged once again and intensified beyond its previous state. He declared the fourth constraint, stating that when magic was used against Ultralis, the great god of duels, its force increased further. Ultralis stood with his arms spread wide. He neither guarded nor retreated. Bound completely by the rules, Alan hurled the spear. It struck Ultralis head-on. A blinding explosion erupted and swallowed the battlefield in light and thunder. The ground fractured beneath the blast, and the air screamed from the force of it. Through the roar of destruction, Alan's voice carried steadily as he declared that he could still twist the laws of this world one more time. Alan knew the final condition clearly. For his plan to succeed, Ultralis had to be erased in a single strike. However, destroying the body of an outer god was not enough. Even if a spear pierced straight through its heart, such beings did not simply vanish. The lightning spear struck true. A massive hole tore through Ultralis's chest, and yet the god threw his head back and laughed. He described the attack as impressive, almost as if complimenting a student. Cold dread tightened in Alan's chest as he questioned whether it had failed. He had poured everything into that attack. Even the reserve of magic stored within his bracelet had been completely drained. Ultralis regarded him with manic amusement and remarked that he truly was the successor to that will and had already reached such a level. Alan's mind raced as he wondered what was happening. Before his eyes, Ultralis's massive form began to blur at the edges. His frame flickered like a reflection disturbed by rippling water. Ultralis described the duel as splendid and acknowledged it as a worthy clash between noble warriors. Alan stared as realization dawned that the god was fading. Ultralis continued speaking as his voice echoed strangely and his body grew translucent. He wondered how matters would unfold between the black one and the blue one. He then lifted a hand and produced an object, a belt, and tossed it toward Alan. He declared that he had lost the duel and granted Alan the belt along with its authority. His body began drifting upward and dissolving into the sky. He addressed Alan as a warrior who remembered the ancient rites and hidden mysteries of the forgotten great god, and who walked in pursuit of that will. He instructed that when the usurpers broke their chains, Alan should call upon his name. His smile sharpened as he clarified that Alan must not use the false and humiliating name wrapped in deception, but instead call upon his true name, the god of chaos. Then he vanished completely. Silence fell across the battlefield. The duel was over. Alan had won. After the outer god's disappearance, Soldiers moved quietly across the battlefield and buried the fallen. The chaos gradually settled and preparations were made to return to Caliban. Inside a carriage, Alan sat opposite Pinea. He drew a breath and indicated that it was time for the next question. She immediately cut him off and stated that he was a rank 3. Her eyes widened as she corrected herself and admitted her mistake. Alan leaned back slightly and asked what she knew about the blue things and the black things. At once, tension seized her face. She shook her head rapidly and insisted that she did not know anything and had never seen anything like that, swearing that it was the truth. He studied her for a moment and then stated that it was fine. The moment he said that, she practically leapt from the carriage, thanking him repeatedly as she hurried away. Alan blinked and realized that he had not even said she could leave yet. He exhaled quietly and reflected that if people kept thanking him for things so minor, he might start believing he was some kind of villain. His gaze lowered as his thoughts returned to the duel. He questioned why Ultralis had disappeared, even though his attack had not truly destroyed him. Ultralis's final words lingered in his mind and raised more questions than answers. Beside him rested the belt that God had given him. Alan picked it up and examined it carefully. He had seen this item before in the game. It was the Belt of the Forgotten, a reward for defeating Ultralis. Its effect was simple and brutal, doubling both the damage dealt and the damage received. As he turned it over, he noticed something he did not recall from before. An inscription lined the inner surface. The inscription addressed the one who had inherited his will and instructed that his steps should guide him to Kahala, the city of ancient gods. Alan narrowed his eyes and stated that this part had never been seen before. He turned the belt over in his hands again, his gaze lingering on the inscription. Kahala, the city of the ancient gods. A quiet thought surfaced as he wondered whether he would find answers there. A knock interrupted him. He looked up and permitted the visitor to enter. The door opened and revealed Deus. Alan raised a brow and asked what it was. Deus spoke evenly and explained that the mage had left without properly seeing him off and offered to eliminate her if Alan wished. Alan blinked and quickly waved the suggestion away, stating that it would not be necessary. As the door closed again, Alan rubbed his temple and wondered whether this was going a little too far. 2 weeks later in Kid Ram, the capital of Caliban, the northern expedition officially came to an end. Dace went to the castle to deliver his report and returned to the Ring of Radiance while there. When he rejoined Alan afterward, a brief silence passed before Alan mentioned that he had received quite a number of rewards from the king. Deus hesitated and then asked whether he too could become stronger. The question caught Alan off guard. He wondered what Deus was talking about, since he was already the youngest Master Knight. Then he realized it was about the magic, the duel, and the overwhelming display of power. He understood that it had impressed Deus. Aloud, he explained that even without divine descent or the incarnation of the 5 sins, their generation's natural talent was exceptional. He stated that Dice excelled with the sword and that strength would come in time. He met Dice's eyes and assured him that if he kept working, he would reach whatever height he aimed for. To Alan, that was simply a fact. Dice looked surprised by the certainty in his voice. Alan reflected that Dace had been born with that gift. A faint trace of envy passed through him as he acknowledged that Dace was already tremendously powerful and simply did not fully recognize it yet. Alan eventually stated that he should be going. Before he could leave, Dace quietly asked why Alan always requested favors instead of giving him orders. Alan paused and responded by asking why he would order someone from his own family. Dace stood still, caught off guard by that answer. Without another word, Alan departed. Inside his carriage, Alan leaned back against the seat and wondered whether Deus had thought his sponsorship came with hidden intentions. He exhaled and acknowledged that he wanted to prevent the descent of the 5 sins. However, the money he had spent and the support he had given had not been a calculated investment alone. He admitted quietly that he had done it because he wanted to. Then he frowned slightly and questioned what the point was of raising a kid like that. That evening in his own quarters, Dice sat alone. The gifts Alan had given him rested on the table nearby. He reflected that he had initially followed Alan because he felt indebted. Yet Alan kept doing more for him. He raised his hand and attempted to replicate the gesture he had seen during the duel and invoke Silent Front. Nothing happened. He lowered his arm and let out a quiet breath, wishing that he could use magic the way Alan did. Then he remembered Alan's words about family. The thoughts settled warmly in his chest. For the first time that night, Dice allowed himself a small and contented smile. About a month later, when Alan finally arrived at Count Palladio's estate, it had been nearly 3 months since his last return. And as he stepped inside, Alan stretched his stiff shoulders and muttered to himself, "Home, finally." After such a long journey, Alan had only one simple dream in mind: sleep. Just a peaceful, uninterrupted nap. Without wasting a second, Alan headed straight toward his room. As he reached the door, he sighed with relief and pushed it open. And then he froze. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Because this was not his bedroom, it was his office. And waiting inside was a mountain of documents stacked so high, it looked like a small fortress built entirely out of paperwork. The papers almost seemed alive, silently welcoming him back. "Welcome home, Count. Now please finish your work." Alan slowly closed the door, then immediately turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. He said calmly, "I must have opened the wrong door." He took 3 steps, then 5, then 10, and then he suddenly stopped. After a long moment of silence, Alan let out a deep sigh and rubbed his face. Right. Who am I kidding? Since the work had to be done sooner or later, Alan turned around and returned to the office like a man walking toward his own execution. After all, this was the tragic fate of an overworked noble. Soon, Alan sat at his desk. One hand was writing, the other was stamping documents. Meanwhile, his soul slowly drifted out of his body from exhaustion. As he stamped another paper, Alan muttered with determination, "Fine. Once I finish this backlog, I'm taking a vacation, no matter what." Even if the kingdom collapses, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. When exactly do I get to live my peaceful, noble life? After finally finishing the mountain of work, Alan rewarded himself with a 1-week vacation, and he fully embraced the lifestyle he had always dreamed of: sleeping late, toasting bread in the morning, eating a perfect steak for dinner. This leisurely routine brought him a level of happiness that even powerful magic couldn't match. However, despite the peaceful atmosphere, Alan wasn't completely idle. Even during his vacation, his mind refused to rest, because he knew one thing: otherworldly beings had already appeared once, and if one had descended, then others could appear as well. Now that the 5 great sins had been sealed, the world had unknowingly entered a new stage. Rather than resisting fate, Alan simply accepted the situation. After all, if saving the 5 great sins had created this butterfly effect, then a few otherworldly visitors appearing occasionally was far better than the alternative. At least those beings would show signs before appearing. The 5 great sins, on the other hand, would descend like a bomb with no warning whatsoever. So during the week, Alan quietly gathered information and continued researching magic. Eventually, he clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll need to go to Colony for information." Normally, Alan preferred investigating things personally, rather than relying on the Information Guild. But there was a problem. The location of the ancient god city, Kahara, had not yet been discovered. Alan crossed his arms and thought carefully. If my memory from the game Psychedelia is right, the city should be discovered this year. Because in the original story, Kahara was discovered 3 years before the protagonist left the village. And this year just happened to be that exact year. So I just need to wait. Right at that moment, the door opened. Evan stepped inside and immediately frowned. "Count," he rubbed his arms and shivered. "It's strangely cold in here." Alan blinked. Then he looked down at the ice magic circle he had unconsciously drawn on the floor. The entire room was slowly freezing. Alan scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "It looks like my research is working." Apparently, his magic experiment had accidentally turned his office into a refrigerator. Evan then cleared his throat. "How should I put this? A hidden city has been discovered in Colony." Alan froze. His eyes widened. What? The timing was so perfect. It felt suspicious. For a moment, Alan wondered if the world was secretly listening to his thoughts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Blue Moon meeting had begun. The members usually gathered every 6 months. Because of the distance between them, they communicated through a crystal orb created by Rian. Normally, the meetings were extremely short. Most of the time, they lasted less than 10 minutes. Utea led the discussion. Sailrang occasionally made innocent comments. The rest simply answered with short replies like, "Yes, no," or "I agree." Deus, in particular, almost never spoke, mostly because he was naturally quiet. So no one expected what happened next. During the meeting, Sailrang innocently asked, "I heard a rumor that the Great Moon has left. What was it like seeing him in person?" Everyone casually waited for a short answer. But instead, Deus began speaking, and speaking, and speaking. The Great Moon stood before the otherworldly entity, Ultoltus. While everyone was overwhelmed with fear, Even the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower, the Great Moon, stepped forward and challenged it to a duel. The members listened politely. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, then 30 minutes. The others slowly began to realize something terrifying. Deus was giving a full lecture. Deus continued, thinking back. The Great Moon had probably been preparing magic from the very beginning. By the time the speech passed the 1 hour mark, everyone was staring at the crystal orb with blank expressions. Rian tried to interrupt. Wait, you're getting off topic. But Deus continued calmly. Just listen to this part. I'm telling a story about the Great Moon, aren't I? So where was I? Yes, with old Holtis. Then he restarted the story from an even earlier point. Renee and Seorang desperately looked at Yudia, silently begging her to stop him, because she was the only one who could. But instead, Yudia smiled brightly, saying, the Great Moon truly is remarkable. Please continue. At that moment, the others realized something. This meeting was not ending anytime soon. As expected, Deus finally finished his story. 2 hours later, the meeting room fell into complete silence. Rian, Radan, and Seolrang all engraved a single lesson deep into their hearts. Never ask Deus about the Great Moon again, Deus calmly concluded. I seem to have talked a little too much. I'll see you all again in 6 months. Yudia smiled warmly. That was very entertaining. And with that, the meeting ended. It was already dawn. Back with Alan, he suddenly found himself standing in front of yet another strange sight. An entire room completely filled with gift boxes, large boxes, small boxes, shiny boxes, suspiciously expensive-looking boxes. For a moment, Alan just stood there silently, staring at the mountain of gifts like a man who had accidentally walked into the wrong house. Then he slowly turned toward Evan. Evan, what exactly am I looking at? Evan stepped forward to inspect one of the boxes. As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened in shock, saying, My lord, this artifact came from the deep floors of the Aberranth. He carefully lifted the item and added in disbelief, To be honest, we could probably buy a mansion with just this one. Alan blinked. Then he picked up a golden cup from another box. It was ridiculously expensive. In his other hand were several letters that had been delivered along with the gifts. He began reading the names and immediately frowned. He said, I don't know any of these nobles. The letters were extremely polite and full of praise. Some even sounded suspiciously respectful. Alan slowly nodded to himself. I see. The rumors must have spread, even so he couldn't hide his amazement. All of this just because he had one connection with a master knight. He leaned back and let out a small whistle. Amazing. Despite his confusion, something deep inside Alan suddenly awakened. His small business slave mentality. After thinking for a moment, Alan came to a very reasonable conclusion. If people give you things, you should accept them. He folded the letters neatly and smiled. To the generous nobles who sent these gifts, thank you. Then he looked at the overflowing boxes and laughed. Let's just put everything inside the secret chest. A week later, Evan returned with even more gifts. He placed the new boxes down inside. My lord, it doesn't seem like they're going to stop. Alan stared at the growing pile with wide eyes. Then he nodded slowly. He leaned back proudly and thought, so this is what happens when you know a master knight. He crossed his arms and thought, Deus must be doing well. Looks like that kid is finally being a good son. He generously decided to forgive Deus for never writing back. What Alan didn't know was that these gifts were actually bribes from nobles, hoping he would let them join his faction. But in Alan's mind, they were simply friendly presents. A month later, the gifts were still arriving. At this point, Alan started feeling slightly embarrassed. Looking at a ridiculously luxurious jewel box, he sighed. Maybe I should return the more outrageous ones. At the beginning of summer, as the gifts finally started slowing down, the Grand Assembly began in Tyria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. Unfortunately for Alan, he was late, which resulted in a very unusual sight. Count Alan Palladio, walking quickly, Evan followed behind him, said, See you later. Alan is desperate not to draw attention for being late to his first Grand Assembly. Evan notices his speed and is surprised, assuming his master must be in a real hurry. He also notices that several other nobles have started following behind the Count. Alan finally pushed open the massive doors of the assembly hall and immediately froze. The center area of the hall was completely empty. Alan blinked, then sighed in relief. So I'm not late after all. He recalled the research he had done earlier. The royalists sit on the left. The aristocrats sit on the right. He looked toward the empty center area and said, So the middle must be for neutral nobles. Alan nodded wisely. I'll just sit in the back. But the moment he stepped forward, he noticed something strange. The nobles entered the room, and they were staring directly at him. Alan shocked and asked himself, What? Weren't they outside a minute ago? He also inquired, are they judging me for sitting in the back? Trying to avoid suspicion, he changed direction and walked toward the middle row. The nobles continued staring, their expressions growing more shocked by the second, because they were thinking something completely different. Why isn't he sitting in the front? Eventually, Alan gave up and said, fine, I'll just sit in the front row. The moment he sat down, every noble in the hall immediately sat down as well. Alan slowly looked around in confusion. He scratched his head. Were they all waiting for me? He frowned. Is no one brave enough to sit in the front row? Then he leaned back with a sigh. What's the point of sitting this close to the faction leaders anyway? Soon the presenter called the assembly to order. We will begin the grand assembly, the presenter continued. Today we recognize a new faction that has officially received voting rights. The faction known as Kalpa. Alan blinked, but he didn't pay much attention. He simply hoped the meeting would end quickly. Then the presenter suddenly called out, Count Palladio, the president of Kalpa. Alan jumped, yes, then his brain froze. Wait, inside his head, Alan was screaming, what is Kalpa? He quickly turned around to see if anyone else looked confused, but instead he saw Altea and Zenonius sitting together. Both of them were staring at him with pure admiration. Alan's mind completely shut down. Why are those two sitting together? Did Zenonia and Altea form an alliance, and they named it Kalpa? He felt his sanity slowly slipping away. How did those two even stay in the same room without fighting? Then the presenter asked politely, Count Palladio, as the president of Kalpa, would you like to say a few words? Alan slowly turned back toward the front, his face completely blank. And at that moment he realized something horrifying. The president of this mysterious and possibly dangerous faction was apparently him. In the frozen northern lands where the icy wind howls without end and the gray ground goes on forever, lay the place where a terrifying battle had recently taken place. A battle between an outer god and the Count of Asteria. Now the battlefield had turned into something else entirely. A land of countless graves. These graves belonged to the unfortunate souls the expedition had been unable to recover. Standing silently among the graves was a mysterious figure. He wore a black, sacred robe and several ominous black accessories dangled from his waist and hands, clinking softly whenever he moved. His face was hidden beneath a deep hood, but it was clear that he was carefully observing the surroundings. At first he twisted his mouth slightly, as if he couldn't quite understand what he was looking at. But after glancing around a few more times, a faint smile slowly appeared on his lips. The hooded figure said with amusement, interesting. His voice sounded strangely cheerful for such a depressing landscape. Even stranger, the voice echoed in layered tones, making it impossible to tell whether the speaker was a man or a woman. Slowly scanning the battlefield, his gaze eventually stopped at a single spot on the ground. It was the exact place where the outer god had vanished. The same place where, during a rightful duel, Alan had landed the final blow. The hooded figure stared at the spot for a moment. Then the hooded figure muttered curiously, let's see how far this will go. After a brief pause, the hooded figure added playfully, shall we watch? With those mysterious words, he turned around without hesitation, as if he had already seen everything he needed to see. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Council Hall, Alan suddenly had a strange thought. Inside his mind, Alan thought with disbelief, I accidentally became the leader of a group formed by a shadowy alliance. It sounded suspiciously like the title of a cheap web novel. Just then, the moderator spoke. The moderator asked politely, do you have anything to say? Alan blinked. Inside his mind, Alan screamed silently, wait, me? Leader? Shadowy alliance? What kind of nonsense is this? But before Alan could say anything, the moderator continued. The moderator said calmly, it seems you have nothing to add, so we will move on. Alan slowly opened his mouth and then slowly closed it again. His chance to ask questions had already disappeared. Trying to understand what was happening, Alan slowly turned his head toward Duke Altea. Duke Altea nodded confidently. Not just a normal nod, a very meaningful nod. The kind of nod that said, yes, everything is going exactly according to your brilliant plan. Alan almost choked. Lady Zenonia. No, now she was officially Countess Zenonia, after inheriting her title following her father's death several months ago. And she was smiling. Not a normal smile. It was the smile of someone who believed she was standing next to a terrifying mastermind. Inside his mind, Alan panicked. Alan thought nervously, is this a prank? Did someone spike the wine earlier? Am I hallucinating right now? As Alan struggled to understand the situation, something suddenly clicked in his mind. Alan whispered quietly to himself. Ah, now he understood. He finally realized why the nobles had looked so confused earlier when he sat down. Because apparently he had just sat in the leader's seat of a secret faction. Realizing this horrifying truth, Alan felt the world spin. He grabbed his head and shut his eyes tightly. After the Grand Council meeting ended, Alan somehow found himself being guided to a banquet, celebrating the birth of the Kalfa faction. He didn't remember agreeing to attend. He didn't even remember standing up. But somehow he was already there. Then Countess Zenonia spoke. Countess Zenonia said with satisfaction, "How about this? I think it's perfect now." From Alan's perspective, absolutely nothing about this situation was perfect. He had no idea what she was talking about. Then Duke Altea added another comment. Duke Altea said thoughtfully, "It seems everything has been arranged exactly the way Count Palladio intended." Alan felt like someone had thrown 50 question marks directly into his brain. Inside his mind, Alan shouted silently, "What are you talking about? Who arranged what? When did I do that?" But on the outside, Alan maintained a calm, dignified, noble expression, because panicking in front of two possible psychopath masterminds felt like a bad survival strategy. Alan glanced between Duke Altea and Countess Zenonia. Both of them were looking at him with clear expectation. They were waiting for him to speak. Inside his mind, Alan slowly reached a horrifying conclusion. Alan thought nervously, "Do I have a split personality? Did my other personality secretly create this faction while I was sleeping?" Because honestly, that explanation was starting to sound more believable than the current situation. After all, Alan wasn't even close to these two. He had only met Duke Altea once several years ago, and their conversation had been extremely unpleasant. It was during the time when Loria begged for help, and Alan had bluntly rejected the request. Likewise, Alan barely knew Countess Zenonia. They had only met twice, and during their second meeting, Alan had literally ordered her to be thrown out of his manor. Realizing he had been silent for too long, Alan finally spoke. Alan said calmly, "I see." Inside his mind, however, Alan was screaming. But he couldn't ask, "What is going on here?" Because it was painfully obvious that these two believed he had planned everything. If he suddenly asked what they were talking about, they might conclude that their genius mastermind leader had gone insane, or worse, that he was testing them. So Alan made a decision. For now, he would play along and gather information. Once he understood the misunderstanding, he could fix everything later. However, before he could say anything else, Duke Altea spoke again. Duke Altea said sincerely, "I'm just glad I was able to repay you for saving my life." Alan slowly closed his eyes. Inside his mind, Alan screamed, "When did I save your life?" Despite the chaos in his brain, Alan slowly managed to gather three important facts from the conversation. First, apparently, the alliance between Countess Zenonia and Duke Altea had been orchestrated by Alan. Second, the faction called Kalfa had been formed because of a letter Alan had sent to Countess Zenonia. And third, all the gifts Alan had been receiving recently were actually from nobles who wanted to join the faction. Those gifts were part of the process of asking permission from the faction leader, which unfortunately was Alan. As Duke Altea and Countess Zenonia continued talking enthusiastically about his brilliant plans, Alan slowly pieced everything together, though doing so felt like solving a puzzle while his brain was actively melting. Keeping a neutral expression while feeling disbelief inside, Alan stared at the two nobles in front of him. Even though he had begun to understand part of the situation, there was still far too much he didn't understand. No, to be more precise, there were countless things he wanted to question. Inside his mind, Alan thought, if I'm not secretly some kind of Jekyll and Hyde split personality, then I definitely never ordered Countess Zenonia to do anything. I never told them to form an alliance. I swear I didn't. Then Alan thought again. All I did was send a letter saying, I disliked the other nobles. So how did it turn into this? Alan's head spun as he looked at Duke Altea and Countess Zenonia, trying desperately to understand what was happening. Inside his mind, Alan wondered, is this what people mean by the realm of genius? Where ordinary people can't even understand the plans of a mastermind? Alan remained silent because he had slowly realized something terrifying. Through a series of coincidences, he had unknowingly helped create the Kalfa faction himself. By the time he finished piecing together the facts, Alan's instincts told him something very important. There was no getting off the Kalfa train anymore. He had already accepted too much. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, there were ways, but none of them were good options. Now that both the royalist faction and the aristocratic faction clearly saw him as an enemy, leaving this faction would only cause more problems. To be honest, if the losses were manageable, Alan would have pressed the escape button immediately. But another thought quickly followed. Inside his mind, Alan wondered, what if I tell them this was all a misunderstanding? Alan slowly glanced at Duke Altea and Countess Zenonia. Their conversation had just ended, and now both of them were looking directly at him. To any outsider, they looked like elegant and refined nobles. But Alan knew better. He knew exactly how frightening Countess Zenonia could be. And although Duke Altea wasn't the same character he remembered from the game, she was someone who should have already disappeared from the story. Because of that, Alan couldn't underestimate her either. After all, masterminds always had their own logic, and they possessed a level of awareness ordinary people simply couldn't understand. Inside his mind, Alan thought, even if I explain everything clearly, they might just think it's embarrassing and decide to kill me. Of course, Alan didn't know them very well, but in this world, most characters labeled as masterminds tended to be somewhat unstable. Because of that, Alan reached a reluctant conclusion. Whether he liked it or not, he had to remain the leader of Kalfa. Yes, whether he liked it or not, at least until he could find a good excuse to step down later. Because Alan had absolutely no desire to stay in the leadership role forever. He knew that being the leader of a faction came with countless responsibilities, even if the benefits were great. And for Alan, whose life motto was living leisurely as a noble without working, leadership was the exact opposite of what he wanted. So Alan quietly made a decision. Inside his mind, Alan said to himself, I'll lead for now and retire later when the timing is right. At that moment, Duke Altea asked, so what do you plan to do now? Hearing the question, Alan let out a quiet groan. Alan murmured thoughtfully. Since he couldn't reveal the truth, Alan rolled his eyes slightly and tried to buy himself some time. After a short pause, Alan said, for now, let's start by cleaning up the underworld. Confused, Countess Zenonia asked. Clean up? Calmly, Alan replied. Yes, that way it will be easier for us to operate. Of course, Alan had absolutely no idea how anything would become easier. But since he couldn't even remember half the topics discussed at the assembly earlier that day, bringing up politics would have been a terrible idea. So this vague statement was the best he could manage. It was clumsy, but for Alan, it was the best he could do. After that, Alan stood up and said, well, then I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Before either of them could ask another question, Alan immediately turned around and began walking away. His steps gradually became faster because he knew that if they asked even one more question, he had no answers. Soon, Alan left the hall and hurried through the empty corridor. Eventually, he almost ran to his carriage, worried that someone might stop him. Seeing him arrive so quickly, Evan asked, Count? Without hesitation, Alan said, let's head straight to the colony. Alan had already decided to leave that very day. Inside his mind, Alan thought, the letter should have arrived by now. I hope I can get some help there, like I did with Diaz. Soon, Alan's carriage began moving through the night. It was a midsummer evening. Meanwhile, back at the banquet hall, thinking about Alan's words, Countess Zenonia murmured, clean up the underworld. After a brief moment of thought, Duke Altea said, when he says clean up the underworld, there can only be one meaning, right? Nodding slowly, Countess Zenonia replied, indeed, we've had our territories under firm control for a long time. Then Countess Zenonia continued, so if he's telling us to clean things up, finishing the thought, Duke Altea said, then the only option left is the remaining territories. Indeed, Countess Zenonia agreed. For a moment, both women fell silent. Then they smiled at the same time, because the idea forming in their minds was something that would have been impossible when they acted separately. But now with their alliance and the formation of the Kalfa faction, it had become possible. Smiling slightly, Countess Zenonia said, unifying the entire underworld. Amused by the idea, Duke Altea said, that sounds fun. Both nobles smiled deeply. Looking thoughtful, Countess Zenonia said, I'm curious to see what he's planning next. He becomes more intriguing every day. Agreeing with her, Duke Altea said, indeed, I'm eager to see what he has prepared for us. Then the two nobles gently clinked their wine glasses. Smiling faintly, Countess Zenonia said, I'm truly looking forward to it. Their admiration for Alan quietly spread through the room, along with the fragrance of the wine. In the vast territory of Maltayon, located south of the kingdom of Ashtalon, two men sat in the underground hall of a massive mansion. One of them was Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelon, the owner of this mansion. The man standing before him looked completely relaxed, even though he was facing Carmine, who was infamous as a tyrant and a scoundrel. Carmine leaned back in his chair. Carmine asked calmly, "You're the agent, right?" The man with half-closed eyes gave a small smile. He slowly took out a quill from his pocket. The man said lazily, "Before anything else, I don't tolerate rats during a mission." The next moment, he moved. A sharp, splattering sound echoed across the underground hall. Blood burst into the air. Bodies that had been hidden in the shadows suddenly appeared as they collapsed onto the ground, their blood spreading across the stone floor. 9 corpses, all of them dead. Carmine stared at the scene for a moment. Then he smiled. Carmine said with satisfaction, "You really are strong, just as I expected." Without hesitation, he leaned forward. Carmine said directly, "I want you to kill a noble, Count Palladio of the Asteria Kingdom." Then he smirked. Carmine said confidently, "You wouldn't refuse a request from me, the tyrant of Ashkelon, would you?" The agent chuckled. The agent said casually, "As long as the payment is correct, there are no failures." Then he tilted his head. The agent added with a faint grin, "Though I'm curious if you can actually afford my fee, Carmine." Carmine simply smiled. Slowly, he pulled something out from inside his coat and placed it on the table. Carmine said proudly, "How about 4 of these?" What he revealed was a black cube, a cube so dark it seemed to swallow even the surrounding light. It looked like a fragment of the abyss itself. Interest immediately flashed in the agent's eyes. The agent narrowed his eyes. Then his eyes widened slightly. The agent whispered in surprise, "That's an abyssal core, the abyssal substance, a rare item distributed in extremely small quantities by Duke Camelon on the black market." Unlike abyssal jade, which merely increased physical abilities, the abyssal core granted special powers. Its price was astronomical. The agent stared at the cube. The agent thought silently, "I only got a tiny taste of this thanks to the leader. How strong would I become if I used it?" Then he turned away. The agent said calmly, "I'll return as quickly as possible." And just like that, he disappeared. Carmine clenched his fist. Carmine said with a dark grin, "Palladio, did you really think you could ignore me and live comfortably?" He chuckled coldly. Carmine finished coldly, "Absolutely not." After leaving Carmine, the agent visited another person, Duke Camelon, the head of the nobles in the kingdom of Ashkelon and the true ruler of the underworld among the allied kingdoms. Standing before the Duke, the agent bowed slightly. The agent asked politely, "Will this be acceptable?" The Duke looked bored. The Duke said coldly, "I was wondering what that useless son of mine was plotting when he stole the abyssal substances." He waved his hand dismissively. The Duke added indifferently, "I heard nothing. Now get lost." The agent blinked. Then he smiled internally. The agent thought happily, "So he's turning a blind eye to this. I hit the jackpot." The agent bowed again. The agent asked politely, "Then shall I send your regards to the leader?" The Duke smirked. The Duke said with a grin, "You came here uninvited, and now you want an excuse." He leaned back. The Duke finished lazily, "Do as you please." The agent nodded and left. Moments later, another man appeared. The Duke glanced at him. The Duke asked calmly, "Didn't you say you couldn't exert influence over the kingdom of Asteria?" The man immediately knelt. The man replied respectfully, "Yes, Seeker." Then he added carefully. The man reported, "I heard Kalpa is growing there, centered around Count Palladio." The Duke's eyes turned cold. The Duke said quietly, "It would have been annoying if I had to move personally." The Duke added, "This worked out perfectly." Meanwhile, as Alan was heading south toward the desert city after leaving Teria, someone else was watching the same road. High above the path, the agent observed a distant carriage. The agent narrowed his eyes. The agent said quietly, "Found you, Count Palladio." Inside that carriage was his target. While watching it approach, the agent took out his quill again. The agent thought to himself, "The abyssal core is tempting, but something still bothers me." In truth, killing Count Palladio would be easy. With a single stroke of his quill, the man's life would end. Yet he hesitated. The agent sighed. The agent muttered, "The rules say not to make troublesome enemies if possible. Count Palladio himself wasn't the problem, but someone connected to him was. Someone in Caliban. Deus." The agent frowned slightly. The agent thought, "He'll definitely take action." The agents weren't afraid of Deus. Each agent possessed power comparable to a swordmaster, but unnecessary enemies were always troublesome, even if the payment was enormous. Still, 4 abyssal cores were far too tempting. The agent licked his lips slightly. The agent whispered with excitement, "How strong would I become if I used them?" He raised his quill. Black ink began to flow into the air. The agent said softly, "Sorry, it's just business." He drew a horizontal line in the air. Then suddenly, something felt wrong. The agent blinked. The agent said slowly, "Wait." He looked down. His right hand was gone, completely gone. For a moment, he simply stared at the empty space. The agent said in confusion, "I feel like I'm missing something important." Then the pain hit. The agent screamed. Before he could even finish screaming, another impact struck him. His body flew through the air and crashed violently into a tree. When he lifted his head, he froze. Standing there was a boy, black hair, blue eyes, young, too young. The agent stared in disbelief. The agent tried to speak, but his mouth wouldn't open, not even slightly. Panic filled his eyes. Then the boy smiled brightly. The boy said cheerfully, "How unfortunate." The agent felt a chill. Then crack, his neck twisted. Once, then twice. The agent died with a confused expression, never understanding what had happened. The boy said calmly, "If your target had been anyone else, you might have survived." He paused, then added softly. The boy said quietly, "But unfortunately for you, it was the Count." And with that, he disappeared. Inside the carriage, Alan sat as it moved through the scorching desert. The blazing sun and dry wind made every breath feel heavy. He leaned back weakly and muttered, "My lungs feel completely boiled." After a moment, he added in a tired voice, "It's been 5 days, and I still haven't gotten used to this." Across from him, Yuen observed his condition and replied calmly, "You're not boiled. You just look like a melted ice cake." Alan let out a quiet sigh. "If only we had an ice crystal." Yuen tilted his head slightly. "Then why not practice your magic?" Alan lowered his gaze and shook his head. "Not really." Yuen spoke again, his tone steady. "It could be worse. You could end up roasted like barbecue." Alan gave a faint response. "At this point, I already feel like one." Despite everything, joining the caravan had still been a reasonable choice. After a brief silence, Alan suddenly lifted his head and looked outside. His eyes landed on a red-haired girl in another carriage. "We don't know this desert at all," he murmured. Noticing his gaze, the girl frowned and snapped, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Alan froze for a moment, then narrowed his eyes as he observed her carefully. She had short red hair and was calmly reading from a small device. Her expression turned sharp. "What? Do you enjoy spying on people?" She was Lion, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower's master, and a rank 4 mage. Both Alan and Yuan looked at her with quiet suspicion. Alan shook his head. "You're misunderstanding." Lion scoffed. That attitude, exactly what I expected from someone connected to the Blue Tower. Alan leaned back, his thoughts turning restless. "Can't I get a moment of peace here?" Yuan glanced outside and spoke in a low voice. "Did you see that? She has a lot of ice crystals in her carriage." Alan's expression became slightly serious. "The Red Magic Tower's master is unpredictable. It's better not to get too close to his daughter." Inside, he made a quiet decision. "I'll just keep a low profile." Sometime later, chaos suddenly broke out. A group of bandits attacked the caravan without warning. One of them swung a chained weapon, striking down a warrior instantly. Before anyone could react, the leader moved forward and grabbed Lion, pressing a blade against her neck. "Everyone, listen carefully," the bandit leader said with a cold smile. "If you want to stay alive, cooperate quietly." The soldiers froze. One man trembled as he recognized something. "That symbol. These are the Bloody Scent Bandits." Another spoke in shock. "They even captured Lady Lion before she could react." The leader chuckled and tightened his grip. "I heard the master's daughter was here. Looks like I found her." He leaned closer, his voice mocking. "Should I give you some special treatment, little girl?" Lion's body trembled and her breathing became uneven. "Who are you?" she managed to say. "I can't breathe." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A chilling cold spread through the air, replacing the burning heat of the desert. Lion's eyes widened. "It's cold. I can breathe." Frost began to form across the ground, spreading rapidly. Not far away, Alan stood with a calm expression, quietly chanting. Lion looked toward him in shock. "Count, that's impossible." Alan completed the chant, his voice steady. "Snowy land." In an instant, snow covered the entire area. A sharp, freezing storm engulfed the battlefield, turning the desert into a land of ice. Alan briefly explained the condition of Lion, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower's master. Because of the hardships she had endured due to her position, she had developed trauma and a strong aversion to heat. As a result, even though she was only a rank 4 mage, her sensitivity to energy had become exceptionally sharp. Lion observed Alan quietly from a distance. He barely has enough mana to reach rank 2. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Alan and Yuan sat together, eating. Alan let out a small breath. It's much cooler now that night has fallen. Lion, however, continued to glare in his direction. And I'm supposed to believe he played a major role in the battle against the Outer God. They call him the benefactor of that master night, but it looks more like he just took the credit. Her thoughts lingered for a moment before fading. Back in the present, Lion couldn't hide her displeasure from the moment she had first seen him, but now her expression had changed. She looked at Alan again, her gaze filled with confusion. At least that's what I thought, she said quietly. But he's capable of using combined enchantment. He linked at least 3 elements. Her voice carried disbelief. The success rate of combined enchantment, which requires linking multiple chants, decreases exponentially with each additional chant. She paused, her brows tightening. And you need to be at least rank 5 to master that technique. So how? Before she could finish, a bandit rushed forward, charging straight at Alan. Alan didn't move. He calmly began chanting, "One turn, freeze." In the next instant, the bandit's body was completely covered in ice. He froze solid, turning into a crystal-like figure. Alan raised his hand again and clapped once. Demolish! The frozen body shattered instantly, breaking into countless pieces. A cold silence fell over the battlefield. Alan stood there, his expression calm and distant, his presence overwhelming. "These bandits usually scatter once their leader is eliminated," he said coldly. "I'll give you one chance. Get lost." The remaining bandits trembled in fear. "Run." In an instant, they turned and fled for their lives. Lion watched everything in disbelief. "So the rumors were true," she whispered. "He really is that strong against the Outer God." Sometime later, the atmosphere had completely changed. 2 men approached Alan respectfully, offering him food and wine. "What do you think?" one of them asked with a smile. "The wine pairs well with the meal." Alan calmly tasted it, finding it surprisingly good. Another man bowed his head deeply. "I owe you my life. This is nothing compared to what you did. You are my benefactor." Nearby, 2 pupils also bowed in respect. Alan nodded slightly. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Reducing the contrast penalty was the right decision. Behind him, Yuan continued eating without much care. Alan then explained further, his tone thoughtful. "The snowy land spell was something I designed during my vacation. It combines space magic, freezing magic, and maintenance magic." He continued, "Even though it only turns the surrounding area into a temporary frozen zone, it works effectively under the right conditions." His thoughts drifted briefly to past experiences. When magic is used near the gate of death, the output decreases. The same happens when facing entities with overwhelming power. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "When I fought against a god-level entity, my magic was heavily suppressed. Against something like the great god Douglas Ultra, most spells would be ineffective." After a short pause, he added, "This method allows me to limit the penalty to around 3 levels. Still," he frowned slightly, "combining 3 chants within such a short time isn't efficient. I need to refine it further." His gaze shifted to the belt at his waist. "Thanks to this, my power has increased. Now the only issue left is solving the penalty." At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Count!" Alan looked up, slightly surprised. Lion stood there, then bowed her head sincerely. "I was wrong about you. I'm truly sorry." Alan froze for a moment. Caught off guard, even Yuan paused, watching the scene. Lion lifted her head, her expression noticeably softer. "If you don't mind, I'd like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing?" Alan felt as if cold water had been poured over him. What is this? She was picking a fight the whole way, and now she suddenly changed like this. Even Yuan looked slightly frustrated by the sudden shift. Alan cleared his throat and straightened his posture. "Fine, I accept your apology," he said calmly. "I'm not a narrow-minded person." Lion's face brightened immediately. "Thank you so much." The narrator described how their conversation continued along the journey. The discussions about magic and enchantment turned out to be surprisingly engaging. Lion showed genuine interest, and Alan, in turn, explained a few techniques, including how enchantments could be used to subtly bend the rules of magic. Time passed quickly, and soon the group finally arrived at Cologne. As they prepared to part ways, Lion spoke politely. "Thank you for everything you taught me, Count. Will you be attending the conference?" Alan shook his head slightly. "I'm not affiliated with any tower, so I wasn't invited." Lion responded casually. "In that case, why not join the Red Magic Tower? I really enjoyed our discussions." Alan gave a small, polite smile. "Thank you for your kindness." Lion nodded and turned to leave. Then, I'll see you there. As she walked away, Alan murmured to himself, I actually need something from the conference tower. So this works out. At that moment, Yuen returned after handling the arrangements. I've taken care of the carriage and luggage, he said. Suddenly, a loud impact echoed nearby. A sharp attack struck the ground close to Yuen, forcing him to step back immediately. A voice rang out, filled with hostility. You dare show up at our meeting place? Alan turned toward the disturbance. Several pupils were already lying on the ground, beaten and unable to move. Wen frowned, his expression tense. What is going on here? A burst of golden energy erupted in the air as another attack was launched at one of the fallen pupils. Alan narrowed his eyes. What's happening? At that moment, a figure appeared. Seal rang. She moved swiftly, her body surrounded by a radiant golden light. Without hesitation, she kicked the attacker away and continued striking him relentlessly, her expression filled with anger. Yuen immediately stepped forward, ready to fight. Count, please stay back. Before he could finish, Seal Rang suddenly dashed forward. In the very next moment, she rushed toward Alan, leaping onto him from behind. With a playful yet firm grip, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist, clinging to him as if she had no intention of letting go. Hello, Godfather. Her voice was bright and cheerful, completely different from the fierce aura she had shown moments ago. Alan froze slightly. Seal rang. She beamed with excitement. You should have told me you were coming. This place is full of troublesome people. Yuan stared in surprise. Seal rang. She winked playfully. Don't worry. I already dealt with the ones who were targeting you. Seal rang, known as the Golden Flash, one of the 4 Babylons of Cologne, now stood there acting like a cheerful child. She grabbed Alan's hand tightly, her excitement obvious. I've been waiting for your arrival ever since I got your letter. Behind them, the surrounding people whispered in shock. Is that really the Golden Flash? She's acting like that. Who is that man? For her to treat him so kindly. All eyes turned toward Alan. Stunned by the scene, Seal rang, however, paid no attention to them. Smiling brightly, she held onto Alan's arm and began pulling him along. Come on, I'll show you around. As she dragged him forward, Alan glanced back at the man she had attacked earlier. She didn't actually kill him, did she? After their explosive introduction, Sailrang proudly leads the still bewildered Alan and Evan to a grand building. This is my guild, she beams. It's only for my people. With a huge, welcoming wave, she urges them inside. Come on in. Alan and Evan exchange a weary glance. It seems they're along for the ride, whether they like it or not. The moment they step inside, a sly-looking beastkin spots them from an upstairs balcony. Boss, he calls down with a sharp-toothed grin. This must be Leon. Seal Rang's second in command. Leon gracefully drops down to greet them. Welcome back, boss, he says smoothly, before asking Saorang if she ran into any trouble. She just shakes her head, confirming everything is fine. His sharp blue eyes then lock onto our heroes. So these are the esteemed guests you've been waiting for? He asks, his grin widening. Welcome to our humble abode. Leon leans in. You have no idea how excited she was. The boss literally sat at the city gates, every single day waiting for you. Sealrang blushes, while Alan just looks absolutely done with this entire situation. Sealrang, playing the part of a gracious host, slams her hands on a nearby table with a loud, Thwack! Benefactor! Sit! She commands, maybe a little too enthusiastically. Alan calmly remarks, You seem to take good care of your guild. Without missing a beat, Seorang flips into a handstand on the table. Of course, we're family. I don't need anyone else. But in the middle of her acrobatic display, she suddenly freezes, a thought striking her like a lightning bolt. Oh, but my benefactor. She completely loses her balance and tumbles to the floor, looking genuinely conflicted. She starts muttering to herself, trying to sort out her priorities. Family first, then Utia. But then where does Alan fit in? It's a full-on system meltdown for the cat girl. A tiny chibi version of herself pops up, arguing. But the benefactor and Utia aren't even blood relatives. Clearly, this is a very complex emotional hierarchy. Alan, meanwhile, is just trying to process this information. I've barely spoken to her, and I'm already third in line? That's surprisingly high. He takes a moment to strategize his next move. With a serious expression, he gives Evan a subtle signal. Evan, are you ready? His loyal companion gives a sharp thumbs up. Ready when you are, boss. And with that, Evan reveals their secret weapon, a mountain of beautifully wrapped presents. Seal Rang's existential crisis vanishes in an instant. Her eyes turn into literal stars as she gasps with pure, unadulterated joy. Presents! She immediately starts stammering, "Okay, I'll help you with whatever you need." "Wait, did you hear what I said earlier? That was just a joke." Alan's plan worked like a charm. Fueled by the promise of gifts, she declares, "It doesn't matter if you're family. You're my benefactor, and that's what counts." And, as she speaks, a golden gauntlet on her arm begins to crackle with power. A whirlwind of golden lightning blazes on her arm. "Thanks to you," her voice echoes, "I was finally able to gather all of my people." Alan is almost taken aback by how easily he won her over. Did I just charm my way through another problem, he wonders? A system window confirms his success, displaying the item he gifted her, the essence of the Golden Mane, a powerful artifact that boosts critical hit chance by 20%. So that epic item description wasn't just for show, Alan thinks. He allows himself a small, self-satisfied smile. Everyone is so willing to help. I suppose I've raised my kids well, after all. But before he can enjoy the moment, Seal Rang scoops him up like he weighs nothing. "You must be tired from your journey." "I'll show you to your room," she yells, dashing off with a petrified Alan as Evan scrambles to keep up. After a rather unique escort, Seal Rang casually asks them, "So how was the desert?" Alan and Evan share a look of utter exhaustion. "It was just sand. A lot of sand," Evan replies flatly. "Honestly, I'm more worried about the trip back." Seal Rang tilts her head. Why?" Evan just deadpans. "Because it's hot." He then casually adds, "Oh, right, we were also attacked." This gets Seal Rang's attention. She freezes, her tail twitching. "An attack?" Alan explains with his usual stoicism by the bloody sand bandits. Apparently, it's a common occurrence out there. The moment he says that name, something in Seal Rang snaps. Her cheerful demeanor evaporates, replaced by a chillingly predatory grin and an aura of pure, murderous intent. The scene cuts violently to the bloody sand bandits' hideout, where all hell has broken loose. Blood splatters the walls. Bodies are sent flying as the entire base is systematically torn apart from the inside. And at the center of the carnage is Seal Rang, wreathed in golden lightning like an avenging goddess. She purrs, scanning the chaos. "Are the rest of them hiding over there?" She doesn't wait for an answer. In a flash, she moves to the another room. She catches 2 bandits by their necks and sends them flying. Now she corners the last bandit standing, her eyes glowing with power. "There you are," she says sweetly. "Are you the leader?" The man is shaking like a leaf. Wait! I'm Gonkal's younger brother. The strongest Baba Yaga in Koloni protects me. You'll make an enemy of him." Seal Rang is unmoved. "But you messed with my benefactor first, didn't you?" The golden energy around her gauntlet intensifies. And more importantly, I hate getting scolded. With a final blinding explosion of golden light, the entire Bloody Sand Bandits organization is wiped from the face of the earth. The next morning, Alan is woken up by the news. The Bloody Sand Bandits. Annihilated? He thinks, his mind still fuzzy with sleep. Seal Rang is standing over his bed, beaming proudly. "If they're gone, you won't have to worry about them anymore. Problem solved. I'm a genius." Alan can only stare. What in the world happened overnight? She then promptly snuggles up to him, demanding, "I did it all by myself. Praise me." Alan's brain short-circuits. The Bloody Sand Bandits, the ones with hundreds of night-level fighters? That was a nightmare quest in the game. He gives in, offering a reluctant head pat, which she immediately melts into, purring happily. "I knew the Baba Yaga title was a big deal," he thinks, "but this is insane. I can really see now why she was destined to become the sin of pride." The scene shifts, taking us to a massive, sun-drenched Colosseum, the famous landmark of Koloni, known for its brutal gladiatorial games. Inside the arena, a vicious battle is reaching its bloody conclusion as a fighter is sent flying. One man stands victorious in the center of the ring, surrounded by a sea of defeated opponents. This is the champion Gunkal. The crowd roars his name as the announcer screams, "The one and only Baba Yaga of Koloni, the gladiator who has held his title the longest." The winner, once again, is Gunkal. Gunkal soaks in the adoration, a confident, predatory smirk plastered on his face. Later, we find him relaxing in a lavish private room. "This city is full of fools," he scoffs to himself. A sly voice agrees. I know, right? It's Leon, who has appeared from the shadows. thinking they can take on a Baba Yaga with just numbers. How pathetic. Leon gets straight to business. It's been a while, Gonkal. I'm sure you've heard. Seal Rang annihilated the Bloody Sand Bandits. Gonkal doesn't even flinch. I know. Leon smirks. Wasn't their leader your supposed younger brother? Gonkal just laughs. A useful rumor I started. He was a pawn to help me control the underworld. Nothing more. Leon plops down on a couch. Aw, too bad. I thought it would make for a great excuse to start a war. Gankal's expression darkens. The only reason I tolerated her is because a fair fight between two Baba Yagas is impossible. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing energy. But I am getting tired of that brat messing up my city. A brother's death. Revenge. Yes, the public will find that to be the perfect excuse for what I'm about to do. Leon's smile is pure cunning. So you coming to me means you're finally ready to get serious. He slides a heavy case across the table. Here you go. Gonkal eyes the case. And this is a gift, Leon purrs, from the father of all. Use them, and you will gain immense power. He opens the case, revealing several strange glowing artifacts, 2 cubes and 2 spheres, all pulsing with a dark, corrupting energy. Gonkal picks up one of the cubes, his smirk turning utterly sinister. With this, after I crush that little cat, Kaloni's underworld will be mine. And after that, perhaps even the throne itself. Gonkal muses. Well then, shall we begin the experiment? As he holds the glowing cube, Leon watches from the side, thinking, I'm looking forward to seeing just how long you last. 2 days later, Alan's party is on the move again. Escorted by Seal Rang and her guild, they've arrived at their next destination, the ancient city of Kahara. Their caravan navigates through a rocky canyon, heading towards the heart of the mysterious ruins. As Alan and Evan prepare to enter the ruins alone, Seal Rang waves them off. Thanks for the escort, Alan says. Okay, come back safe, she calls out. Now cloaked in desert gear, the two venture into the ancient city, leaving their new friends behind. With Evan lighting the way with a lantern, they delve into a dark passage. Hey, I see a light up ahead, he says. I think that's it. They emerge into a truly breathtaking sight, the lost city of Kahara, carved directly into the canyon walls. Evan can only gasp. Whoa! Suddenly, a powerful, disembodied voice booms from a glowing golden orb echoing through the empty city. Mage! Alan freezes, instantly on high alert. That voice. A massive obelisk in the city center begins to pulse with light, the source of the voice. If you can hear my words, it commands. Come to the tower. Sensing this is a trial for him alone, Alan turns to his companion. Evan, I think I have to go up alone. Wait for me here. Evan nods. You got it. I'll be waiting. Alan steps through the tower's entrance, a sense of awe washing over him. The central tower, he thinks. Even in the game, this place was completely inaccessible. He finds himself in a vast, cylindrical library that seems to stretch into infinity. The golden voice greets him. Welcome. It is unexpected that you can hear my voice. As Alan stands on a glowing magic circle, a shadowy form begins to coalesce from the darkness before him. The voice intones. You possess the minimum qualifications. The shadows solidify, forming into a terrifying creature of pure darkness. Its face a permanent, malevolent grin. This is the Shadow Demon. Alan's face is grim. He's seen this entity before. Elutus, he mutters, then corrects himself. No, I came because I heard the words of the god of destruction. The shadow swirls around him playfully. Huh? The entity chuckles. You know its true name? He must be quite the gambler. But the creature quickly dismisses him. However, you lack the proper status. Therefore, I have nothing to tell you. Alan grits his teeth in frustration. The god of destruction also mentioned that, he thinks. What in the world is this status they keep talking about? The library around them seems to warp and distort. It is the standard by which this world judges you, the entity explains cryptically. An outer god will soon descend. You are to deal with it. The shadow demon floats before him, its grin widening as it goads him. After a tense silence, the golden voice returns, making a declaration. You have now met the conditions for our conversation. The demon seems amused. You are, at least, a slight improvement over the fools who merely imitate magic. For that, I shall tell you something interesting. The demon begins a lecture on the fundamental nature of magic, writing glowing, ethereal characters in the air. True magic, it explains, is the law designated to the world by a sorcerer. It begins with phrase and is followed by providence. A map of constellations appears in the void, hinting at a deeper cosmic order. One must embody the phrase, develop it according to providence, and finally, give it a name to create true magic. Alan listens, completely rapt, a single bead of sweat tracing down his temple. Providence, he thinks. That's a concept I've never even heard of. The demon looms closer, its shadowy form glowing like hot embers. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it, it scoffs. Therefore, I shall teach you one piece of, correct, magic, in accordance with providence. We cut back to the desert where Seolrang has been waiting patiently for her benefactor's return, but as the minutes tick by, a flicker of worry crosses her face. He's taking his sweet time, she mutters to the wind. Did something happen? Suddenly, a blur of motion kicks up a cloud of sand, approaching at an impossible speed. Something is coming, and it's not friendly. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face. Gotcha, a voice growls. It's the Coliseum champion, Genkao, and he's not here to play games. Before Seolrang can even react, dark, shadowy tendrils lash out, striking down her guild members who were standing guard. Her eyes widen in shock at the ambush. She lands defensively, her senses on high alert. But it's too late. The trap has been sprung. Gunkel is already in their midst, grabbing one of Seolrang's men by the head with a cruel smirk. Not bad, he says, unimpressed by their futile resistance. Seolrang explodes with rage, golden lightning crackling around her gauntlet. Kalman, she roars, recognizing the man in Gonkal's grip. How dare you fight outside the Coliseum, you shameless bastard? Gonkal just laughs, tossing the man aside. You're one to talk. Didn't he just wipe out the Bloody Sand bandits? I'm simply here to get revenge for my adorable little brother, he sneers, using the fake rumor as his perfect excuse. With a roar, he charged forward, his dark energy tainting the very air around them. The hunt is on. But Seolrang isn't a guild leader for nothing. She unleashes a blinding shockwave of pure golden energy, refusing to back down. The massive blast sends her flying toward the Gankal. Seolrang cries out for the people she's trying to protect, the ones she calls family. She clashes with Gankal in a brutal explosion of power, her golden lightning meeting his corrupting shadow head-on. Seolrang manages to land a solid blow, but as she connects, Gankal just grins. "Haha, I knew it," he chuckles, as if this was all part of the plan. "Don't mock me," she snarls, her fangs bared. Knew what exactly? But she gets her answer in the worst way possible. A searing pain rips through her side as a blade sinks deep into her flesh. Her eyes dart back to see the face of her attacker. It's Leon, her trusted second in command, a vicious grin plastered on his face as he coughs up black smoke. "Our boss is so predictable," he whispers. In her shock and pain, Seolrang's mind drifts back to happier times, to a time when she thought her people were truly behind her. She remembers how they praised her, how they looked up to her, all because she gathered them together and gave them a home. "It's because you're my family," she had told them with a beaming smile, a promise she intended to keep. Her memories dig deeper, to her childhood as a descendant of the legendary Golden Mane tribe, a past filled with idyllic, sun-drenched happiness. But that happiness was shattered by a monstrous black dragon, an event that fueled her lifelong dream, to avenge her fallen people and rebuild a new family, a place to belong. She looked up to the legends of the past, like the mighty Golden Mane leader, whose power she inherited through the gauntlet. But the narrator warns us, that wasn't the absolute truth. The bitter reality crashes back in. "How could you?" she stammers, stumbling away from Leon. He just scoffs. "Let's stop this, happy family charade." On Leon's command, Gankal, now pulsing with an even greater abyss body power, moves in for the kill. The Coliseum champion unleashes a devastating punch, sending the already wounded Seolrang flying across the battlefield. She desperately tries to block his relentless assault, but the combination of poison, her injuries, and Gankal's boosted strength is too much. He pummels her with fists of pure shadow, the power of the abyss multiplying his strength far beyond its normal limits. Seolrang grits her teeth, her body screaming in protest. Even with the power of the Golden Mane, she's being completely overwhelmed. The entire battlefield is a whirlwind of chaos, as Gankal and Leon's forces press their advantage against the wounded catgirl. With a defiant roar, she unleashes another burst of lightning, blasting away the grunts surrounding her. But it's clear her stamina is fading fast. Gankal blocks the attack with ease, while Leon watches from the side, cackling that their victory is guaranteed. "Goodbye, boss," he sneers, his voice dripping with sadistic glee, launching a shadow slash towards Seolrang. Seolrang flips her body upward using the Gonkal's arms, narrowly dodging the attack. "Let's see how long you can hold out," he taunts, savoring her defeat. Leon rushes in, cloaked in his own dark power. After all, he shouts, I've received incredible power too. The two villains bombard her from all sides, a brutal and overwhelming 2-on-1 assault. Though she's outmatched, Cell Rank's fighting spirit isn't completely gone. She pushes herself back with powerful kick from a standing rock. She even manages to slip past Leon and land a powerful lightning-infused kick to Gonkal. The force of her blow craters the earth, proving that even injured, she's still a force to be reckoned with. Leon watches from a distance, a bead of sweat on his brow. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Even with this power, I'm still not on their level. He's talking about the raw power of true Baba Yagas, like Gonkal and Seolrung. Gonkal stumbles back, coughing from the force of the blow. You little brat, he growls, but his anger is cut short as he spots something in the distance. His eyes narrow. Huh? This guy. Walking calmly out of the canyon are two figures. Alan and Evan, finally returned from the ruins. Gonkal's eyes light up with a wicked idea. He's the one she called benefactor, right? He thinks. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he abandons the fight with Seolrang and charges straight for Alan. This works out perfectly. I'll use him as a hostage before killing him. Meanwhile, Leon is fighting Seolrang. Seolrang's punch was about to connect directly to the Leon's face, but her punch comes to a sudden halt. A wave of paralysis finally overtakes Seolrang. She collapses, unable to move as Leon's smug face looms over her. He leans in close to gloat. The sword I struck you with was coated in Kamenasa's poison. You won't be able to move for at least an hour. You asked why I did this, right? He whispers. Do you really think everyone was thrilled to play Happy Family with you? Leon's words are as venomous as the poison in her veins. He mocks her for flaunting a power she only got through pure luck, revealing his deep-seated jealousy. His cruel words hit their mark, shattering Seolrang's spirit. She begins to doubt everything, to believe his lies. But deep down, she clings to the belief that the bonds she forged were real, that after the fighting, they truly became a family. Leon just laughs at her naivete. Still believe in that stupid dream? He sneers, snapping his fingers. See for yourself how much they hate you. On his command, the cloaked figures step forward. They are her own guild members, her family. Now with their weapons aimed directly at her. Seolrang's world shatters. The ultimate betrayal is laid bare. You guys, we're all traitors too, she whispers, her heart breaking. Leon, now wreathed in the power, forms a blade of dark energy. The essence should go to someone who actually deserves it, he declares. Thanks for the gift, boss. He swings the blade for the final blow, but in a flash of blue light, his attack is parried. A massive explosion of energy erupts between them. Leon stumbles back in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Huh? Gonkal's abdomen now had a giant hole glowing blue, and right before him stand Evan, his eye patch doing nothing to hide his righteous fury. And beside him stands the man they call benefactor, Alan. With a swift kick, Evan lunges into action. With a powerful sword technique, he drives back the traitorous guild members with a single, decisive strike. Leon stares in disbelief at the chaotic scene, now filled with swirling red and blue energy. What the hell is this? He demands. And through the swirling chaos, Alan walks forward, his expression cold as ice. He's finally entering the fight. His sharp eyes analyze the dark energy corrupting the battlefield. This black magical smoke, he thinks. Did they use the abyssal entities? A game-like interface pops into his vision, confirming his suspicions. It's an abyssal entity, a mysterious item that promises godhood to those who can absorb its power. Putting the pieces together, Alan realizes the full extent of the betrayal. He calmly walks over to the fallen Seolrang and begins pouring a high-grade recovery potion directly onto her head. As the golden liquid instantly heals her wounds, he reassures her. You should be able to move soon. Don't worry, they're probably the only traitors. Seolrang looks up at him, tears welling in her eyes, desperately wanting to believe him. Do you really think so? Alan meets her gaze with unwavering certainty. Of course, the comrade you introduced to me looks truly happy. His simple, honest words are all she needs to hear. The hope in her eyes reignites. Stronger than ever, she wipes away her tears, her resolve hardening like steel. I see. In an instant, she's back on her feet, the poison purged and her wounds healed. Her power surges back, stronger than before. She turns to face her enemies, her gaze filled with determination. Yes, she tells Alan, my family is waiting for me. Crackling with golden lightning, she swiftly kills multiple traitors, and Evan also follows her from behind. But Alan has other plans. He raises a hand, his focus absolute. Glory of the snowy peaks, he incants, as the very air begins to freeze around him. A massive, intricate magic circle of ice materializes in the sky above, casting a chilling shadow over the entire battlefield. He continues the chant, his voice echoing with immense power. Blind man's fatality. From the glowing circle, colossal spears of pure, jagged ice begin to form, each one humming with unimaginable cold. In Alan's mind, the shadowy demon from the library reappears, a malevolent grin on its face. It recognizes this magic. And Jagacanis Ice Spear, it cackles, its true name, forgotten by these clowns. The demon lectures, is the Ice Crystal Spear. Back in the desert, Alan unleashes the true form of the spell. With a final whisper, the world turns white. An entire forest of massive ice crystals erupts from the ground, instantly freezing the battlefield solid. As Leon makes a beeline for Alan, the newly healed Seorang roars into action, determined to intercept the attack. How dare you try to assault my benefactor? But Alan has no need for a bodyguard. The temperature plummets as he prepares to end this fight in one move. He unleashes a cataclysmic spell, a raging blizzard of pure magical frost that tears through the battlefield. Caught in the icy vortex, the traitors are torn apart. Seorang uses the chaos to land a devastating lightning-charged blow on the treacherous Leon. The grunts don't stand a chance, their screams swallowed by the roar of the blizzard as they're flash-frozen and shattered. Even the abyss-infused Leon is powerless against this absolute zero assault, finding himself tossed around like a rag doll amidst the ice. He's blasted through the air, his dark power completely neutralized by the overwhelming force of nature Alan commands. Even Seorang has to brace herself against the aftershock. The sheer scale of Alan's magic is something to behold. Another traitor is turned into a permanent ice sculpture, a testament to the foolishness of crossing paths with Alan's magic. Evan can only watch in stunned silence, a bead of sweat running down his face. His master's power is on a completely different level. The chaos subsides, revealing a breathtaking and deadly forest of ice crystals that has replaced the sandy battlefield. The entire army of traitors has been wiped out in a single, silent, frozen instant. Every single one of them has been impaled and frozen solid. A truly brutal and efficient end. Even Leon, their ringleader, is caught, skewered by countless shards of ice, seemingly dead to the world. But he's still alive. A faint breath escapes his lips. Fueled by abyssal power and pure, undiluted hatred, he refuses to die. With a final, desperate roar, he breaks free from the ice, his eyes burning with madness. "I just have to kill you," he screams, lunging not at Alan, but at Seorang. In a blur of motion, Alan is there, moving to intercept the dark energy blade aimed at the stunned catgirl. But it's a feint. Leon's face twists into a psychotic grin. He wasn't aiming for Seorang at all. With a sickening crunch, he pivots, driving his dagger deep into Alan's side. He used Seorang as bait to land a single, decisive blow on the real threat. He looks up, expecting to see his victorious reflection in his enemy's eyes, but is met with sheer disbelief. Seorang's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock as she stares at her benefactor, who is now coughing up a spray of crimson blood. The attack landed true. And in that instant, Seorang's shock turns into white-hot rage. With a roar that shakes the very heavens, she unleashes the full power of the Golden Mane, smashing the head of traitor into a million pieces. The dust settles on a field of carnage. The traitors are dead, but victory came at a price. Evan rushes to support his master, while Seorang watches, her face etched with worry. "Are you really okay?" she asks, her voice trembling. Alan tries to play it off, claiming it was just a scratch. But the dark energy clinging to the dagger embedded in his side tells a very different story. He claims he's only coughing up blood from mana exhaustion. But the truth is clear. The spell was incredibly taxing and has caused some internal damage. A strange memory surfaces in Alan's mind. Gankal moments ago taunted him. "Father thinks you're an eyesore." Evan helps him to his feet, clearly concerned, but Alan's mind is elsewhere, trying to piece together a fragmented past. He thinks about the enemy's power source, the abyssal entity. When I'm facing an opponent that has absorbed an abyssal entity. Third restriction. When the magic is used against a god, may it twist the laws of the world. A vision of him facing Gankal flashes before his eyes. It seems his power has specific conditions, becoming even stronger when facing those who have touched divinity. As Alan recovers, Seorang's guilt washes over her. Her hair falls over her face, hiding her expression. "Should I try to cheer her up first?" Alan wonders. "Why didn't you dodge?" she asks softly. "He ended up aiming for you. It's all because of me." "You said you could block him," Alan states calmly. Seorang looks up, surprised. "You believe me?" Alan looks away, a little embarrassed. "It's more like, I can't dodge, so please block it." "Then why did you save me?" "You got hurt," she presses, her eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and confusion. Alan gives a small, tired smile. "Considering the daughter I've raised for so many years was about to die, I guess it was out of reflex. I don't need a reason to save family." He immediately regrets his choice. That's right, I made a mistake. Still, benefactor, she begins, her voice serious. "I want to become family with you." And before he can process what she means, she makes her move, her expression shifting from serious to sly. Alan's mind flashes to a note she left him once. He's been an adoptive father figure to her, a role he's hesitantly accepted. He feels a warmth spread through him, like a father finally being recognized for his efforts. But Seal Rang cuts through his thoughts. But not like this, she clarifies. I'm a golden mane, and you're a human. So, she gets right in his face, a confident, blushing smirk on her face. Let's get married. She wraps her arms around the completely shell-shocked Alan, pressing her case. Both Alan and Evan are left completely speechless, their minds short-circuiting at the sudden proposal. Why is she talking about marriage now? Seal Rang clings to Alan, refusing to let go. Your answer? She demands, as Evan looks on in disbelief. 5 days later, the party has moved on. Word of the battle has spread throughout the city of Cologne. The treacherous Kalman is reviled as a coward, while Seal Rang has gained massive support. But right now, she only has one thing on her mind. Let's get married. She's been relentlessly clinging to Alan, demanding an answer. Well, Alan recalls a chibi vision of a young Seal Rang declaring, Seal Rang is going to grow big and marry you, Daddy. It seems this isn't a new development. I think of you as family, Alan tries to explain, but she just uses it as fuel for her argument. If we get married, we'll really become family. I'll definitely make you happy, benefactor. I'm serious. Alan can only sigh in exhaustion. All he wants is a quiet life with some sweet potatoes. Seal Rang pouts. HMPH, you better answer me next time, she huffs. Alan thinks she'll eventually give up if I leave her be, right? As their carriage leaves, Seal Rang waves off cheerfully. Her demeanor shifts slightly, a hint of the confident leader returning as she addresses her people. She remembers how her tribesmen see Alan. They immediately fall to their knees, bowing their heads in reverence and gratitude. They know exactly who saved their leader. Watching this, Seal Rang has a moment of quiet reflection. Just gathering my tribe isn't happiness, she realizes. The betrayal and the near death of her benefactor have changed her. Her ideal of a family, where they just believe in one another, was too naive. She clenches her fist, a new resolve in her eyes. I have to be more careful. I must create a guard that can protect my benefactor. Only then, she thinks, that's how we'll be able to be a happy family forever. The pain of betrayal has forged her into a wiser, stronger leader. A beautiful, determined smile plays on her lips. Her new goal is set. Later, inside the carriage, Evan delivers a report. After confirming with the Information Guild, there aren't any suspicious individuals aside from Leon's men. I've requested them to keep watch. Good work, Alan replies, but his mind is clearly on something else. I can't let anything happen to her after raising her so well. His thoughts drift to a darker duty. I was told to take care of the other outer gods for what's to come. He rubs his temples, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. So many questions, so many mysteries. His mind returns to that vast, ancient library and the shadowy entity there. The entity told him to look beneath the tower search at the far east end of the stronghold. We flash back to his time in the ruins of Kahara, where he found a mysterious stone slab. The text describes 5 figures, or concepts. One who values honor, one who searches for forgotten death, one who delves into magic, one of many hands, and one who swallows their avarice and envy. Just like the game, the gods are being referred to metaphorically, he realizes. Hands and avarice was definitely about the 5 great sins, but the slab refers to them as outer gods, a critical distinction. This contradiction weighs on his mind, a piece of a puzzle he can't yet solve. Right. I have more news about the children, Evan says, bringing Alan back to the present. Alan looks up, intrigued. They say that Deus has beaten the first sword. Reinhardt? He got this strong in half a year. Just how talented is he? Alan mutters, feeling a bit of pressure to keep up. Evan continues. Rinna has become a member of the 3 councils, which decides on the policies of Larthania. It seems another one of his, children, is rising to a position of immense power. And Radon, well, I've heard he's united the 5 archipelagos as the Pirate King. Alan winces, remembering Radon's humble beginnings. He's gone from a Somalian pirate to a Somalian pirate king. The combined stress of all his powerful, chaotic children running around gives Alan a massive headache. Then, scene shifts to the 5 Sins meeting, where Selrang declares she is getting married to the Great Moon. It's all too much. Rinna, Radon, and Deus, all shocked to hear this via the transmission orb. They thinks, is she declaring war on the boss? Listening this declaration, Utia's eye burns with fury, with just the thought of someone else is eyeing the Great Moon. Then, a sly, almost patronizing smile plays on her lips as she listens. I see, she says. He is a great man. Of course you'd come to like him. Seorang, completely oblivious to the rising tension, gushes with chibi-level cuteness. Yeah, I'm gonna marry him. I'm sure I'd be a great wife. That's the last straw for Utia. Her smile vanishes, replaced by a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. Her knuckles turn white as she clenches her fists, the jealousy practically radiating off her in waves. The others can feel the chill in the air. In their adorable chibi forms, they all think the same thing. She's holding it in. They know an explosion is coming. Utia's voice drips with ice. However, Seal rang, that is not possible. She gently places her hand on the scrying orb, her smile returning. But it's all teeth. We are shadows, she explains, trying to sound reasonable. But the look in her eyes is anything but. Seal rang tilts her head, completely missing the point. But shadows can get married too, can't they? Her innocence is about to get her in big trouble. Utia's mask cracks, her voice dropping into a menacing whisper. As his shadows, we cannot stand at his side. You understand, right? Seal rang curls up into a little ball. Before she puffs up her chest, ready for a fight, the two women get into a full-blown shouting match through the orb. Utia screams, "Do you think he would choose you?" Seal rang retorts, "He said I wasn't bad." We get a flashback, where Seal rang pulls out her ultimate weapon. Puppy dog eyes. Leaning into the Alan, she asks cutely, "Benefactor, do you really hate me?" Alan just gives a tired, chibi-faced response. That's not it. Seal rang's response sent Utia into a state of shock. What? Did he just not take her side? This is an outrage. Deus, looking exhausted, asks Seal rang, "What on earth just happened to get this reaction?" You can practically feel his headache through the orb. Seal rang happily recounts the entire battle, from the betrayal of her people to Alan saving her and getting injured in the process. Deus listens, a flicker of memory in his eyes. I see. This reminds me of his magnificence that I saw half a year ago. His calm demeanor, as though he'd walked the path to hell many times over. Seal rang chirps. Yeah, you had something like that too, right, Deus? That one innocent comment seems to trigger some serious PTSD. Deus is on a roll. He continuously speaks of his own experiences with Alan. He even reassured me when I'd fallen into doubt. He's the most admirable man, and I've resolved myself to become his sword. But Seal rang also pushes him by agreeing. She claps her hands together, a determined blush on her face. Yeah, I totally understand. 2 hours later, Deus finally stops. Utia and Deus look completely drained, while Seal rang is still going strong. Utia finally snaps, her patience gone. Anyway, you can't marry him. But Seal rang just fires back, "Yes, I can," leading to a childish screaming match of "no" and "yes" that shakes the very orb they're communicating through. The scene cuts to the official meeting notes of this chaotic conference. Radon has a hand to his face, utterly exhausted, while Rinna diligently takes notes. Note number 1. You cannot ask Deus anything regarding the Great Moon. It's now an official rule. Deus looks on, still tense, muttering, "But I'm not done yet." Sorry, buddy. Rules are rules. Note number 2. Regarding Utia, if it involves the Great Moon, no means no, she screeches, her composure completely gone. She will show a childlike demeanor, and by childlike, they apparently mean psychotically possessive. This meeting is a mess. Radon lets out a sigh, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. The scene shifts, taking us to a dark back alley in the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. A new plot is brewing in the shadows. Inside a dimly lit tavern, two cloaked figures meet. They are the leaders of the two largest political factions, supposed rivals meeting in secret. Marquise Filboid, leader of the aristocratic faction, proposes an alliance to take down a third, more fanatical faction that threatens them both. His rival, Duke Rimgrave of the royalist faction, agrees. Their target's presence is too unsettling. He asks Filboid for the plan. The plan is simple, yet devastating. They'll use the Holy Kingdom of Rosario to issue a Reformation letter. This letter is a formal accusation of heresy, backed by the authority of multiple cardinals. It's a political nuke, a flawless pretext to eliminate their rival. Rimgrave asks what Filboid's demands are. Filboid wants half the bribe money needed to persuade the cardinals. Rimgrave smirks and agrees. He raises his glass. "I've already finished discussing with these cardinals," he says, "so this won't take long." The deal is struck, and a dangerous conspiracy is set in motion. Meanwhile, in a grand cathedral bathed in purple light, a lone priest sits and waits. He looks up with a smug, lecherous grin as a figure approaches. "It's a pleasure, Cardinal," he says, bowing slightly. The visitor is none other than Utia, who greets him as Cardinal Sergius. Sergius gets straight to business. He wants Utia to lend her name to a letter of reformation, to take down and bury Count Alan Palazzo. That's right, the very same Great Moon she's obsessed with. Our boy Alan. The slimy priest doesn't even notice the shift in the atmosphere. He's too busy imagining himself surrounded by women and riches, thinking the gates of heaven are opening for him. But he just opened the gates of hell The room is suddenly crushed by an oppressive dark aura. Before Sergius can even scream, shadowy tendrils erupt from Utia and slam into him, tearing him apart from the inside out. The force of the blow sends him flying, his body contorting in agony. The beautiful cathedral becomes a torture chamber. Utia's eyes are wide with psychotic fury. "Are you telling me to kill the man I worship?" she hisses, her voice a low, dangerous growl. The world around Sergius turns blood red, a hellscape of pain and terror, as Utia's power completely overwhelms him. The time in itself seems to have stopped. His mates are unable to move or even scream, trapped in her domain of fear. The last thing Sergius sees is her hand, reaching for him, promising an eternity of suffering. The dark, thorny tendrils wrap around him, squeezing and crushing, a physical manifestation of Utia's boundless rage. Broken and bleeding, Sergius can only beg for it to end. "Please, just kill me," he whimpers. But death is a mercy he won't receive. A single, glowing finger stops just short of his face. "I've already told you over a dozen times that I can't," Utia says calmly. Before zapping him with another jolt of agonizing power, she stands over his trembling, broken form. "I won't kill you. There is something you must do for me," she states. "But first, punishment." Her face contorts with rage once more. "You attempted to harm him, so you must be punished." Tendrils of darkness erupt again, engulfing the priest in a vortex of pain, as his sins are judged by a terrifying, self-appointed god. Finally, the torture subsides. Sergius is left kneeling, completely subjugated, bowing his head to the floor. "Recognize your sins," Utakoran commands, "so that you may be forgiven." 1 month passes after the chaotic events in the desert. We find Alan back at his Palatiao estate, finally getting some downtime. He's reading over some documents, preparing to leave for a magic conference. As a faction leader, his attendance is mandatory. He groans, clearly not wanting to go. He has abyssal entities and outer gods to investigate, and high society schmoozing is the last thing on his mind. But then, Evan walks in and sees Alan holding a letter. It arrived 2 weeks ago, but Alan keeps it around. Why? Because looking at it calms him down. The letter contains a certificate attesting to his position as a faction leader, and something even better, a legal wage. And we're not talking a small stipend. A shower of gold coins fills the screen. The amount was far more than he could have ever expected. Before the deposit, Alan was a lazy bum, wondering why anyone would want such a stressful job. But after the deposit, he's a man of purpose, holding a sash that says, "Faction Leader." With great power comes great responsibility and a great big paycheck. Money truly is the panacea of modern man. His poor, wounded soul is healed by the magical nature of capitalism. Alan and Evan, looking sharp, head off to the conference. They arrive at the Vritun Marquisate, the location for the conference. It's a grand, opulent affair. Inside, the hall is filled with renowned individuals, warriors, merchants, and priests. Alan and Evan scan the room, looking very much the part of distinguished nobles. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. It's Loria and Kalia. They approach, glasses of champagne in hand. Loria and Kalia greet him warmly, asking if he's been well. But Alan gives a simple slight nod. His eyes are locked on a far more enticing target, the buffet table. He completely walks past them without a word. Evan rushes up to him with a plate piled high with food and some hot gossip. "I heard the leader of the royalist faction received a letter of reformation and got dragged away to the Holy Kingdom." Alan just nods, more interested in the pastries. "Yeah? Guess I won't be seeing him. What a relief. He can now try the financiers." Translator's note: financiers are a small French almond cakes, often enjoyed with tea. The two girls can only watch. Just then, a man walks toward them. Kalia asks, "Excuse me, what business do you have?" Alan and Evan stop eating, their expressions turning cold. The man is clearly terrified. He mutters, "I've lost." The nobleman, drenched in a cold sweat, his legs trembling, bows his head in front of Alan, asking for forgiveness. The onlookers gasp in shock. This isn't just any nobleman. It's Marquis Filboid, the powerful leader of the aristocratic faction. And he is bowing his head, begging for his life, to a young count who is calmly holding a pastry. The power dynamics in this room just got flipped upside down. Unlike the underworld, the political world runs on cause and justification. And bowing before another is equivalent to offering them your authority. Loria watches, her mind reeling. "I knew it. He's incredible," she whispers. Even now, with a powerful marquis bowing at his feet, Alan remains perfectly calm, as if he foresaw this all along. His quiet power commands more respect than any title. While Alan asserts his dominance through sheer indifference and a love for snacks, we can't forget about our other leading lady. But what could possibly make the leader of a major political faction fall to his knees and beg for his life? For that, we have to rewind a few days. We see Marquis Philboyd receiving a mysterious black envelope with a red wax seal, accompanied by a glowing scrying orb. This is the exact same kind of gift he and Duke Rimgrave had planned to use on their enemies. The orb activates, and Philboyd watches in horror as his co-conspirator, Duke Rimgrave, is tied to a chair and is being tortured by mental attacks, screaming in pure agony through the orb. The Duke's face is a mask of terror as the life is drained from him, a fate Philboyd thought he was inflicting, not witnessing. As the vision of the Duke's demise fades, the scrying orb begins to crack under immense magical pressure. And then, a simple, terrifying message appears, projected from the cracked orb, spelling out his doom in bright red letters. "You're next." The blood drains from Philboyd's face. The very trap he set has just been turned on him, and there's only one person he can think of who could pull off such a move. The letter, his carefully laid plan, falls from his trembling hands. In a single moment, he's gone from predator to prey. He stumbles back in a panic, clutching his head. That damn Palacio must be behind all of this, he realizes. How could Alan have connections that powerful? The real question, however, is that I'm next. The threat is absolute. His life is forfeit. With that terror fresh in his mind, his next move becomes clear. He falls to his knees in complete and utter submission. He prostrates himself fully on the ground, begging for his life. "I'm quitting politics, so please, just let it end with the conversion letter. I just want to live the rest of my life in peace." Alan, meanwhile, is just standing there, sweating, and thinking, why is he telling me all of this? What kind of scheme did those two cook up this time? He has absolutely no idea what's going on. He just wanted to avoid the awkward confrontation. But from the outside, it looks like a total power move. Loria and Talia can only stare in awe. Loria thinks to herself, our count is incredible. Alan looks over at them, completely oblivious to the legendary reputation he's building just by being socially awkward. And just like that, with one powerful noble begging at his feet, all suspicions that Alan was just a puppet for other factions are completely erased. The whispers in the hall now speak of a new, terrifying power player in their midst. 3 days after the assembly, Alan is on the road again, his grand exit from the conference leaving a trail of rumors in his wake. Evan, ever the gossip monger, tells him, I heard Marquis Philboy also received a conversion letter and left for Rosario. He then looks at Alan suspiciously. So they finally got their hands on him too. Huh, wasn't it you who sent the letter? Alan, in peak chibi form, just deadpans. How could I even do something like that? Evan is flabbergasted. What? But still, he flashes back to the scene, pointing an accusatory finger. That's what you said. You told him. I'll try to be lenient. Alan's attempt to be polite was taken as the most cold-blooded threat imaginable. Alan is shocked at this interpretation. Is that how you understood it? He breaks out into a cold sweat, looking absolutely exhausted. I just wanted to get myself out of that awkward situation. That's all. This guy accidentally conquers the political world through sheer social anxiety. With the political drama behind them for now, our crew arrives at their next destination, Larthania, the city of labyrinths, a massive city built around a central dungeon tower. In the shadowed corners of the city, we meet a group of adventurers. One is bragging about a legendary figure who took down 1,000 enemies by himself, but his friend tells him not to get his hopes up. This is Aldrich, the cheerful and confident leader of the Iron Blood Guild, one of the 5 great guilds that dominate the labyrinth. He's here on a high-paying job. His guild follows him down into the depths of the dungeon. They've been tasked with capturing a monster on the 20th floor, which is strange since floors that are multiples of 5 are usually safe zones. But Aldrich isn't worried. Even if it's a trap, it's a piece of cake for me, he boasts. I've already explored over 50 floors. Besides, the down payment was massive, and it's non-refundable. The party arrives on the 20th floor, a massive, frozen-over hall. The air is still and silent. One of the mages in his party looks around nervously. Something feels off. Suddenly, she spots something in the distance and points. Hey boss, what's that? A lone figure stands amidst the desolate landscape. Another member just scoffs. It's a goblin, right? But this is no mere goblin. It's a tall, green-skinned warrior with long black hair tied in the topknot, radiating an aura of immense power. The adventurers mock his Eastern-style outfit, calling him the Golden Egg Goblin. The swordsman's eyes narrow. He's clearly not amused by the rowdy newcomers. He looks down on them with utter contempt. He lifts a single finger, a swirl of blue energy gathering at its tip. Ha, you guys are making too much noise, he says, his voice dripping with disdain. You cockroaches. In a flash, an arc of pure energy erupts from his finger, faster than the eye can see. The entire guild charges forward, completely unaware they're already dead. Before they can even react, the light passes through them. In a single, silent instant, the entire Iron Blood Guild is wiped out, sliced to pieces by an attack they never even saw coming. Alderic, the confident leader, can only watch in horror as his colleague's life flashes before his eyes. To revenge his colleagues, he dashes forward toward the goblin. He leaps into the air, bringing his weapons down for a final, desperate attack. But his efforts are futile. The green-skinned warrior simply raises a single finger. An arc of pure energy erupts from his finger, splitting the Alderic's body in half. A cold, terrifying light glows in his eye. The fight was over before it even began. The ethereal axe falls on the frozen battlefield as the goblin turns and leaves. The text tells us, "The arrogant king of hungry specters has begun his contemptuous ascent toward the earth. A new, terrifying threat has just made its grand entrance." Back on the surface, a massive tower pierces the clouds. Alan and his party have finally arrived at the labyrinth's entrance. Evan, in adorable chibi form, gawks at the sheer size of the central tower. Meanwhile, Alan exclaims, "Whoa, it's huge. Is it taller than the Eiffel Tower?" He's still getting used to seeing game graphics in real life. Alan and Evan take in the sights, ready for their next adventure. For Alan, this is less about adventure and more about a very specific mission. Just then, a familiar voice calls out. It's Lion, looking ready for a dungeon crawl in a black dress and a red cape. She greets Alan with a confident smile. She's not alone, bringing along two of her own companions from the Red Magic Tower. But Alan is a man on a mission, and it doesn't involve small talk. "Thanks, Lion," he says in chibi form. "Could you show me where the library is? I'm looking for a book." Evan waves a cheerful goodbye as he heads off to the break room. "See you later." This part of the mission is for mages only. As Lion leads the way, she fills the silence with complaints. Tomorrow, the Green Magic Tower will present a new theory, and the friendly duels will begin. Just then, a voice cuts. Enough with the insults already. Alan looks over, a hint of curiosity on his face. Lion just huffs. "Ha! Another argument with the Blue Tower's Vice Master." Alan asks if she's here. Lion looks up, a bit flustered. Yeah, her arrogance knows no bounds. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts them. "Hey, say that again, I dare you." A new group has appeared, and may look ready for a fight. An adventurer points right at Blue Tower's Vice Master, his friends backing him up. She struts forward with an air of superiority. "Well now, who do we have here? Isn't it our little rookie mage who got crushed last year?" Pointing at Lion. The moment her eyes land on Alan, however, her smug expression vanishes. Her jaw drops, and she freezes on the spot. With a speed that defies physics, she snaps into a perfect 90-degree bow. "Hello, Count," she stammers, leaving her guildmates completely bewildered. We get a hilarious chibi standoff as Alan stares down at the terrified cat girl, who's practically vibrating with fear. He asks her if it's been about 6 months, and she can only squeak out, "Yes, sir." Her trio mage group are having a collective meltdown in the background, trying to figure out what's happening. Is this an illusion spell? You see, that arrogant wolf-like creature is now a fluffy familiar. Alan tells her that, "I know this is none of my business, but shouldn't mages get along?" The blue-haired guild leader snaps into a frantic and quickly moves to the trio mages, in a repeated bowing motion, apologizing for her very existence. "I'm sorry. Let's be friends," she blurts out. She gives a crisp salute, a look of pure determination on her face. "Yes." And then, she's gone. "I'm out of here," she yells, activating her lightning flash step and vanishing in a blur of motion, leaving a trail of confused onlookers behind. Alan just rubs the back of his neck, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face. It's getting worse every time I see her. Just what exactly is going through her head? The three mages are left behind, frozen solid-like statues, their souls having apparently left their bodies from sheer shock. As they continue on, Lion remarks, "When you're around, that crazy woman actually knows how to be polite." Alan just gives her a look. "Are you calling Pinia a crazy woman?" Their walk is interrupted once again as two more figures emerge from a nearby doorway. Seems like this place is a hot spot for drama. A smarmy-looking nobleman with long blonde hair and purple eyes grins at them. "Oh, my dear Lion, did you come to see me?" Lion's face sours into a perfect pout. "Certainly not," she mutters. The nobleman, completely ignoring her, turns his attention to Alan. "And who's this with you?" "He doesn't look familiar." Lion shoves him away. "This is Count Palatio. Don't be rude. Now get lost." The man's condescending smile returns as he gives a mock bow. "Ah, you're the one from the rumors. Pleasure to meet you. I am Baruch, son of the Purple Tower Master." Alan gives a slight nod in return, but his eyes say it all. "I've never seen that guy before. He's got zero time for this." Baruch ignores Alan and gets uncomfortably close to Lion, whispering, "You'll see. I'll grow on you eventually." Lion shoves him off and explains to Alan, "Don't even bother talking to him. He's only a rank 4 mage, but he enjoys stealing others' research just to humiliate them." Alan looks over his shoulder at the departing Baruch. "I see. If he's already reached rank 4 at his age, he must be a genius." A flicker of something that looks like jealousy crosses his face. Lion nods.
The library you're looking for is on the 38th floor. I'll see you at the presentation." With that, she turns and leaves Alan to his task. Alan arrives at a grand door marked with the Roman numerals for 38. A game-like notification announces his arrival. The door opens to reveal a massive, multi-leveled library, with books floating through the air like dust motes in the light. It's breathtaking, but also eerily familiar. Alan stands in the entrance, taking it all in. Whoa, it looks so different seeing it in person. This is the very same library from his traumatic visions of the Shadow Demon. He gets straight to work. First, in an adorable chibi moment, he reaches out to a giant grandfather clock and sets the hands to 12, muttering about only having to come back tomorrow when the full moon rises. His second task is more specific. He needs to find a black book with no title or author. He scans the shelves, and with a soft thud, he pulls a plain black book from its resting place. He lays the book on a table. With a soft glow, he places his hand on the cover, searching for a hidden compartment. And he finds it. From within the book, he pulls out a small, ornate black dagger, shimmering with magical energy. This is the Ring of Radiance he was looking for, though it looks more like a blade. The next day, after the magic presentations, we find ourselves at the friendly duel grounds. A man in a green cape approaches Alan. He addresses Alan directly, his expression grim. "Count Palacio, Sir Baruch wishes to challenge you. Do you accept?" After the chaos of the duel and the weirdly easy encounter with Archmage Heinkel, Alan takes some time to focus on his studies, attending magic roundtables with Leanne. He finds that discussing magic with her is far more efficient than studying alone. While Alan specializes in mana control, Lion excels at arranging magic sequences, making them a perfect study duo. But Lion's mind is stuck on one thing. With a look of pure bewilderment, she asks, "But are you really only a rank 3 mage?" Alan just sighs, thinking, "This is the 15th time you've asked me that." Lion catches herself and gives a cute, apologetic little nod. Sorry. Alan lets it go, thinking to himself that maybe it's time he started trying out some rank 4 magic, even if he doesn't feel quite ready yet. But his quiet, steady days are cut short. On the 4th day of the conference, shocking news arrives. An outer god has appeared in the Lartania labyrinth. A strange mutation, first spotted a week ago, is now spreading through the entire dungeon. There's no time to waste. With a grim look, Alan turns to Evan. "Send this letter. We're heading out immediately." As he prepares to depart, Pena catches up to him, asking with a slight pout, "Count, are you leaving already?" Alan confirms, and Pena's face lights up with a bizarrely cheerful expression. She waves him off with a massive, energetic shout, "Have a safe trip." Watching her go, Alan can't help but think, for someone who came all the way to my carriage to see me off, she doesn't seem very sad to see me go. I really don't get her. A few days later, leaving behind a surprisingly radiant Pena, Alan's carriage arrives at its destination, Lartenia, the labyrinth city, a massive metropolis built around the dungeon. As their carriage rolls to a stop, Alan and Evan step out, cloaked and ready for business. The sheer scale of the building before them is staggering. Evan looks around in awe. I knew she was doing well, but this is on another level. He has a divine revelation, a truth that transcends dimensions. Money is absolute power. He finally understands why magic item experts hold so much influence. They approach the massive, ornate gates of the building, where a well-dressed attendant stops them and asks if they have an appointment. Looks like you even need a reservation. Alan tries to use his name. "I know this is sudden, but could you announce that Count Palacio is here?" The attendant looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel. "Ha! That's the 325th time today." He sneers. Without a reservation, the meeting fee is 3,000 gold coins. Alan's jaw drops. That much? That's enough to buy a whole house. He swallows his pride and asks, "When is the next available opening?" The attendant checks his schedule with a smug grin. "I can squeeze you in about 10 months from now." Alan and Evan are utterly thunderstruck. 10 months? Before they can argue, someone throws a bag of coins at the gatekeeper, shouting, "Hey, open the door." A short, pudgy noble flanked by 2 goons struts forward. This is Labard Claystone, son of the Lord of Lartania. Gatekeeper immediately thinks, "Oh great, not this asshole again." Howen's internal monologue is blunt. He's just a piece of trash acting high and mighty because of his daddy's title. The spoiled brat finally turns to them and sneers, "Hey, get lost, you bunch of beggars. That's the last straw." Evan and Alan are seething. "We aren't beggars." Suddenly, a calm, female voice cuts through the tension. From the top of the stairs, a young woman with long green hair descends. Labard looks up. "Oh, Renee!" She doesn't even break stride. Her voice is like ice. "Get lost." And then, with the speed that belies her elegant appearance, she smacks Labard right in the face, sending him flying and spitting blood. She glides past the chaos and stops before Alan, giving a slight bow. "I've kept you waiting, patron." The gatekeeper and Labarde's goons are completely shocked. The attendant can only think, our boss is always so polite and fair, whether she's dealing with a prince or a beggar. Labard, now a blubbering mess, screams, "How dare you speak to me like that? Oh, noble. I'm very close with the Council of Three. Let me remind you." Rin, Alan, and Evan just stand there, looking bored out of their minds. Labard continues to throw a tantrum as his goons drag him away to his fancy carriage. "Ha! You're going to regret turning your back on me for these bums." With the trash taken out, Rin calmly invites them inside. "Come in, patron, and you too, sir. Let's head inside." Alan leans over, worried. Are you sure? Is this going to be okay? I've heard the Lord of Lactania is very fond of his son." Rin gives him a reassuring look. "Don't worry about it. You probably won't be seeing him again." A statement that is both comforting and slightly terrifying. Later, they're all seated in a luxurious lounge. Evan is enjoying a macaron while Alan thinks, "Here I am in the master's chair again." He turns to Rin. "But why did you call me patron?" She looks at him, confused. "Pardon?" He explains, "The other kids call me godfather or benefactor. I was just wondering why you chose that specific title. Patron feels so formal." Her expression softens slightly. "It is the title that suits you best." They have a brief, cute moment of understanding. "Is that so?" Alan feels a swell of pride. Rin is a serious girl who's doing very well for herself. I'm proud of her. He sips his tea and gets to the point. "As I mentioned in my letter, I have a favor to ask. I've realized that I need influence to get where I'm going. Could you help me join the strike force against the Outer God?" He rubs the back of his neck, a little sheepish. If what happened at the gate makes things complicated, Rin cuts him off. "Patron, are you really that worried about the Lord's son?" Alan replies that he doesn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, that's all. A small, confident smile plays on her lips. "Please don't worry about it. I believe I can do exactly what you've asked." Alan lets out a relieved, "Ahem. In that case, thank you." With business concluded, Rin suggests they rest up after their journey. Evan is blown away by her poise. Whoa, she really acts like an adult. He whispers to Alan, "Yeah, she definitely has that top of the class vibe." That night, Alan lies awake, relieved that Rin can help but still thinking over his plans. It hasn't been that long since the incident in the north. Maybe I should rest for a bit and review my plan. He must have been more tired than he thought, because he sleeps straight through until Evan wakes him up. "Count, don't you want to eat lunch?" Alan groans. "How long was I asleep for?" He joins Rin and Evan at a lavish dining table. Rin delivers her report with ruthless efficiency. "I've taken care of your request from yesterday. The strike force is meeting today. We should head over." She then adds, as casually as if commenting on the weather, "And don't worry about Labard Claystone. I killed him. Cleanly." Alan freezes mid-bite, his fore covering in the air. The words echo in his mind, followed by a series of frantic question marks. Wait, what? His gamer brain kicks in. He knows Labard was a cancer to Lartania, a truly despicable villain. Every single side quest in the Lartania region of the game, from the mercenary massacre to horrific biological experiments, all pointed to Labard as the culprit. But knowing he's a villain in a game and having one of your wards assassinate him are two very different things. This is basically assassinating royalty. He asks her why. Her answer is chillingly simple and fiercely loyal. He made you uncomfortable, and leaving him alive would have only prolonged that discomfort. Alan starts to sweat. It's true that Rin was also one of the seeds that gave birth to the mortal sins. But even if she sees me as her patron, this is going a bit too far. Besides, she's a magic item expert. How did she kill Labard's mercenaries? Seeing his disturbed expression, Rin misinterprets his silence as disappointment. Is there a problem? If that wasn't enough, I can. Alan quickly cuts her off. No, I'm just worried about your safety. Her expression softens into a surprised, oh. She then assures him, there is no need for concern. I have handled everything. Alan can only think, our ways of thinking really are worlds apart. He pats her head, trying to diffuse the situation. Well, thank you. Don't be upset. She refuses in denial that she wasn't. He sighs. Is she embarrassed? He gives her one last piece of advice. But still, try to avoid putting yourself in dangerous situations. It would be a shame to lose everything you've worked so hard to build, don't you think? She seems to understand. Patron, since you're here, I'd like to show you the tracker eye. She leads into the artifact, a golden star-shaped eye pulsing with blue energy. This is the tracker eye? Rin begins a report. The number of marks is increasing without issue. Suddenly, it all clicks for Alan. Wait a second. This black mark that boosts an artifact's power was the tracker eye? He remembers its description from the game. It was supposed to be a basic item for appraising low-level artifacts with no special history. His mind is blown. So that's why Rin is so successful, and why she's so nice to me. He tries to play it cool. You're putting it to good use, Rin continues her report, mentioning they can obtain all of them in a few years. And Alan is once again completely lost. What on earth is she talking about? She finishes her update. Well, now that I've given you a full progress report, please follow me to the meeting room. The moment they enter, the cat girl with white and black hair points at him. Hold it. We aren't seriously taking this loser with us, are we? It's obvious his reputation is just a load of hot air. And she's not alone. We're introduced to the leaders of the 5 great guilds, Miaon of the Antiquity Trackers, Maverick of the Nomad Lands, Hihan of the Acadia Guild, and Argonia of the Kalamadra Guild. None of them look impressed. Miaon even looks ready to attack, bringing out her daggers. Alan isn't surprised. They're mercenaries who value strength above all else, so I expected this reception, but they aren't even trying to hide their hostility. He sighs, his hand drifting to the bladed ring on his finger as snowflakes begin to form around it. I'm going to have to prove my worth. Alan stands surrounded by his own icy magic. He had 2 main reasons for wanting to join the strike force. His first reason was that he knew from experience that traditional military forces would be useless against an outer god. And his second reason? He needed some heavy-hitting mercenaries to pull off the plan he had in mind. But convincing them was proving to be a challenge. The hot-headed guildbeater Maverick challenges him, asking that he's looking for a fight. Alan's expression remains as cold as the air around him. He calmly points out that they were the ones who started it. Maverick doesn't take kindly to that, charging forward with his sword raised as shards of ice erupt from the floor. Alan's internal monologue betrays his cool exterior. He panics, thinking he might have overdone it, and that his heart can't take the stress. The other guild leaders draw their weapons, ready to join the fray as the situation becomes extremely volatile. But just as the chaos is about to peak, Alan does the unexpected. He casually takes a seat, looking down on them. With complete composure, he asks if they can finally talk now. The mercenaries are frozen in place, not just by the ice, but by his sheer audacity. Alan thinks to himself that his confidence wasn't a bluff. He remembered this exact situation from the game, a hidden quest he knew by heart. His eyes narrow. He knew everything hinged on one person. If Argonia, the leader of the Kalamadra Guild, accepted him, the fight would be over before it began. Argonia, the demon-kin with imposing red horns, studies Alan with her piercing green eyes. Her voice cuts through the tension like a blade, ordering everyone to stop. Maverick's sword halts just inches from Alan's face. He turns to Argonia, furious, demanding to know why she wants them to stop. She simply states the obvious. They were the ones who underestimated Alan and disrespected him first. With a disgruntled Tisk, Maverick reluctantly sheathes his weapon. With the confrontation diffused, Alan gets down to business, asking when Alan plans to enter the labyrinth. Argonia proposes they start in 2 days and reconvene tomorrow. As Alan leaves the room, the other mercenaries watch him go, still processing the display of power. Argonia agrees to the terms. The moment he's out of sight, Alan's composure shatters. He collapses against the wall, clutching his chest, vowing to never pull a stunt that risky again. Back in the meeting room, Maverick fumes, asking Argonia why she'd let that pretentious snob get his way. Hihan, the strategist of the group, pushes Maverick back, telling him he has no idea what he's talking about. Argonia just saved his life. Maverick is utterly baffled. Hihan struggles to explain, but says that if Alan's attack had actually connected, Maverick would have died instantly. Argonia's mind flashes back to a distant memory, a warning from her mother, a powerful dragon. Her mother's voice echoed from centuries ago, telling a young Argonia that, when one day if a AI appears in the sky, under no circumstances should she ever meet the gaze of he whose caliber surpasses all. It was the only warning her mother ever gave her, a chilling premonition of a power beyond comprehension. And in that moment, when she looked at Alan, she saw a terrifying vision of that power, a vortex of darkness in an all-seeing eye. She's left wondering, just who is this man? The next day, the meeting is a completely different story. Alan sits nervously at the head of the table. To his astonishment, everyone unanimously agrees to his plan. There are no arguments, no resistance. Everything is decided in no time at all. As they leave, Rin comments to Alan that she's surprised it went so smoothly. He notes that even Miaon, the cat girl who was ready to pounce on him yesterday, is now quietly licking her thumb, seemingly subdued. A small, smug chibi Alan pops up, confirming his strategy worked. He's successfully passed off his gamer knowledge as wisdom from ancient, forgotten texts. A few days later, the preparations are complete. The strike force stands at the entrance to the Lartania labyrinth. They begin their descent. a formidable group of elite mercenaries carving a path through the hordes of monsters. The sheer number and strength of the monsters make Alan glad he assembled such a powerful team. He would have been overwhelmed on his own. As they navigate a dimly lit corridor, Mion playfully closes in on Alan. She gets right up in his face, asking if he has some sort of problem with beast folk. Alan tells her that wasn't the issue. Mion's expression turns sly as she leans closer and whispers an incredibly bold proposition. "Want to sleep with me?" She purrs, that now that they're better acquainted, she's realized just how strong he is. Alan is left speechless. A chibi version of himself froze him in a block of ice from the shock. How can she say something so outrageous with a straight face? She playfully sends a small heart his way. Alan recalls a key piece of lore. The cat tribe has an almost cult-like reverence for the strong. He politely declines her offer. Nian lets out a disappointed sigh and stretches, telling him to let her know if he changes his mind. Seeing the interaction, a dark aura surrounds Rene. She asks her patron in a chilling tone if he would like her to quietly handle this rude individual. An explosion rocks the dungeon as they clear another floor. It's now day 2 of their descent. The group emerges from the blast zone. Maverick scratches his head in frustration, complaining about how tedious it is to search every single floor. They're only on the 4th floor, and Alan is already feeling the difference between this world and a game he once knew. And again, you just beat the boss and a prompt would appear, letting you instantly descend to the next level. But here, in reality, navigating the sprawling, complex floors takes an agonizing amount of time. It can take half a day just to find the way down. He-Han spots something in the distance and calls out to the group. At the end of the hall, a swirling blue portal has appeared. Argonia confirms it's the entrance to the 5th floor and tells everyone to move out. They step through the portal into a vast, open expanse of green fields and ancient white ruins under a bright blue sky. Renee explains to Alan that the 5th floor is a safe zone, a peaceful respite from the constant danger of the labyrinth. In the game, this was a save point. Argonia gathers the mercenaries. The group listens intently as she briefs them. She reveals their latest intel. The outer god was spotted on the 12th floor a few days ago, which means they still have some time to prepare. While the others rest and prepare, Maverick watches Alan, who seems to be struggling to catch his breath. He mutters to his comrades, questioning what's so great about a guy who gets winded after just 3 floors. Suddenly, Maverick's complaints are cut short. He senses an immense, malevolent presence. Before anyone can react, several mercenaries are instantly cut down, their bodies sliced in half by an unseen force. The assault is brutal and instantaneous, a blur of green light and crimson blood. From the shadows emerges a figure with green skin, pointed ears, and long white hair, standing over his handiwork. Maverick stares in disbelief, wondering if this powerful being is some kind of goblin. Yeon quickly gets to her feet, asking what happened. The outer god points a single, sharp-nailed finger at them, his voice dripping with arrogance. He asks, who gave them permission to look him in the eyes? Just then, Alan's ice magic shoots freezing outer god in place. Alan calls out to snap Maverick out of his stupor, telling him to get a hold of himself. Outer god lets out a condescending laugh. He finds Alan's ice technique interesting for a miserable human. Alan's expression is grim as he identifies their new foe, Kairos. Kairos seems genuinely surprised that this human knows his name. The smug demon strikes a pose, clearly enjoying the attention. He calls Alan a charming little man. Alan's mind races, recalling every detail about the Demon King from the game. He was a being who, through his insatiable hunger for knowledge, nearly achieved the power of a god on his own. A truly formidable opponent. But Alan is drenched in a cold sweat. According to the game's timeline, Kairos shouldn't have reached this floor for at least another 3 days. Something is terribly wrong. The timeline has shifted, and Alan has no idea why the Demon King is here so early. Kairos announces that he's in a good mood, and since these insects are with Alan, he'll show them some mercy. He gives them an ultimatum. Leave now, and their lives will be spared. But Alan has no intention of backing down. He gives the order. Everyone, battle positions. The mercenaries, though shaken, draw their weapons. Argonia and He-Han prepare for the fight of their lives. They are different from Erthaltus's forces. This time, the mercenaries are well prepared, and the outer god's stabilization isn't complete yet. They have a fighting chance. Tyros perches atop a massive pillar, looking down on them with amusement. If they're that desperate for punishment, then he shall graciously grant their wish. He launches a colossal blade of pure energy towards the crowd. The attack tore through the landscape, shattering the ancient ruins and turning the tranquil safe zone into a chaotic battlefield.
At that exact moment, an enormous wave of magic exploded outward from Kales's hand, instantly rushing toward Alan and the mercenaries like a catastrophic storm. But with the sharp sound of something shattering apart, Kales's invisible slash was intercepted by the sword in Argonia's hand. The distorted magic split apart instantly. What Argonia wielded was one of the fewer than 100 weapons on the continent capable of severing magic itself. The Dispel Sword, a weapon incapable of cutting flesh, forged solely for the purpose of destroying magic. And against Kales, who had not yet fully ascended to the level of a complete sage god, it proved effective. Kales let out a low laugh. A sword of dissipation? How amusing. You insects prepared something rather entertaining. The moment those words ended, Argonia and Maverick simultaneously activated their sword techniques and charged forward. The ground exploded beneath their feet. Seeing the scene unfold, Alan instantly realized his assumption had been correct. It works. The Dispel Sword could interfere with the authority of an incompletely manifested outer god. Relief washed over him for a brief moment. At the same time, Maverick, Argonia, Hyman, and Meow launched a coordinated assault against Kales. Sword strikes, mana blasts, arrows, aura. Attacks rained down from every direction without pause, yet none of them could touch him. Kales moved effortlessly through the battlefield as though dancing. Every attack narrowly missed him. Instead, the mercenaries' strikes crashed into the goblins, scattered nearby, instantly blowing them apart. The battlefield descended further into chaos. Watching this, Alan immediately realized something. We're running out of time. If they wanted even the slightest chance of victory, they needed to seize the initiative now. Without hesitation, Alan activated his mana. Snowflake Formation, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, Blind Man's Fatality, one spell activated after another. A gigantic snowflake-shaped magic circle materialized before him, radiating overwhelming, freezing mana. At the same time, Rena opened her grimoire. Countless black chains erupted outward from the pages and shot toward Kales in an attempt to bind him. And immediately after, Alan hurled the enormous snowflake toward Kales. The sheer pressure of the combined attack distorted the surrounding air. Even Meow, Hyman, Maverick, and Argonia were visibly stunned by the overwhelming force rushing toward Kales. Alan narrowed his eyes. If that lands, it'll definitely wound him. But then, Kales casually lifted a single finger. Tap. That tiny motion alone instantly shattered both attacks apart. The chains exploded. The gigantic snowflake collapsed into fragments. Kales smirked mockingly. You missed. Still, this is rather entertaining. Alan left in disbelief. According to his calculations, Kales, who hadn't yet become a sage god, should have been destroyed by that direct hit. Alan, staring at him in confusion, realized that the exile's body had no trace of ice, only shattered remnants around him. He thought, did he slice through the ice spear halberd with just a slash? Then Kales finally released his own mana. Expansion, the way of the anonymous. In that moment, a surge of magical energy spread out. Sensing the danger instinctively, Argonia and Maverick, without hesitation, leapt toward Kales, pushing off the ground. Mayon, who had just been relaxing moments earlier, quickly knocked an arrow and fired it, while Hyman raised his staff and cast a spell to intercept the Kales's magic. However, just before Argonia and Maverick's swords reached the Kales's neck, Mayon's arrow pierced his heart, and Hyman's magic approached his throat. The magic that had already spread around Kales began to vibrate the air, according to his incantation. Expansion. With that softly spoken word from Kales, Argonia's and Maverick's bodies were severed apart instantly. Blood scattered across the battlefield. The fog slowly cleared. What remained was devastation. The surrounding terrain had been completely destroyed. Ruins stretched endlessly in every direction. Hyman froze in disbelief as he stared at the destruction before him. And before anyone could react, Kales lazily moved a finger again. Slice. Though Hyman, knowing all too well what that action would result in, instinctively threw his body backward to dodge the invisible slash. He immediately tried to use blink. But then Kales said, "How will you dodge what's coming from above?" With words that seemed mocking and a hand cutting from above to below, Hyman's body split apart instantly. Hyman's corpse collapsed onto the shattered ground. "Hyman!" Mayon screamed and rushed toward him in desperation. But Kales casually struck him aside. Mayon's body was blown away violently across the battlefield. Kales smiled cruelly. I had such high expectations for you insects. So show me, how much longer can you continue entertaining me? Watching the massacre unfold before his eyes, Alan finally understood something. I've never seen magic like this before. Kales was simultaneously using ritual gestures and incantations together. Beyond that, the gap between them was absolute. Skill, information, preparation, raw power, everything differed completely. Their entire strategy had collapsed. This was the worst possible scenario, and yet Alan still refused to give up. Then there was only one thing left for him to do: push his magic beyond its absolute limit. Alan immediately activated another spell. Glory of the Snowy Mountains, crystallization, then rotation. As Alan crossed his fingers together, a gigantic ring-shaped mana formation materialized before him. The spell stabilized successfully. Seeing that, Alan immediately realized it. From this point onward, only speed mattered, and continuing the battle itself. Rinna, at Alan's call, Rin instantly combined her magic with his. The chains intertwined with the freezing mana as the massive combined attack surged toward Kales once more. Yet even while attacking, Alan understood a horrifying truth. To Kales, this entire battle was nothing more than amusement. The outer god looked at them the same way a cat looked at a struggling mouse trapped beneath its claws. And just like before, Kales effortlessly destroyed everything. The chains shattered. The freezing spell collapsed. The backlash exploded directly into Alan's body. Blood spilled from his mouth. Even then, he continued casting again and again and again. But it was meaningless. Every spell was effortlessly nullified. Alan's breathing grew ragged. Even so, he refused to stop. By now, he had already consumed 5 mana potions. Mana toxicity had begun spreading throughout his body. His limbs grew heavier with every movement. Then in the middle of the battlefield, Kales suddenly appeared directly in front of Alan. At that exact moment, Alan realized it. This is Rinna's chance. Without hesitation, Alan and Rin combined their powers once more and launched another attack. As the spell formed, Alan focused on the final remaining constraint within his magic. Magic had been used against Earth-Altus, the great god of duels. Magic had been used upon snowy terrain. Magic had been used at death's door. Magic had been used against a god itself. Alan realized that adding one more condition might allow him to distort the laws of the world even further. But even then, he knew it still wouldn't be enough. Desperately, Alan forced himself to think. There had to be an answer, something capable of ending everything in a single strike. Then Kales's earlier words resurfaced in his mind. You still understand nothing. At the same time, Alan remembered the words of the shadowy figure. There were incantations, and there were principles connecting everything together. The moment those thoughts linked, Alan realized it. There's a clue. Sweat poured down his face. He grabbed his hair tightly. Then, as his thoughts finally reached a breakthrough, Alan activated an entirely new spell. Confusion and awakening are intrinsically one and the same. If you open your eyes, you will receive a key. The moment the incantation completed, Alan's mana erupted violently outward. A gigantic spear-shaped construct formed before him. Even Kales's expression shifted slightly upon seeing it. What are you trying to do? Kales's expression twisted. In response, he redirected Rhina's attack directly back toward them. But before it could strike, Alan stepped in front of it himself. Slash! The impact severed Alan's hand instantly. Blood scattered across the frozen battlefield. Yet at that moment, Alan finally understood. The instant he formed the mudra of the Wisdom Fist, the spell had transformed into a key. And when that key turned within the crystal, an entirely new form of magic had been born. The result, ice, crystal halberd, an overwhelming eruption of freezing power, exploded outward. Massive crystals engulfed Kales completely, trapping him inside an enormous prison of ice. And in the next instant, the entire plain transformed into a gigantic glacier.